Under the silent night, Song Bing led Song Shenglong and Wang Kai to the area 1,000 meters away on both sides of An's home, and complete upgrades for one person and one dog. Like Zhou Xian, Song Bing not only upgraded both of them to level 7. Some highly relevant disease improvements have also been added. Let one person and one dog become more perfect. After the upgrade and improvement, Song Bing settled the two under a building respectively. Just like Zhou Xian, a sudden surge in level requires a process of integration and adaptation. After doing all this, Song Bing felt very tired. After all, leveling up to 3 7th levels in one night is still the most difficult of the 3 experimental subjects. High consumption is normal. After a rare moment of leisure, Song Bing sat on the top of a building, resting and recovering while looking up at the stars in the sky. If he guessed correctly, what would greet him next would be a full-scale revenge attack from the Qingchuan family. Of course, Song Bing didn't take the Qingchuan family seriously. Facing a former apprentice, he, as a master, had no reason to be afraid. The only thing that worried Song Bing was the unknown Tianqi organization. It is currently known that the Qingchuan family was able to invade Anghua so quickly and control so many apocalypse forces in Anghua. Obviously, the Apocalypse Organization is behind this. There is no information and personnel help secretly provided by the Apocalypse Organization. No matter how powerful the Qingchuan family is, it is impossible to defeat so many apocalypse forces in Anghua so easily. The purpose of the Tianqi Organization is also very clear, and they are all aimed at Song Bing. No, to be exact, it's Candy sleeping in Song Bing's body. It's a pity that the apocalypse forces in Anghua are still confused about all this. Of course, this is not what Song Bing cares about. People in the Tianqi Organization will definitely receive news about those 8 series who died at the Yin family base soon. And through the information along the way, it is not difficult to infer that he did it. So, Song Bing is very curious. What kind of methods will the Tianqi Organization continue to use after guessing his current combat power? Whether he can take advantage of this opportunity and turn passivity into initiative. Find the so-called emperor. Eradicate it completely while it is sleeping. End it all? Song Bing narrowed his eyes slightly and kept thinking. The so-called Apocalypse Emperor was already full of murderous intent. Now they can be said to be fighting to the death. The Emperor wanted to get Candy and had been using various means to capture Song Bing. Song Bing didn't want to kill the Emperor. Want to see what it looks like? What kind of disease is integrated into his body? Can you turn this world into this ghostly state? In that case, then come on. Emperor, I've prepared a great gift here, waiting for you. After recovering a little, Song Bing stood up, his white coat flying in the night wind. However, Song Bing was looking at the horizon, his eyes solemn and muttering to himself. This first great gift is his current 4 experimental bodies. Under the night where moonlight and starlight blend. In Anjia Manor, Xia and Luo Yin followed Song Bing's words and personally led some of the nurses. Plants were planted one by one in the surrounding gardens. The whole atmosphere is extremely harmonious. And the fact is exactly as Song Bing said, when these plants are planted. Under the water of Luo Yin and Luo Sinyu's mother and daughter, they began to sprout and grow visible to the naked eye. This made everyone instantly full of surprise and expectation. Of course, among these plants, the fastest growing is the ancient tree that carries in Ruoi. In this night, it is like a mushroom bathed in rain, stretching and blooming all the way to the sky. The morning sun is rising, gradually lighting up the earth. In the center of Andu, a lush and towering ancient tree rose from the ground and appeared out of thin air. It seems to have grown overnight, surpassing all the buildings. It welcomes the sunshine from the east and is lush. It adds a touch of green vitality to this deserted capital. At this moment, under the ancient tree, in the courtyard of Anjia Manor, Xia followed Song Bing's instructions last night and gathered everyone in the hospital here, waiting for Song Bing's physical examination. At this moment, everyone's eyes were looking up at the towering ancient tree that had already become a forest alone, with expressions of amazement on their faces. Dean. At this time, the keen Xia was the first to notice Song Bing, who had returned from an outing, and quickly took the lead in shouting, "Dean!" Hearing this, everyone followed Xia's gaze, and when they saw Song Bing, they all shouted respectfully and seemed to stand ready to get out of the way. Yeah. Song Bing nodded and immediately looked at the nurses. Then, brain power covered them like a tide. All the caregivers suddenly felt their souls tremble, and then their bodies went limp, and they collectively fell to the ground. It's like the collective has been intoxicated by the incense of ecstasy. Deem this. Facing this scene, the remaining Sia people all looked at Song Bing in confusion. Those with higher levels could vaguely feel that all of this seemed to be Song Bing's doing. Especially Sia felt a powerful mental fluctuation. They are fine and will wake up soon. You are of high level. Come with me for a physical examination. Song Bing spoke concisely and took the lead into the building. As for the fallen caregivers, it was clear that they had all been upgraded by Song Bing. For Song Bing, who is now at level 7, a group of nurses who are only at level 3 need to be upgraded. All it takes is a thought. At this moment, all the caregivers have reached the maximum endurance limit of level 5. The coma was just anesthesia provided by Song Bing to avoid suffering pain. Hearing this, Sia and the others looked at each other, then nodded and followed. Everything they have now is given by Song Bing. What reason is there to suspect Song Bing? Without Song Bing, they would probably still be outside at this moment, feeling the cruelty of this apocalypse. In the building, Song Bing arranged rooms for several people. It will be used as a ward for the time being. Zhuzi, don't be afraid. You'll be fine after some sleep. The first person Song Bing wanted to upgrade was Zhang Taizhu. Well, brother, you can come as you like. I'm fine. Zhang Tieju's eyes were firm, and he had already guessed what Song Bing was going to do to him. Soon, a wave of sleepiness hit him, and Zhang Taizhu fainted. It was as if Song Bing had been given anesthesia. The electric muscle in his body was taken back by Song Bing, and was immediately improved and upgraded. Ding successfully upgraded and transformed the 4th level electric muscle to the 7th level with merit of -111000000. The system is named Blue Electric Golden Muscle. Symptoms: when the patient develops the disease, golden scales will grow on the muscles, and the electrical energy converted in the body will turn blue, becoming more penetrating and destructive. The moment the electric muscle upgrade was completed, Song Bing's 2 fingers pointed at Zhang Tieju's forehead at the same time. Ding successfully sent Blue Lightning Golden Muscle, merit -10 million. TSK. In an instant, Song Bing's 2 fingers seemed to light up a flash of lightning from a lighter. Zhang Tieju's whole body lit up instantly. The next second, Zhang Tieju's whole body seemed to be conducting electricity, and blue currents began to appear. Wherever the blue current passed, Zhang Tieju's body began to stiffen, and his skin turned golden little by little, and scales resembling fish scales emerged. Tisk, TSK, tisk. The blue current continued to sweep through, like countless tentacles, destroying everything around it. Zhang Taizhu, whose skin was glowing with golden light, gradually rose into the air and was located in the center of countless blue lightnings. At this moment, Zhang Taizhu really looked like a thunder god. The brain power around Song Bing was released, automatically blocking these incoming blue lightnings. Looking at Zhang Taizhu, whose breathing was steady and the integration was smooth, he left the room with confidence. Go to the next room. Like those caregivers outside, the next step depends on Zhang Tieju's own fusion. Song Bing then came to the second room, where it was Sia who was assigned to wait. Seeing Song Bing's arrival, Sia couldn't help but feel nervous and expectant. She knew best what Song Bing was going to do to her, because it was Song Bing who turned her into a stranger in the first place. She felt the process clearly and clearly. It's amazing and unique. So when Song Bing arrived, she quickly took off her shoes and lay on the bed. Thinking of something, she quickly took off her clothes as well. She remembered it being like this last time. Now that she understands everything, let her do these little things by herself. Otherwise, it would be awkward to let Song Bing do it. Seeing that Sia took off her clothes and lay down so quickly, Song Bing was slightly stunned, but he nodded and gave Sia a comforting smile. Then he stepped forward. Now he is the doctor and Sia is the patient. There is no such thing as a man and a woman who cannot be intimate with each other. Sister Sia, don't be nervous. Just have a sleep and you'll be fine. Song Bing said comfortingly, already raising his hand and falling on Sia. Sia bit her lip nervously, but after hearing Song Bing's gentle words, She quickly calmed down and closed her eyes on her own initiative. The next second, along with Song Bing's slightest change, she fell into sleep just like Zhang Taizhu. Song Bing began to transform his succubus. As a person with a mental illness, it is obviously the most compatible person with a mental illness. Therefore, Song Bing tried to fuse other rare spiritual systems collected since the apocalypse with succubus. For example, the Battle of Antarctica comes from Park Haihai's fantasy. The Yin family base comes from Yin Hong's grudge. Just to make succubus more aggressive, Ding successfully upgraded succubus to level 7, merit-11100000. System name, Dream Enchantress. Buzz. The moment Dream Enchantress was sent in, Sia suddenly showed a look of pain. Her delicate body was instantly suspended in the air, and everything around her was suspended in the air following her. It's like entering the space world instantly. This is torture of the soul. Song Bing's eyes flashed with strange color, and his thought brain was released, instantly invading Sia's soul world. At this moment, Sia was alone in a nightmare world, surrounded by everything that stems from her inner fears. There were animals she was afraid of. There was the person she feared the most, and what she fears most. The nightmare disease has become her inner demon, and as it fuses, it continues to reveal her scars. Only if Sia can face all this can she get out of it. If you can't, you can only die. When Sia was desperate and helpless, a figure in white appeared in front of her. Song Bing. Seeing Song Bing, Sia's consciousness, which was on the verge of collapse, finally regained consciousness. Sister Sia, you no longer need to be afraid of all these things. What you should be afraid of is them. Follow me, and I'll take you out. Song Bing looked at Sia and tried to be as gentle as possible. Okay. With Song Bing's encouragement, Sia finally stood up straight and followed Song Bing's back. For some reason, with Song Bing at the front, most of the fear in her heart subsided. She followed all the way, and gradually, she was no longer afraid of the terrifying nightmare around her, until her eyes were firm and she passed through everything that frightened her. Outside, the strange color in Song Bing's eyes faded. At the same time, Sia, who was hanging in the air, suddenly opened her beautiful eyes. Her hair fluttered in the wind. Under that noble and elegant temperament, there is a hint of awe-inspiring and indifferent temperament. At this moment, Sia seemed to have awakened another consciousness, a saint from 9 heavens away. It wasn't until she saw Song Bing that she restrained her indifference that kept people away from thousands of miles away. You need to get used to it. Seeing that he was stable, Song Bing nodded and continued to the next room. The person who arranged to wait here was Wang Xiaoxiao. Following the same steps, Wang Xiaoxiao lay down consciously. Song's disease began to improve and escalate. The 4th level, Red Slaughter, was finally upgraded and improved to level 7. The system named it Blue and Red Phantom Killer. This is a new type of disease adapted to fit Wang Xiaoxiao himself and his disease. Song Bing was even touched by the strange symptoms of this disease. This disease combines a muscle speed disorder, make it faster than its peers. In addition, some genetic diseases are integrated. Not only does it have the advantage of extreme speed, it also has the magical ability to change body shapes. Fusion with the blue-red form of the original Red Slaughter. Unintentionally, a kind of mirror clone was formed. Yes, this is a clone power similar to Siri, but the difference is that its clone is fake, is divided by its energy and shadow, and there is only one. What's even more outrageous is that Wang Xiaoxiao can use the connection of his own energy and the speed of Jiang to realize the exchange between the clone and the main body. It's like an extremely fast energy portal. Whether this ability is used to escape or to harvest enemies, it is absolutely terrifying. Coupled with Wang Xiaoxiao's own character and experience. Coupled with this ability, he can definitely become an extremely good and terrifying top assassin. On the bed, Wang Xiaoxiao suddenly opened his eyes at the moment when Blue and Red Phantom Kill merged. The beautiful pupils began to turn red. Immediately afterwards, his figure quickly turned red. At the same time, a blue energy flowed from her body to the shadow, quickly left her body, and condensed in a direction not far away. The next second, he actually transformed into the second Wang Xiaoxiao. However, if you take a closer look at this blue Wang Xiaoxiao, you will see that it is just an extremely realistic shadow. It's not a physical existence like Shili at all. Phew. But then, Wang Xiaoxiao seemed to realize something, and her pupils quickly dilated from small to blue. Then, the whole body. The next second, the red Wang Xiaoxiao appeared in the direction of the gate. Blue Wang Xiaoxiao returned to bed. It took less than half a second for the two to complete the position exchange. Wang Xiaoxiao was surprised. For this incredible ability, Song Bing could not hide his surprise. He accidentally created another miraculous disease. This is for you, get used to it. Thinking of something, Song Bing directly took out 2 black, gold, and purple knives from the South Island from the kidney ruins and gave them to Wang Xiaoxiao. Obviously, with the help of these 2 knives, it can definitely shine. Thank you, Dean. Looking at these 2 purple patterned knives with a cold light, Wang Xiaoxiao's eyes showed sharpness, and he also felt that they were very suitable for him now. Song Bing continued to the next room and continued to upgrade. Today, he will level up everyone in the hospital. This is the second gift he prepared. I wonder what the Qing Chuan family and the Apocalypse organization will think when they arrive. Crunch. Song Bing pushed open the 4th room. Waiting on the hospital bed was none other than the mother and daughter of the Luo family, Luo Yin and Luo Sinew. The moisturizing effect of condensed water makes Luo Sinew's skin, which looks like a celebrity, extremely supple and radiant. Her delicate facial features are many times better than before without any makeup. Similarly, Luo Yin, who still retains her charm, looks younger and more charming, with a girlish beauty of a young woman. Now that the mother and daughter stand together, they are more like sisters. Dean. Seeing Song Bing's arrival, mother and daughter also hurriedly saluted respectfully. You have the same superpowers and the same physique, so it would be nice to arrange you together so that we can take care of you. Song Bing looked at the 2 of them and explained, We understand, please excuse me. Luo Yin, who was very understanding of the world, opened her mouth and quickly asked Luo Sinew to lie down with her. Both of them have also experienced the transformation and upgrading of Song's disease, so they naturally understand the steps involved. The mother and daughter lay down. To avoid embarrassment, Song Bing waved his hand first, and a thin piece of gauze flew out to cover the 2 of them. Then he stepped forward, raised both hands at the same time, and placed them between their eyebrows. After just upgrading Zhang Taizhu and the others, Song Bing is already very weak. There is obviously more sweating on the forehead. That's why he arranged for mother and daughter to work together for improvement. The 2 of them have similar physiques and the same diseases. Doing it together can not only save time, but also save consumption. After all, Song Bing's energy was running out after the continuous upgrades. Ding successfully upgraded and transformed level 4, condensed water, to level 7, merit minus 11,100,000. System name, cold condensation water. The mother and daughter's illness was both strange and simple, able to condense and extract moisture from the surrounding space. Not just in the air, but in any object. But maybe it was because the level was too low and they were not skilled in using it. So the mother and daughter seemed to use it very inconspicuously. Now Song Bing not only upgraded condensed water to the 7th level, but also added a body cold disease. In this way, mother and daughter can not only condense the surrounding moisture faster, it also has the ability to use its own body cold as a carrier to lower the temperature of water molecules. Once you are skilled in using it, you can encounter enemies as long as they are within the coverage of the mother and daughter. Not only can it drain the water from its body instantly, but it can also choose to freeze the water in its body instantly. You know, the human body is 70% water. After being drained, it becomes a mummy. After being frozen again, it becomes an ice mummy. It's a terrifying ability. Soon, Manhua Ningshui began to react on the mother and daughter. All the water molecules in the mother and daughter's bodies began to lower their temperature. Immediately afterwards, frost begins to condense on the surface of the skin. Then, in the air around the 2 of them, moisture began to appear in the form of frost crystals. Everything around him began to be covered with frost. This is not a drop in temperature, but the moisture they possess is being cooled down by the mother and daughter. The most obvious one is a succulent plant in the room. I saw the moisture inside it flowing out crazily and condensing into frost. The entire succulent plant also lost moisture, quickly dried up and withered, and was eventually frozen by the water and frost that broke out of the body. Extremely magical. Song Bing even felt a chill coming over him, but it was quickly resolved by his accelerated blood flow. Song Bing began to help mother and daughter, until the temperature of the water in the two people's bodies began to stabilize. The breath begins to stabilize. Then he stopped. Finally, they were covered with quilts, and Song Bing left silently. At this point, the upgrades for the 5 Sia people and the hospital members are complete. How to say it? The 5 people's abilities are all powerful and strange. But it seems that except for Wang Xiaoxiao, who can adapt to the application the fastest, none of the 4 Sia have fully utilized their potential. Otherwise, once it is truly unleashed, how unbelievable will the cold condensing water used by Luo Yin and her daughter just be? Of course, we can't blame them. The main reason is that the environment in which they grew up is different. Wang Xiaoxiao has been trained by the Tianqi organization as an experimental subject since he was a child. Therefore, next time, Song Bing will continue to spend time to conduct targeted training for Sia and others when he has time. After all, no one knows the characteristics of several people's abilities better than him. Song Bing finally came to a courtyard in the center of the hospital. The people living in the courtyard were none other than Song, Un, and Lu Su. It's okay. As we get older, we eat other things too. You should eat more so you can grow up quickly. That's right, little beast. If you open it and eat it, if it's not enough, we'll make it for you again. Wah. At this moment, in the courtyard of Ruichio, Ai Xiaoxiao and Lu Su Sungon were sitting around a table. On the table is a table of farm dishes made by Lu Su using chicken, vegetables, but no chili seasoning. But it should be available soon. But even so, Ai Xiaoxiao was still very happy to see the chicken he liked to eat. But while she was eating, her nimble little nose suddenly moved, as if she smelled something. Ai Xiaoxiao turned around instantly and accurately captured Song Bing outside the hospital with one glance. He was immediately surprised and said, "Master, what a coincidence you are here. These shouldn't be those 2 pheasants." Song Bing looked at the chicken on the table and said with a strange expression, "How is that possible? My little darlings are all there." Ai Xiaoxiao pointed to the far corner of the den. There is really a nest of pheasants there. Ai Xiaoxiao even built a chicken coop for them and took very good care of them. Obviously, Ai Xiaoxiao still knows that a meal is full and a meal is full. Well, that's right. If you have time, go find a good place and transform it into a larger chicken farm. Leave the rest to me. After glancing at it, Song Bing rubbed Ai Xiaoxiao's little head and said, "Okay, I'll go right away. Master and master, I will accompany you after I finish renovating the chicken farm." Ai Xiaoxiao's eyes shone, and he immediately finished the chicken on the table, then picked up his beloved chicken coop and couldn't wait to go there. "Hey, be careful, don't fall." Lu Su wanted to say something, but Ai Xiaoxiao had already disappeared. "Why didn't you tell us in advance that you were coming? We were afraid that you would be busy, so we didn't bother you." Song An stepped forward at this time and said a little unkindly, "I've been really busy lately." Song Bing smiled and scratched his head. "You two, stop standing here. Have you eaten yet? I'll cook for you." Lu Su stepped forward at the same time, looking happy. "Mom, I've eaten it. Sister Sia must have told you about it." Song Bing asked with a smile. "I told you, you want to give us a physical examination." Lu Su looked puzzled. "Yes, to put it simply, it makes your body stronger so that you will be able to deal with enemies when you encounter them in the future. Come on, let's go into the house and say." Song Bing's words are concise and concise. He came here to personally upgrade Lu Su and Song An. Okay. When the two heard this, they followed Song Bing into the house without hesitation. Their own son, they had no reason to doubt. Song Bing was in the house and upgraded and improved Lu Su and Song An alone. Finally upgraded to level 5. The 2 people have the same disease, and the system named it biology. Different from the diseases of Sia and others, the diseases of these 2 people do not have the talent to attack and kill. He is also not good at attacking enemies. Rather, it is a disease that is very good at escaping, disguising, and surviving. With him and everyone in the hospital here, there was obviously no need for Lu Su and Song An to go into battle to kill the enemy. Naturally, there is no need for these offensive and killing abilities. As for why it was only upgraded to level 5, obviously, the 2 of them are older, and their physical endurance is naturally not as good as that of Zhang Taizhu and others. Therefore, this is the maximum level that Song Bing can upgrade the two elders to. This was the breakthrough that allowed the two of them to adapt to the level 3 disease. Want to upgrade again? The only thing left to do is to wait for the two of them to adapt to this level 5 disease and increase their physical strength. Or, Song Bing could rise to a higher level and have better auxiliary abilities. After completing the final upgrades for Lu Su and Song En, Song Bing carried out the upgrades for almost 2 consecutive days. The merit alone was nearly 200 million, although they are all repeated merits. But Song Bing's physical and mental exertion was real. So after the upgrade, he simply slept in the courtyard where Song En and Lu Su lived. At the same time, an announcement issued by the Apocalypse Organization completely made the Apocalypse forces developed in various countries uneasy. The announcement was only 8 words short. The witch is born, the end of mankind. But every word is enough to make people's hearts tremble. Of course, the most shocking thing is the video attached to these 8 words. The video begins with a charming girl walking out of a snowy city, stained with blood. The snowy wind was biting, but the girl was wearing a thin suit. She stepped barefoot in the snow, and her white dress was in tatters. But it was difficult to cover up the skin that was as fair as snow, and that blue hair flying like a waterfall. The moment she raised her eyes, her charming face, which could bring disaster to the country and the people, seemed to stop the time and space of this dancing snow city. Her beautiful violet blue eyes were ethereal and noble, as if they didn't belong to this world. The Apocalypse forces who watched the video also felt their hearts tremble, and their breathing couldn't help but stagnate. He was stunned by the girl's breathtakingly beautiful face and temperament. He was also touched by the girl's raised eyes. Those beautiful violet eyes are like a sharp arrow that can penetrate the screen and hit everyone's heart. Both men and women fell in love instantly. In an instant, all the Apocalypse forces were touched and swallowed subconsciously. At first sight, I was attracted by the girl's otherworldly beauty. Just one glance at the video made many Apocalypse power bosses want to get the girl. However, this was just the beginning as the video continued to play. The next scene continued to touch their heartstrings. Ho 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 ho. The moment the charming girl was born, all the zombies in the snow city were attracted. From all directions, they rushed towards the charming girl. Each one of them was extremely cruel and inhumane. But when they were 100 meters away from the girl, the originally ferocious and bloodthirsty eyes of all the zombies rarely showed fear and admiration. Immediately, all the zombies, which were originally inhumane, instantly restrained their bloodlust and knelt down to the girl. It seemed that even the zombies were smitten by the girl's charming and beautiful appearance and temperament. Think, this shocking and intuitive scene instantly made people from all the Apocalypse forces stand up. However, what was even more shocking was that the originally charming and angelic girl made all the zombies kneel down. He turned around and turned behind him. The camera follows. Under the camera, a handsome young man wearing a white coat appeared. The moment they saw the young man, the Apocalypse forces' eyes widened again. Because everyone knows that the handsome young man in the video is none other than Song Bing. Before the Apocalypse, the Song Dynasty doctor was famous all over the world. At that time, many Apocalypse forces chose to watch in secret in order to prepare for the Apocalypse plan. Now, seeing Song Bing again, the various Apocalypse forces feel the same as the 3 families of Dragon and Hell in the past. Didn't take it seriously. But then, they not only had to pay attention to it, but also took it into their hearts in an instant. I saw the noble and incomparable girl approaching Song Bing step by step. Immediately, with countless zombies kneeling down, they hugged Song Bing with both hands and clamped their legs, hugging Song Bing tightly and lovingly. Song Bing also held the girl in his arms and walked through the zombies easily. Wherever they pass, all zombies will automatically avoid. The actions of both parties seemed so skillful. Boom. The Apocalypse forces watching widened their eyes instantly, and their hearts seemed to have been stabbed hard. Because this video is so visually impactful. But the video isn't over yet. Shortly after Song Bing led Candy away, a beautiful figure in black appeared. She stretched out a delicate jade-like hand from her long black sleeves and sucked up a piece of Candy's skirt that fell from the ground. Immediately holding the piece of skirt, He walked towards these zombies. When the surrounding zombies faced this piece of skirt, they all backed away in awe. The video ends here. It ends with two sentences again. 1. Once all the witches wake up, no one will be able to fight against them, and all creatures in Blue Star will turn into zombies and be controlled by them. 2. If you get a drop of blood from the witch, you will be immune to zombie attacks forever. The expressions of the various apocalypse forces are constantly changing. Stare at the screen. Those two sentences are more precise, especially the last sentence. In fact, from the first glance, they all guessed who the charming girl in this video was. Apparently, this is the first news announced by the Apocalypse Organization, the Witch. But the news at that time still made many forces doubt whether it was true or false. Now, this video comes out. Coupled with the increasingly terrifying zombies that have evolved today, there was only one idea left in their minds. An idea that all apocalypse forces have in common. Therefore, shortly after this announcement was made, almost all the apocalypse forces in various countries were ready to take action. Several powerful apocalypse forces decisively stopped the construction and preparation of all bases. All eyes were subconsciously focused on that video. Some even went so far as to send secret messages to inform the people in power who were still sleeping in their houses. Coincidentally, that night, Apocalypse organized 4 series of guardians, and several powerful apocalypse forces descended on each country one after another. They will provide the final guidance for this coalition, just like the Qingchuan family. Brahma Kingdom, in a base built with magnificent temples. What do you think of this announcement? A young man from the Sanskrit kingdom, covered in gold, sat on a throne that was also made of gold. He looked arrogantly at a group of officers above the rank of colonel below and asked, reporting to Prince Bagali, now that the video has been released, it is obvious that it cannot be fake. A bearded general at the front took the initiative. So what do you think we should do now? Continue to collect supplies and slaves, develop the army, and expand the base, or to destroy the witch and save the common people? Bagali looked down at the officers and continued to test them in Sanskrit. Prince Gary, I think we should reorganize the army now and set off immediately to attack Manhua and capture the witch. As soon as Bagali finished speaking, Erishur, the white-bearded marshal at the front, stood up and answered firmly. Yes, that witch can control zombies. Even if we get a drop of her blood, our relic keeper will no longer be threatened by zombies. Only then can we develop better. I agree. Nowadays, the evolution of zombies is becoming more and more terrifying. We don't even dare to enter the city. Only by getting that woman can we realize our relic sect's ambition to dominate the Brahma Kingdom and even the world. Yes, the apocalypse forces in various countries must have begun preparations now. We can no longer sit still and wait for death. Fortunately, we are adjacent to Manhua. This time we will be able to seize the opportunity, and the witch will definitely be ours. As soon as Marshal Erishur spoke, all the officers on the scene immediately stood up and expressed their agreement. I couldn't hold it any longer. The temptation of the witch is too great. But have you ignored the Manhua apocalypse forces and the existence of Songbing? Bagali's eyes also flashed with desire, but he still frowned and asked, Prince Bagali, with the current development of my relic sect, it almost represents the power of the entire Brahma Kingdom. Neither Manhua nor Songbing are worthy of fear. Hearing this, Marshal Earthy said with a confident smile on his lips, Prince, we now have 13 bases, each with a division of more than 10,000 people. Nearly half of each division are alien beings of level 3 or above. Among them, our army's most elite 2,000-strong Ace Ahu regiment has now all awakened and emerged, and they are all terrifying existences of level 5. Coupled with the large number of black gold weapons and chariots we have built, it will be easy to invade Manhua and capture the witch. A general immediately reported the current development details of the Relic Gate. After hearing this, the other generals immediately spoke confidently. Yes, now the Brahma Kingdom has been highly unified under the rule of my relic sect, which is unmatched by other countries. With our current military strength, apart from the Apocalypse Organization, we may already be number 1 in the world. Yes, if that's the case, then what are you worried about? The witch belongs to us, and only we, the Brahma Kingdom, are qualified to eliminate her. No, this time, We not only want to destroy the witch and protect the blue star, but we also need to completely conquer the Ping and Kingdom and wash away the humiliation of the battle before the apocalypse. This time, let me, the Brahma Kingdom's army, attack Andu and make Andu change its name. Mentioning the battle with Angua, the generals suddenly looked fierce, becoming more confident and angrily expressing their intention to fight. Okay, in that case, please go down and prepare. Assemble all the elites and weapons of our relic sect to attack Angua tomorrow, but to destroy the witch and protect the blue star. I will also report this matter to my father. Bagali on the throne saw this and stood up to give the order. Never forget the righteousness and solemnly emphasize it. After all, war always needs a reason. Attacking Angua and occupying the witch is not as good as destroying the witch and defending Blue Star. Although Bagali seemed calm, his eyes could no longer hold back. In fact, he also wanted to attack Angua and get the witch. From the first moment I saw that video, he was fascinated by Candy, not only because of Candy's ability, but also because of Candy's charming and beautiful appearance and temperament. Such a woman is just right for him. Witch, you will definitely belong to me, Bagali. Bagali's eyes flashed with sharpness, and he whispered to himself, "Take the order, let's get ready now." When the generals saw Bagali's agreement, they all bowed with sharp eyes and could not wait to retreat and prepare. Prince Bagari, I'm afraid you are too confident. However, at this moment, an inappropriate voice sounded. Immediately afterwards, three masked figures in black appeared on a golden pillar above the splendid ceiling. Who dares to step on the sacred pillar of my relic gate? Seeing the three mysterious people, Marshal Earthy's eyes suddenly turned gloomy, and a level 6 flame suddenly lingered around his body. But what touched him even more was, how did the three masked men get here through layers of guards? Stop! Just as Erishur and the generals were about to take action, Bagali on the throne quickly stood up to stop them. His sharp eyes fell on the black medals on the chests of the three of them. There are no redundant patterns on it, just three simple numbers. 6, 16, 26. Others may not know these three unremarkable numbers, but as the Prince of the Relic Gate, he knew it very well. This is most likely a protector symbol from the Apocalypse Organization. Are the three of them the 6 series guardians of the Apocalypse Organization? Bagari asked tentatively. That's right. I'm sorry to bother you, but I hope Prince Bagali won't blame you. Seeing that Bagali recognized them, the 3-6 series politely fell from the golden pillar. The generals were puzzled when they saw this, but they still did not take action. The three of them gave them a very mysterious feeling, completely invisible. After confirming his identity, Bagari's heart trembled slightly, but he was still somewhat displeased with such an interruption and said, I wonder why the three protectors came all the way. Prince Bagali must have seen the news announced by the organization, right? 6, asked with a smile, and then continued without waiting for him to speak. And we are here to assist the relic sect in the name of the Emperor. Assist us. Hearing this, Bagali, who was originally unhappy, his eyes flickered. Haha, it's a joke. Our relic sect is now strong and prosperous, so why do we need your help anymore? I think you want to take the opportunity to take away the witch, right? A 6-star general on the side said bluntly. Bagali also smiled and said, I have troubled the three guardians, but please thank the Emperor for me. It is the responsibility of all forces to destroy the witch and protect the earth. I, the relic sect, will do my best. As for the auxiliary, there is no need for it. Obviously, Bagali was also worried about this, but he refused more tactfully. Seeing this, the 3-6 series looked at each other and smiled, not surprised. 6. So he could only continue. Prince Bagari, the information in the Apocalypse announcement is complete. I'd better go ahead and announce it. If we are not needed by then, we will leave now. First of all, according to the information we have, Songbing is no longer what he used to be, and now has at least level 6 combat power. There were even at least 2 level 6 followers around him. In the past month, our Apocalypse organization has dispatched several guardians of the 8th and 9th series to arrest him, but they all died in his hands. Number 6 opened his mouth and first revealed Songbing's current strength. Sure enough, as soon as these words came out, the expressions of Bagali and others changed. Obviously, no one expected Songbing to be so powerful now. Why did you reach level 6 all of a sudden? Could it be that the witch brought it again? But after being touched for a moment, an admiral once again stood up confidently. Haha. So what if he is level 6? Our 6 generals on site have all completed the final stage of integration and have now all been promoted to level 6. Coupled with the elites of our relic sect who can equal 1 to 10, it will still be easy to capture him. Number 6 glanced at these generals with a strange expression, but he did not expect that the Vatican would be so confident. So he had no choice but to continue to reveal. What if Song Bing had just destroyed the Campbell family and the Gao family not long ago? And there is also a base guarded by priests of my Tianqi organization. What did you say? How is this possible? As soon as these words came out, Bagali stood up immediately, his expression fluctuating violently. I no longer have the confidence I had at the beginning. The priest of the Apocalypse organization, only he knows the horror of this. The same is true for a group of generals. They are not very clear about a priest base of the Apocalypse organization. But the Campbell family and the Gao family are extremely clear. Before Tianqi, these two families were recognized as powerful Tianqi group. There is no need for us to lie to you about this kind of thing. I believe you will know soon if it is true or false. In short, Song Bing is no longer what he was before. If you still look at it with the same eyes as before, you will only be like the Gao family and the Campbell family, no matter how powerful you are now. As for why he is so powerful now, it is most likely because of the witch. Therefore, compared to Song Bing, I think you should pay more attention to the horror of the witch. Once the witch successfully awakens, all of us will have the fate of becoming her slaves. Station No. 16 comes out and reminds you again. These people seem to only care about the benefits brought by the witch and ignored the horror of the witch. Maybe this has something to do with the fact that the witch is too coquettish and beautiful. It always gives people an illusion. But in fact, this would be a fatal idea. Sure enough, after hearing this, Bagali's eyes flashed sharply again, and he became more vigilant. But he still didn't speak, obviously still worried about the three of them. We are here this time under the orders of the Emperor to assist you in destroying the witch. This includes providing you with Song Bing's location information and solving zombie threats along the way. Let you arrive in Manhua as soon as possible. As for what happened afterwards, if your relic sect is really capable of taking down the witch, we won't have any involvement in whatever you get. We were born just to deal with the threat of witches. Having said this, if Prince Bagali still doesn't need him, we will leave immediately without disturbing him. Number 26 continued to stand up, somewhat losing his patience. Sure enough, Bagali and others felt their hearts tremble when they heard what he said. Seriously? Bagali immediately asked in confirmation. He didn't expect that the Apocalypse organization would still have Song Bing's whereabouts and even be able to deal with the zombie threat. Judging from the video, are there any clothes belonging to the witch? Of course, since we can know the secrets of Song Bing and the witch, there is nothing new in tracking its whereabouts. Number 6 smiled and said he knew that Bagali was moved. Sure enough, the next second, Bagari stepped off the throne and greeted him with a smile. 3 protectors, please. I, the relic sect, are honored to have the 3 of you here. If we really capture the witch this time, our relic sect will definitely share the results of this victory with the organization. No, we are only here to protect Blue Star. Number 6 emphasized with a smile and then added, also, please ask Prince Gary to leave as soon as possible. Once this news is announced, I believe that more righteous Apocalypse forces will go to Manhua to eliminate the witch. When Bagari heard this, he really couldn't bear it. He immediately waved his hand, changed the time, and said, give me the order to reorganize the army quickly and set out tonight. Bayuzu, Incurable, a base composed of a white holy castle. 3 5-line guardians. We have received the royal order from Queen Viana. After discussion, our country, Inu, is willing to send troops to secure the country and fight for world peace. In the holy meeting hall, a white man with blonde hair and knight armor equipment looked at the 3-masked 5 series guardians and gave a reply. Your country is indeed a peace-loving developed country. On behalf of all mankind, we would like to thank you in advance. Hearing this, the 3-5 series smiled unsurprisingly. The army is ready. When do we set off? The white man asked impatiently. Don't worry. Even though your country is powerful, it is still difficult to destroy the witch with our strength alone. You need alliances. The 3 Series 5 eyes narrowed slightly. Alliance. The white man frowned slightly. That's right, alliance with apocalypse forces in other countries. Together they besieged Anghua. This way you can be foolproof. The 3-5 series looked solemn, and then added with a smile. As for time, Sir Silton, don't worry. We will clear all obstacles and allow all forces to arrive in Anghua in the shortest possible time to fight against the witch together. Hearing this, Silton's eyes showed sharpness and he immediately nodded. Okay, it's a deal. At the same time, the same scenes were staged in Bayou country. No, exactly countries around the world. Under the guidance of the appearance of a group of guardians, the powerful apocalypse forces in various countries, no matter how big or small, decided to send troops one after another. Some even directly formed alliances to march on behalf of their countries. The most obvious ones are the 5 major alliances formed by the countries in Baizu. Before the apocalypse, almost all countries in Baizu were developed countries. Among them, there are also the most hidden apocalypse forces. The alliance formed now is naturally terrifyingly strong. Blue Star, which was originally silent due to the apocalypse, began to vibrate almost at the same time. The hidden apocalyptic forces in various countries have appeared one after another, taking out all the military resources they have developed and marching towards Anghua in a mighty manner. An almost unprecedented unity was achieved. There is no way, the temptation of the witch is too great. Almost all apocalypse forces are eager to get a piece of the pie. But what is ridiculous is that the representatives of the apocalyptic forces in various countries are all using the same banner. Destroy the witch and save the world. Obama country. A luxurious mountain is built on the base plaque. The seal is engraved with 4 conspicuous characters, Han Group. At this moment, all soldiers from the Han Group who were out were urgently recalled. Obviously, the Han Group, which received the news, was also preparing an army to attack Anghua. Aksaba, hurry up, hurry up. Before 12 o'clock in the evening, all soldiers of level 3 and above must gather here. Do you understand? If you dare to be slow for 1 second, you will be dealt with by military law. In the villa base, in the hierarchical corridors, all the soldiers of the Korean group were hurriedly preparing. They don't know what to do next, they just follow orders. Otherwise, only death awaits them. On an empty balcony at the top of the villa, Han Shijuan, dressed in a suit, was quietly watching this scene with a goblet in his hand. Compared with before the apocalypse, Han Shijuan's figure and temperament have changed significantly after becoming a stranger. Even her hairstyle was changed into a natural perm. Master Han is really resolute, and he is worthy of being the heir to the Han family consortium. Behind Han Shijuan, 2 masked 7 series walked out with smiles. On the black medals on their chests are 7 and 17. Han Shijuan raised the corner of his mouth slightly, feeling very comfortable with such words, especially from the 2 guardians of the Apocalypse organization. In addition to the witch, Song Bing and I also have a grudge to resolve this time. He turned around and looked at 7 and 17 with a sharp look in his eyes. He could never forget the battle in Antarctica. That's his shame. Haha. Master Han will definitely be able to settle this grudge with his own hands this time. Hearing this, 7 continued to speak. This indeed aroused Han Shijuan's expectations even more. Because this time, he finally no longer has to be as cautious as he was before the apocalypse. 2 guardians, please rest for a while. The army of our Han consortium can set off before dark. If you need anything, just ask. Curbing his edge, Han Shijuan continued to look at the 2 of them, then motioned to the 2 tall women wearing maid uniforms beside him and said, "What are you doing standing around? Why don't you take the 2 distinguished guests down to rest? Do you know that we will do our best to meet the needs of our guests?" Yes. The 2 tall women quickly bowed in fear, and then humbly came to 7 and 17. He looked like he was at the mercy of others. The 2 women are not only tall, but also extremely beautiful in appearance. In fact, they are not ordinary maids. Before the apocalypse, he was a famous girl group star in the country of Obama. It is also because of this identity that they can survive to this day, qualified to serve Han Shijuan. Now, it seems that they are about to be abandoned. After all, they are not the only girl group stars around Han Hijun. But the 2 women did not dare to show any dissatisfaction. They all know Han Shijuan's perversion. If you don't agree with each other, you can be tortured to death with all kinds of perverted methods. Ha ha ha, then we won't be polite. Seeing two maids with the temperament of female celebrities, 7 and 17, could not resist. He hugged her immediately and left happily. The two actresses did not dare to resist at all, like lambs waiting to be slaughtered, waiting for the judgment of fate. Watching 7 and 17 leave, Han Shijuan didn't care at all. He threw away the wine glass in his hand and snapped his fingers. Master! Not long after, two more beautiful and tall women came forward. One is wearing JK and the other is wearing maid. At the same time, the two women held a chain respectfully in their hands. Lick it clean. Han Shijuan glanced at the wine glass that had just been thrown away on the ground and ordered directly from above. Without saying a word, the two women immediately knelt down humbly and licked up all the spilled red wine. Everything is so skillful. It seems like they are extremely familiar with each other's roles. Seems tired of playing. Looking at the increasingly dark sky, Han Shijuan raised his foot to pick up the chain on the ground and led the two women into the room. Just think of it as an early celebration. Although he is tired of this kind of life. Luxuriously equipped king-size bedroom. Han Shijuan took off his suit jacket and casually fell on the big bed. At the same time, he glanced at the two women who were let in and ordered, "Wash clean." The two women quickly nodded humbly and quickly crawled to the bathroom. Under the atmospheric crystal chandelier, Han Shijuan closed his eyes and waited. After a while, a cool breeze blew suddenly, even carrying a unique fragrance. Han Shijuan frowned slightly and opened his eyes in displeasure. The window didn't open at some point. Asaba, who told you to open the window? Get out of here. Han Shijuan immediately looked in the direction of the bathroom angrily, instantly losing the little bit of desire and passion that he had just managed to build up. The sound of running water in the bathroom stopped at this moment, looking through the hazy water vapor and glass. You can vaguely see two concave and convex figures kneeling down. Wow! The glass door then slid open, and with a burst of water vapor that seemed to spread out, a beautiful figure walked out of it, twisting its slender waist. That's right, walk out, not climb out. And compared with the two beautiful figures just now, the figure of the beautiful figure walking out of the haze is more proud, as if it has some kind of magic blessing. More stunning and alluring. Asaba, I told you to crawl out on your knees, didn't you hear me? However, Han Shijuan, who was so angry, did not notice this. When he saw that the two women did not carry out his orders, he became furious and stood up on the spot, reaching out to take off his belt, and began to train them. However, when he took off his belt halfway, he finally saw clearly the beautiful figure walking out of the mist. Think. With just one glance, his pupils suddenly shrank, and all anger and aloofness instantly collapsed. Because the people who walked out were not the two women who just entered. Han Shijuan stopped taking off his belt and was immediately frightened by the stunning figure walking out in front of him, until he tripped over the corner of the bed and fell to the ground. My good brother, long time no see. Qinying walked towards Han Shijuan with a smile. On her tall and exquisite figure, she had an alluring face that was slightly sickly. Smooth hair, flawless facial features, snow-white skin, and a mole dotting the corner of her eye. The strange woman who walked out of the bathroom was extremely shocked. No matter in terms of temperament, appearance, or figure, he virtually crushed the 2-star-level women just now. And if Song Bing were here, he would definitely recognize it. The stunning woman in front of me is none other than someone else. It was none other than the former number 3 fantasy, Park Ji-hye. But compared to before the apocalypse, she still seems to have retained the 5th pathological personality that finally awakened. The calm personality before seems to have completely disappeared. Dong dong dong. Under the alluring off-shoulder purple skirt, Park Ji-hye walked seductively towards Han Hee-jun with her long, cold white legs and a pair of transparent crystal shoes. Han Shijun reacted, and his expression suddenly darkened. His fear of Park Ji-hye was like a conditioned reflex. And all of this stems from the battle in Antarctica. Good brother, have you forgotten the oath you made in Antarctica? I am here to fulfill your promise. Do you want to break the promise? Park Ji-hye looked at Han Shijun with her red lips slightly raised, and at the same time came to the bed and sat down, with a pair of beautiful legs crossed together like silk. Her graceful body seemed as soft as if there were no bones. Every frown and every smile shows a sickly and coquettish feeling. Oaf! Han Shijuan's eyes narrowed slightly, and his body and soul trembled when he met Park Ji-hai's charming purple eyes. The oaths I made when I humbly knelt down and swore to Park Ji-hai in order to survive in Antarctica all came to mind. It's like opening Pandora's box. Oh no, don't kill me. I am willing to surrender. I am willing to be your dog. I will do whatever you want me to do. I can also help you control the entire Han Consortium. Don't kill me. I don't want to die. Ooh. Yes, master. I will be your dog from now on. I will do what I say, and I will definitely do what I say. Memories surfaced in Han Shijuan's mind like a flood. Facing Park Ji-hai's purple eyes full of dreams, they turned into an invisible purple light and burned deeply into the depths of Han Shijuan's brain. On his brain, a long-lasting mark lit up. The moment the mark was lit up, Han Shijuan's soul and body trembled. Subconsciously, he wanted to kneel down and surrender at Park Ji-ji's feet. But soon, reason defeated the ridiculous and morbid thoughts. He woke up and quickly avoided Park Ji-ji's mesmerizingly beautiful eyes. He roared and stood up and said, "No, I am the heir to the Han Consortium and will eventually rule everything in the future. No matter how beautiful a woman is in this world, she is only worthy of being my slave toy, and she is only worthy of kneeling at my feet. How can I, the dignified young master of the Han group, be your dog? You dream. I want to kill you." Han Shijuan roared and stood up, his eyes turning red instantly. As he raised his hand, a powerful level 6 brain power was instantly released, covering the entire bedroom. All the furniture and knives and forks around him were also raised in the air, aiming at Park Ji-hai. However, facing this powerful scene, Park Ji-hai still sat on the bed indifferently, watching Han Heejin's performance like a pet. She smiled with her beautiful eyes and said, "Tisk, TSK, the puppy is rebellious and the owner will be angry." Park Ji-hai's words were like magic sounds, easily penetrating Han Heejin's brain power and continuing to invade the depths of his brain. The purple soul mark became brighter and brighter. It turned into countless purple threads and gradually spread to Han Shijuan's entire brain. It seemed to wrap up his brain and thoughts. Han Shijuan's soul and body trembled violently again. He looked at the noble and beautiful Pu Zhizhi in front of him, and his desire to surrender at his feet became even stronger. Just like the water of the Yellow River, it is out of control. It was as if another personality had awakened in his mind. No, I am the heir to the Han Consortium and the future leader. How could I have such thoughts? It's you. It must be you. You perverted woman. I'll kill you. Han Shijuan tried his best to suppress the desire in his heart, closed his eyes and gritted his teeth, and was about to release the suspended furniture and kill Park Ji-ji. No, you can't do that. She is your master. How dare you disobey her? However, the next second, another personality sounded in Han Shijuan's mind. At the same time, this personality can actually control the brain power released by Han Shijuan. The furniture that was originally smashed stopped again. Who are you? Han Shijuan's red pupils trembled violently. I am the true you deep in your heart. The noble woman in front of you is your master, and you are her slave. Why don't you kneel down and acknowledge your master? That personality sounded again, gradually occupying Han Shijuan's consciousness. No, you are lying. I am the heir to the Han Consortium. How can I become a slave to a woman? Han Shijuan's first personality roared. Didn't you admit this yourself at the beginning? Moreover, look at how noble and beautiful your master is, like a fairy. Don't you want to kneel at her feet and enjoy her control and play? It's exciting just thinking about it. Don't you really look forward to it? No, I don't want to. I am the young master of the Han group. We may have such dirty and despicable thoughts. You are talking nonsense. You are talking nonsense. Shut up, you are slandering me, you are slandering me. Han Shijuan's two personalities began a fierce debate and struggle. One is his first personality. As for the second one, it was naturally Park Ji-hai who created it for him. This personality was planted in Han Heejun by Park Haijun from the moment he knelt down and begged for mercy during the Antarctic battle. Like a seed, it just happened to be sprouting at this moment. Being poked at the thoughts deep in his heart, Han Shijuan went completely crazy, and his face was visibly red. It's like a billionaire's special quirk has been made public. But any struggle on his part was clearly of no avail at this moment. Like a drug addict. From the moment you take drugs, you are destined to become addicted. Can't quit at all. Park Ji-hye was still sitting on the bed with her legs crossed, looking at the struggling Han Shijuan with a perverted smile. She loved the feeling of playing with it. Kneel down. Abandon all dignity and kneel down to your noble and charming master. There is no shame in enjoying the control of your master. On the contrary, you will enjoy the happiness of a man that you have never experienced before. The second personality broke through Han Shijuan's defense. It began to dominate Han Shijuan's consciousness even more powerfully. Looking through his head, Han Shijuan's brain was gradually enveloped by the purple silk mark. It was like a string-like curse that gradually wrapped around Han Shijuan's brain. Han Shijuan's first personality is still trying to maintain the last bit of dignity. But the increasingly intense perverted thoughts and desires were gradually eating away at his strength. Looking at Park Ji-hye's noble and charming figure, Han Shijuan's last will was finally drained away. Wow! All the furniture that was suspended in the air fell back to the ground. Han Shijuan finally knelt at the feet of Park Ji-ji with no strength, and called out the name that women always called him. The moment he knelt down, his whole body felt as if he was liberated. It's like a drug dealer has inhaled drugs, feeling refreshed and refreshed like never before. It's like truly opening Pandora's box. This feeling is so amazing. Kiki, are you so good? Seeing this, Park Ji-hye also smiled, stretched out his hand and stroked Han Shijuan's head, praising him generously. He instantly fell in love with this feeling. This moment also announced that his body would be completely controlled by the second personality. He has become a completely different Han Shijuan, at least in terms of the master-servant view. Tell me about it. What are you planning to do next after you assemble the army? Pu Zhizhi leaned lazily on the bed, resting his head on his hands, and continued to ask. She was very happy looking at the man she had tamed. But if only this man were that man, then she was even happier. Han Hee-jun seemed to fit into the character in 1 second, and took the initiative to climb up and tell Park Ji-ji everything about the situation, including the announcement video released by the Apocalypse organization. Nothing to hide at all. After all, dogs are notoriously loyal to their owners. Park Ji-hye looked at the video and frowned slightly. Han Shijuan knelt down and said excitedly. Although his second personality was activated, his ambition remained unchanged, still becoming stronger and dominating the world. It's just that the dominant master became Park Ji-ji. No, we are not going to attack Anghua. Under Han Shijuan's excited gaze, Park Ji-hye looked at the video and shook her head. Han Shijuan's passion was instantly doused by a bucket of water. Park Ji-hye raised her eyes to look at him, her sexy red lips slightly raised. As a slave, the first thing you must learn to keep in mind is unconditional loyalty. Even if it means death, there can be no hesitation at all, understand? Park Ji-hye licked her sexy red lips, showed a sick smile, and said, "Leave it to me." With that said, Pu Zhizhi stood up lazily and lightly and walked towards the door. When Han Shijuan looked up, he realized that Park Ji-hye was no longer there. Only the open door remains. Thinking of the power of the two guardians, he quickly stood up and followed them. At the same time, in a luxurious suite, the wild laughter of 7 and 17 came. Of course, mixed with screams. Until everything calms down. 7 and 17 came to the living room leisurely. At this moment, the two finally took off the masks and black robes that had been hiding their faces. His true face was revealed. Surprisingly, they were two men covered in tattoos. In the corner, there are two women who are completely dead. But the 2-7 series didn't care at all. They just sneered and rolled their eyes. Haha, it's boring. He died so soon. Number 7 shook his head and commented. How about going to ask Han Shijuan for a few more? 17 smiled evilly. No, we are about to set off. Let's save our strength and go to Anghua to fight against Song Bing. Besides, there are a lot of women in Anghua. I heard that there are many of them in the psychiatrists set up by Song Bing, and some of them are just for fun when the time comes. Number 7 smiled. Hearing this, Number 17's eyes suddenly brightened, and he was looking forward to it. Crunch. However, at this moment, the door opened suddenly. Who? The two of them instantly stopped smiling and looked around, only to see a charming and noble woman come into view. Hiss! The two people's eyes couldn't help but stare. Master Han was afraid that you two wouldn't have enough fun, so he called for your servant. I wonder if you two adults still need it. Park Ji-hai looked at the two of them with a charming smile, and her smiles were captivating. Come here quickly. Seeing that the woman sent by Han Shijuan was a rare and stunning beauty, the two of them immediately restrained their vigilance, and number 17 couldn't wait to pounce on Park Ji-ji. Faced with such an alluring Park wisdom, there was no reason to refuse. I can't refuse even if I only have a few minutes left. However, the two of them were so immersed in Park Ji-ji's beauty that they ignored the brain power that was faintly released from Park Ji-ji. 17 instantly knocked Park Ji-hai down and treated him savagely. From number 7's perspective, Park Ji-hai avoided number 17's teasing and took the initiative to approach him. Faced with such a proactive woman, number 7 smiled evilly and immediately became savage. From Park Ji-hai's perspective, she was still standing at the door, with the corners of her mouth slightly raised and a pair of charming purple eyes twinkling. In front of her, there was a melee fight between 7 and 17. Ha, not bad, not bad. The two men's animalistic grins echoed as they rolled back and forth as if fighting, knocking down the furniture around them. But despite beating each other to death, they still smiled and enjoyed themselves. Because from their perspective, they all regard each other as Park Ji-ji. There is no flaw in either sight or touch. And all of this was already doomed from the moment the real Park Ji-hai entered. The moment the two were attracted by Park Ji-ji's beauty, her eyes had already pulled them into a dream. As long as she enters her current dream, the same goes for level 7. Don't even think about it. And what she has to do next is to do the same thing as Han Shijuan. Use fantasy to create new personalities for the two of them, thus controlling both of them. After all, this is level 7. It would be a pity to kill him. It might still be useful if you keep it. Master, they are very powerful. At this time, Han Shijuan ran over in a panic. He was about to say something when he saw 7 and 17 fighting in a bloody battle. The words that came to his mouth were instantly choked back. He looked at Park Ji-hai a little bit and found that Park Ji-hai also turned to look at him at this moment. Master. With just one look, Han Shijuan's legs softened and he knelt down. At this moment, his surrender to Park Ji-hai was not just due to his personal loyalty. There is also a stemming from strength. When Han Shijuan was scared, Park Ji-hai bent down and reached out to lift his chin. He smiled and asked, by the way, as the heir of the Han Consortium, you should know where the powerful people of the Han Consortium sleep, right? Although his soul is loyal to Park Ji-ji, Han Heejin's memory is still there. Not that kind of puppet. Don't worry, I won't kill them. I just want them to be as loyal as you. Otherwise, if they wake up, how can I rule the Han Consortium? Park Ji-hai smiled faintly. Hearing this, Han Shijuan's face changed slightly. Obviously, he didn't expect Park Ji-ji to be so crazy. Not even sparing his elders? But will this compete with him for favor? What? Are you being naughty again? While Han Shijuan was hesitating, Pu Jiji's displeased eyebrows were already frowning, although her red lips remained in a smile. This is so good. After getting a satisfactory answer, Pu Jiji's smile became even wider. He stroked Han Shijuan's head twice as a reward, then waved his hand and said, okay, you go out and wait. When I finish dealing with these two people, you can go with me. Faced with Park Ji-hai's pathological control, Han Hee-jun was extremely well-behaved. He forgot about his father and grandfather. Now, everything about him is Park Hi-hai. After Han Shijuan went out obediently, Pu Jiji looked back at the two guardians who were still fighting. A strange mental power instantly enveloped the two of them. Park Ji-hai's consciousness also entered the fantasy dream. Now, character building begins. The Ongwa, Magic City. The former Gao family base has already planted the flag of the Qingchuan family. All the people left behind by the Gao family have already become slaves of the Qingchuan family. Relying on the personnel and materials accumulated by the major apocalypse forces in Ongwa, the overall strength of the Qingchuan family has increased countless times. The army of traders trained through brainwashing alone totaled nearly 100,000 people. In addition to the local elites brought from Sakura country, there are 30,000 people. In addition, There are various black, gold, hot, and cold weapons, tanks and aircraft created by various apocalyptic forces in Anghua. At this moment, it has become a weapon for the Qingchuan family to rule Anghua. Bagaya, why is the Apocalypse organization so treacherous? He clearly promised to help my great Sakura Empire control Anghua. Now such a piece of news has been announced. What about those guardians? But at this moment, in a meeting hall in the center of the Gao family base, Qingchuan Zhujun, who ruled all this, was furious. In front of the terrain map projected on the screen were several Class A generals. Reporting to the Prime Minister, yesterday morning, the 3 guardians who stayed in the Demon City disappeared quietly. I asked about the situation in other bases, and it was the same. There is even the 5th Legion far away in Tianyi City that has not responded to the message. A Class A general came forward to report. In addition, so far, there is no news from Master Shuli. I am afraid that something unexpected has happened to Master Shuli. Another grade A general followed closely. Bagaya Lu, we have already launched Mida Poison to assist. How could there be an accident? Hearing this, Qingchuan Zhujun became even more furious. A punch hit the screen hard, and the entire screen instantly shattered. The originally good situation suddenly became chaotic at this moment. The grade A general said, but Anda must have been contaminated by chrysanthemum now. Why does Master Yuri stay in it all the time? The other grade A generals all showed confusion. No, I just received a detection report that the entire city oven was not enveloped by poisonous gas at all. The grade A general looked at everyone and once again told a shocking piece of news. What do you mean? How is this possible? Did the attack go wrong? Didn't the gas bombs land in Andu? Impossible. The missiles are launched with precise positioning. How could they miss? And the last news we received was a confirmation message from Master Yuri. As soon as this news came out, all the generals were not calm at all. This is getting weirder and weirder. Qingchuan Zhujun also narrowed his eyes. The guardians suddenly disappeared. The news suddenly announced by the Apocalypse organization. Andu is not polluted by poisonous gas. There was also Yuri Harukawa, who had no news for a moment. These sudden strange events made him very upset. But it also seems to point to a point. Could it be, is he? The shadow of Song Bing gradually appeared in Qingchuan Zhujun's mind. No, to be precise, that was his master. Before the apocalypse, he had seen Song Bing's various manifestations. Your Majesty Prime Minister, at this point, we should have made an early decision. Otherwise, when forces from other countries arrive, whether they occupy Andu or capture Song Bing and the witch, they will pose a great threat to us. At this time, an older general with a white beard stepped forward. Yes, the temptation of the witch is now obvious to all, and those forces must be coming towards the witch. Prime Minister, I suggest that you give up all the bases you invaded for the time being, gather all the troops, attack Andu, and capture Song Bing and the witch in one fell swoop. Yes, now all the elites of our great Sakura Empire are in Anghua, so we have the right time and place. Bringing all the elite weapons, they marched into Andu in one fell swoop. While taking down the Song Bing witch, they directly used Andu as their base for development. By then, even if those forces come from behind, they will not be qualified to confront our Sakura Empire again. In the later stage, we can continue to spread development with Andu as the center and truly achieve the great goal of unifying Andu. All the grade A generals present showed their sharp expressions. This move can both unite scattered troops, save Harukawa Yuri, and he can fight against Song Bing and the witch without reservation, without giving Song Bing and the witch any chance to escape. Just perfect. Qingchuan Zhujun's eyes also flashed with sharpness. In fact, he already had such a plan when he saw the announcement released by the Apocalypse organization. This is also the wisest choice at the moment. Otherwise, once the forces from other countries arrive, their current advantage will be gone. Today's Anghua is like a big cake. The forces in every country want to carve up a piece of it. Notify all grade A generals with the highest military order to prepare pathogenic agent and be ready to sacrifice at any time to restore the glory of the great Sakura Empire, including me. Seemingly having made up his mind, Qingchuan Zhujun looked at the several grade A generals in front of him and gave a solemn order. Hi, long live the great Sakura Empire. Several grade A generals saluted solemnly, and immediately retreated to prepare. Master, since you don't want to come, then I, the disciple, will come to meet you personally. After several generals left, Qingchuan Zhujun looked at the broken screen alone. His eyes focused on the topographic map of Andu, his eyes showing sharpness. Now, although their Qingchuan family's heritage has already become dozens of times stronger, but for some reason, facing Song Bing, his former master, he couldn't bear any contempt, but was extra vigilant. Therefore, he decided to reveal all his secrets. To deal with Song Bing, don't give him the slightest chance. Next, can he lead the Qingchuan family to rule Anghua? Become the most powerful force in this era. The key lies in whether we can capture Andu in one fell swoop. And the witch who can control zombies. Clang. The katana on Qingchuan Zhujun's waist came out of his body, and a cold light flashed across it, accurately focusing on the topographic map of Andu. This is a black-gold-purple sword that is purple all over. The cold purple lines reflected Qingchuan Zhujun's eyes full of ambition and determination. Andu, settle down. Song Bing finally woke up after a long sleep and felt refreshed. All fatigue has long since disappeared. I'm awake. I've prepared a meal for you. Come and eat. It's been a long time since I've eaten at home. Lu Su came over with a basin of hot water with a distressed look on his face. Thank you, Mom. Song Bing showed his true smile that he had not seen for a long time and took the basin. Mom's cooking is always so memorable and nostalgic. This is unmatched by any number of star-rated chefs. After finishing the meal, Song Bing left a lot of food stored in the kidney ruins for the two elders before leaving. Make your home in the basement. A dark and cold secret room. Yin Hong wakes up from suspended animation. He looked at his surroundings and then at his body. There was a trace of surprise in her originally dead eyes. I'm not dead. I'm not dead. Yin Hong struggled to support his body and looked at the unfamiliar environment around him again. Click. The lights came on at this moment, illuminating the narrow and dark chamber. You should have died. At the same time, a slender figure wearing a white coat walked out of the darkness. The moment he saw the figure in the white coat, Yin Hong's pupils shrank. Until Song Bing came. She opened her mouth, but still didn't know what to say. Attack my hospital while I'm away. But I saved you by mistake. What do you think I should do to you next? Song Bing sat on a chair and looked at the woman calmly and asked. Endless complex colors appeared in Yin Hong's eyes. She really didn't know how to face Song Bing. The man she originally wanted to capture turned out to be the man who saved her in desperate situations. After a long silence, she dared to raise her head, looked directly at Song Bing, and said somewhat sadly, I'm sorry, you gave me my life. No matter whether you want to kill me or how you want to deal with it, I have no complaints. Anyway, all I have left now is this dirty body. Speaking of this, Yin Hong smiled sadly, without the slightest fear of death in his eyes. Instead, he yearns for liberation. Now she even hates herself. You have a good consciousness. Your life is indeed mine now. I can do whatever I want with it. Song Bing was very satisfied with the answer, so he stood up and squatted down in front of Yin Hong. At the same time, he stretched out his hand, sprouted a sharp bone dagger, pointed it at its throat, and moved it up little by little. Yin Hong clearly felt the coldness and sharpness on the dagger, as if the dagger could pierce her throat at any time and easily kill her. But she didn't resist, but closed her eyes in relief. Song Bing raised his head little by little with the dagger. Facing this unknown death, she remained calm. It seemed as if he could accept Song Bing's penetration at any time. But it would be too cheap to kill you like this. So, I decided to turn you into one of my experimental subjects. However, as Yin Hong waited calmly, it was not death that came, but Song Bing's words. She opened her eyes and looked at Song Bing in confusion. Song Bing had already stood up at this time, and there was an operating table beside him at some point. If you want to continue killing those Sakura people, just lie down on your own. Of course, you can also choose to commit suicide. Song Bing stood in front of the operating table and started alcohol disinfection. At the same time, he also threw a black gold dagger to Yin Hong. However, the moment he heard Sakura Man, Yin Hong's eyes, which were originally filled with the will to die, suddenly became bloodshot. She looked directly at Song Bing for a long time, making sure that Song Bing was serious. She immediately stood up without hesitation and lay down on the operating table in front of Song Ying. Yin Hong didn't ask too much, because Song Bing had no reason to lie to her. But now, besides killing Sakura Man for revenge, she seems to have no reason to continue living. Song Bing didn't say anything else. He took off his old and dirty clothes and started to transform. Of course, the main thing is to give it some diseases that are enough to ensure its obedience. By the way, he also upgraded his resentment to level 7. During the whole process, Yin Hong didn't make a sound, just like a cold corpse, lying quietly on the operating table. Let Song Bing be reformed. She hated the filthy body she was in now. Therefore, the pain caused by Song Bing's upgrade and transformation even made her feel pleasure. At least this way, she could feel that she was still alive. When everything was transformed, he looked at the tortured body in front of him. Song Bing was silent for a moment, but continued to raise his hand to heal him. The warm touch spreads throughout the body. The hideous wounds on Yin Hong's body were healed visibly to the naked eye. The severe pain was followed by an unprecedented sense of comfort and pleasure. It's like returning from hell to heaven in an instant. This feeling caused Yin Hong's originally numb and lifeless beautiful eyes to waver uncontrollably. She turned slightly and looked up at Song Bing. Coupled with the subtle influence of Song Bing Song's mental illness, her favorability and loyalty to Song Bing skyrocketed. When everything was over, Song Bing's hand left Yin Hong's body. His originally dilapidated body had already completely recovered under the illumination of the operating light. No, even more ice-cold and jade-like than before. This includes not only superficial skin injuries, but also internal injuries. All were perfectly repaired by Song Bing. Of course, the physical trauma can be repaired, but Yin Hong's psychological trauma has obviously been sown. Okay, put it on. Song Bing turned his back, washed his hands, and casually threw out a set of white nurse uniforms for him to put on. Looking at his recovered body, Yin Hong's eyes showed shock. Obviously, he didn't expect that Song Bing's medical skills would be so extraordinary. She was cured in just a few minutes, and her level seems to have increased again. Yin Hong could not conceal the horror in her heart. He just took the clean clothes that Song Bing threw and looked at Song Bing's back. My heart was even more filled with guilt and gratitude. Of course, there is also a hint of unspeakable emotion. The arrival of such people into this world is the gospel of mankind and the hope of this era. But she had wanted to arrest Song Bing for her own selfish gain. At this moment, Yin Hong's respect and loyalty to Song Bing invisibly reached 100%. From today on, Yin Hong is dead, and you are my 5th experimental subject, codenamed Resentment. Song Bing washed his hands and turned around, calmly announcing, "Warm reminder, Xiaohua was sent to Shili, so I am removed from the list." Yin Hong's heart trembled. She reacted, quickly walked off the operating table, knelt down respectfully, and said, "Yes, master. You don't need to call me master, from now on call me Dean." Song Bing frowned slightly and corrected. He didn't like the title master. Of course, except for that woman Gao Ling. "Yes, Dean." Yin Hong took the initiative to correct it. After putting on her nurse uniform and following Song Bing out of the secret room, Yin Hong realized that she was in a basement with many secret rooms. Not far away, a woman also wearing a nurse's uniform was carefully feeding food into each secret room one by one. And each secret room is closed by iron doors. Serial number plates were hung on the iron gates. There seems to be something locked inside. Yin Hong's pretty face couldn't help but change, because compared to the environment here, she was more shocked by the woman in nurse uniform in front of her. "Why do you look so much like the arrogant eldest daughter of the Gao family?" Gao Ling. "No, it's not like it. It seems like it is." She recognized that appearance and temperament even when it turned into ashes. But at this moment, how could this always arrogant eldest lady of the Gao family appear here? Could it be that, like her home was stolen by the Sakura people and then saved by Song Bing? And their clothes at the moment seem to be matching? Are they all nurse uniforms? While Yin Hong was thinking, Gao Ling had already turned his head. Seeing Song Bing come out, she immediately put down the food in her hands, stepped forward, and saluted respectfully. "Master." "Master." Gao Ling lowered her head respectfully, facing Song Bing like a real maid, without any trace of being threatened or forced. But this scene shocked Yin Hong. Regarding the character and conduct of this eldest lady of the Gao family, as both members of the Apocalypse Force, she naturally knows it best. The two have even met. Gao Ling's condescending and arrogant attitude disdains everyone. Like a flamingo. At this moment, this proud woman bowed her head respectfully to Song Bing. No sense of inconsistency. She was shocked. How did Song Bing make Gao Ling surrender like this? And, the most crucial point, didn't Song Bing dislike her calling him master when he was in there just now? How come this woman in front of me can scream? And she can't? She is my experimental subject number 4, colorful puppet. You will first feed the pets in the secret room with her here. I'll call you if anything happens. Song Bing's voice interrupted Yan Hong's shock and thinking. Yes, master. Gao Ling hurriedly bowed and responded. Yan Hong also nodded quickly, but following Gao Ling, he almost shouted the wrong one again. In this way, after Song Bing left the animals in the basement to the two of them to take care of, he went to the outer basement where a group of Sakura soldiers and traders were imprisoned. Now that 2 days have passed, he is curious about how Pan Bugu has trained these people. However, as soon as Song Bing arrived at the outskirts of the manor and before entering the basement, he heard loud construction sounds and wailing sounds in the distance. Hurry up, don't be lazy. Since you like to invade Anghua so much, then work hard as a hard worker, just in time to undo the damage done to Anghua by your brother Do Taiyong. And you guys, you traders from Brother Do and Taiyong, move here. You won't be allowed to eat until you're done today. You are abusing prisoners, and I will sue you. Bagailu, I don't accept it. Hey, you're not convinced. Okay, go and ask Master Pan to come. Just say there's another dog that's not convinced. Song Bing had a strange look on his face, and he quickly took a closer look, and then he realized it. The imprisoned Sakura soldiers and traders were now wearing uniforms with uniforms and numbers. An orderly construction work has begun. Under the supervision of several nurses, a group of cherry blossom elites and traders were having sex. Started to repair the outside of Anjia Manor. The efficiency is pretty good. Song Bing couldn't help but be surprised. No wonder along the way I found that all the roads and walls in the manor had been repaired. I thought it was the awakened Sia and others who organized the nurses to repair it. It turned out that the free labor force had been trained and put on the job. This efficiency, comparable to the cows and horses of the past. It was simply beyond Song Bing's imagination. Who is dissatisfied? Are you dissatisfied? At this moment, Pan Bugu, who heard the commotion, came over carrying a black gold mace. This was given to Song Bing before he left. At this moment, Pan Bugu had also changed a lot, not only putting on the clothes specially designed for nurses. Facing a group of Sakura soldiers and traders, his temperament is even more terrifying. Level 6 is full of oppression. Cuff. No, I take it. Seeing Pan Bugu, General Sakura, who was about to protest, was immediately frightened and his legs weakened. When I gave you food, you picked this and that. When you were full, you made a fuss. Now you still want to eat? Then have a dragon fruit platter. No, I don't like dragon fruit. I'm allergic to dragon fruit. Upon hearing the dragon fruit, General Sakura's expression changed drastically, and he was even more frightened in an instant. Pan Bugu said nothing, picked up the mace and fed the dragon fruit. Soon, the joyful sound of General Sakura eating dragon fruit could be heard on the field. He ate so much that his mouth was red, and the red dragon juice even flowed all over his body. Pan Bugu was not stingy and gave one for free. The cherry blossom general was so happy after eating. When the surrounding Sakura soldiers and traders saw this scene, their waists and legs no longer hurt. Worked harder. It seems that he also wants to get a real dragon fruit through hard work. Soon, the Sakura general fell to the ground motionless, his whole body twitching and turning red. He was exhausted and was taken down to perform CPR. Pan Bugu waved his hand and said. The two caregivers carried General Sakura down with admiration on their faces. And with the intimidation of General Sakura, the scene immediately became orderly. No one complained again, because the man in front of me is really cruel. He really feeds on dragon fruit. You really treat them like dogs. Song Bing watched from a distance, his eyes shining. Talent. I didn't expect that such a talent would come at this critical moment. Who said this dragon fruit is old? This dragon fruit is simply amazing. After finishing his intimidation, Pan Bugu looked around and was about to say something more intimidating when he suddenly spotted Song Bing appearing not far away. Pan Bugu immediately stopped his ferocious expression when training the dog. Not bad, very well tamed, and very efficient. Song Bing came over with a smile and praised generously. When the surrounding Sakura soldiers and traders saw that Song Bing, the living king of hell, was coming, they immediately worked harder. I wish I had an extra pair of hands. Song's disease was as scary in their hearts as Pan Bugu, the dog training master. This living hell will directly load ammunition for you. Dean, you are making fun of me. I know this skill and nothing else. Pan Bugu scratched his head and smiled. Until now, he finally believed that Song Bing was not lying to him. Really let him train the dog. By the way, where's the other person? That Harukawa Yuri. Song Bing looked around and found that there seemed to be only a few dozen Sakura soldiers and traders here. There should be more than half of it, especially that Harukawa Yuri. Could it be that Pan Bugu choked to death after being fed dragon fruit? Oh, they are all doing construction outside. Dean, I will take you there. Pan Bugu said quickly. Is everything under construction outside? Song Bing was slightly stunned, then nodded. Okay. Under the leadership of Pan Bugu, Song Bing left Anja Manor. Sakura elites and traders were also seen in the surrounding buildings being repaired and cleaning up garbage. Song Bing spotted Qingchuan Yuri, who was working hard, at a glance from the crowd, and the one-armed Wang Xian. With Song Bing's ammunition, Pan Bugu's cardiopulmonary resuscitation, and a series of dragon fruit feedings. At this moment, Qingchuan Yuri and others were already extremely well-behaved. When he saw the two people arriving, he was so frightened that he worked hard. Don't worry, Dean, Brother Taiju has already told me the role of these people. When I train dogs, although my methods are a little cruel, I am still measured and will not kill them. Everyone is here, and they are all very well-behaved now. Pan Bugu assured it this time. Very well, let them do this for now, and in 2 days I will ask those who came with you to assist you. When the time comes, we will build Andu as soon as possible, so that everyone can have a real home. Song Bing smiled and patted Pan Bugu on the shoulder. Yes, Dean, please don't worry, leave everything to me here. Pan Bugu couldn't hide his excitement when he heard this. A true home? In these last days, who was not looking forward to it? Overlooking the entire Andu, more than 1,000 Sakura soldiers and traders were working hard. With Anja Manor as the center, cleaning and repairs will be carried out outwards. But after Song Bing observed around, he still felt that the labor force was somewhat lacking. It would take at least a month to repair the entire city at this pace. If only there was more free labor. Seeing that this free labor force was still very scarce, Song Bing narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at the setting sun in the distance. From Shili and Yanhong, he learned that the bases of several powerful Ongwa apocalypse forces were now occupied by the Qingchuan family. These troops led by Qingchuan Yuri came specifically for them. Even such vicious gas bombs were used. Now Qingchuan Yuri is left here as a free labor force. Therefore, if Qingchuan Zhujun does not get any news from Qingchuan Yuri, there is a high probability that he will send troops again or spy here. After all, not everyone can resist Candy's temptation, especially now that the Qingchuan family has taken the opportunity to occupy so many bases. You must be most eager to get Candy to help them deal with the zombie threat, right? So, they will definitely come. The key question now is, Song Bing couldn't wait for the Qingchuan family's army to arrive. How about I go there myself? Song Bing suddenly felt a little itchy. He came up with the plan to go in person to capture Qingchuan Zhujun and bring him to build Andu. But this idea was quickly rejected by Song Bing. It's quick to catch it in person, but there are too many variables. Not to mention the people from the Apocalypse organization who secretly assisted. More importantly, it would be a bit troublesome for him to bring so many prisoners back by himself. Hey, just slow down. It's better to wait for you to do it yourself. Song Bing shook his head helplessly. So many days have passed, it must be coming soon. Now, what he has to do is to open his pockets and wait for the free labor force of the Qingchuan family to get in. Thinking of this, Song Bing immediately planned to make arrangements. With a sudden thought, he called Gao Ling and Yin Hong. At the same time, Pan Bugu looked to the side and said, Bugu, go and bring that Qingchuan Yuri and the guy with a broken arm. Yes. Pan Bugu heard this and immediately went to invite him personally. Not long after, Gao Ling and Yin Hong arrived first. Both of them were fused with one of Song Bing's mental illnesses. They felt the call of Song Bing's brain power and rushed over. You were divided into two groups, hiding on the outskirts of Andu, monitoring every move outside. Song Bing said, looking at Yin Hong emphatically, "If the Sakura army arrives, don't take action without permission, just notify me and continue to monitor it." Yes. Gao Ling nodded immediately. She carried out Song Bing's order unconditionally without thinking too much. When he heard about the Sakura army, a biting coldness flashed in Yin Hong's eyes, but he gritted his teeth and saluted. "Yes, Dean." The two women turned into two beautiful figures and dived in two directions of Andu. So far, Song Bing has become two pairs of eyes to monitor. "Dean, people are here." At this time, Pan Bugu also carried the mace and invited Qingchuan Yuri and the one-armed Wang Xian. At this moment, the two of them were as weak as two quails. His body was bruised and red. Apparently, he eats dragon fruit secretly a lot. Seeing Song Bing at close range, Wang Xian immediately knelt down in humility and talked nonstop. "Shoo!" Song Bing raised his hand to signal. With one look, Wang Xian immediately closed his anus. Song Bing then continued to look at Qingchuan Yuri. Plop! Qingchuan Yuri immediately knelt down in fear. "I don't dare to go to Bago again." He had already experienced Song Bing's methods. What's more, there is another dog training master, Pan Bugu. "Don't be nervous. I'm just concerned about your condition. How are you doing? Do you feel better after taking the medicine?" Song Bing, however, had a concerned and questioning look on his face, really like a caring doctor who was conducting a review. As soon as he saw Song Bing smile, Qingchuan Yuri's inner defenses completely collapsed, and he kowtowed in frantic fear. Qingchuan Yuri burst into tears. He was afraid that Song Bing would give him another chance. "Well, not bad. It looks really good." Seeing this, Song Bing nodded with satisfaction, then continued to ask with a smile. "Then let me ask you something more about your Qingchuan family. Is that okay?" "No problem. Tell me. I told you that my family moved almost all the awakened family members to Anghua. It is planned to turn Anghua into Sakura country. Our army totals more than 30,000 people. There are 4 fourth-level legions with a total number of more than 4,000 people. There is also a ninja army of more than 500 people. Once they take the medicine, they are powerful enough to reach level 5. The remaining 20,000 or so are almost all at level 3 strength. There are also spies planted in Anghua. By the way, the reason why we can invade Anghua's various apocalypse forces so easily. There are also 10-8 series guardians sent by the Apocalypse organization to secretly assist." Before Song Bing asked, Qingchuan Yuri immediately told all the details he knew about the Qingchuan family. This also includes the base currently occupied by the Qingchuan family, number of troops, the enslaved Anghua apocalypse forces. All said, apparently, he was completely scared. Of course, under this fearful tone, Qingchuan Yuri is still emphasizing how powerful the Qingchuan family is now. Special emphasis is placed on those 10 who are all 6th level 8 series protectors, as well as the 14 senior general officers of the Qingchuan family brought by Qingchuan Zhujun. They have all reached the 6th level. Obviously, Qingchuan Yuri said this deliberately to show the power of the Qingchuan family and try to deter Song Bing. Let Song Bing understand the seriousness of the matter. But what he didn't know was that Song Bing didn't care about the level he mentioned at all. Instead, the focus was on quantity. More than 30,000 people, plus those puppet troops. How much free labor will you get? Enough. This is enough. Very good. You can go back and continue working. If you don't agree, give him an extra frozen potato tonight. After getting a satisfactory answer, Song Bing immediately said without hesitation, "Yes, Dean." Pan Buga nodded. When Qingchuan Yuri, who was burying his head, heard this, his fearful eyes lit up. Certainly not because of this frozen potato. Rather, he felt that Song Bing must have become afraid after hearing about the power of the Qingchuan family. That's why I wanted to treat him kindly. But unfortunately, all this is too late. Qingchuan Yuri lowered his head and gritted his teeth. A fierce look flashed deep in his eyes. He was enduring the humiliation and waiting for Qingchuan Zhujun to save him. When the time comes, he will return all the humiliation he has suffered to Song Bing tenfold and 100-fold. Wait, Song Bing, I will make your death miserable and make these people's lives worse than death. Qingchuan Yuri's heart was full of resentment, and he only looked forward to his father's arrival as soon as possible. As long as Qingchuan's army arrives, Song Bing will undoubtedly die. Only he knows how powerful his Qingchuan army is now. Not to mention the 500-person 5th-level ninja. There are also the 14 Grade A generals brought back by Qingchuan Zhujun, as well as the 10-8 series guardians, but they are all terrifying existences of the 6th level. He wanted to see how Song Bing died. Why are you still here? Isn't one potato enough? Seeing that Qingchuan was still in the trees, Song Bing asked with a meaningful smile. No, 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 that's enough, that's enough. Thank you, Master Song. I will go to work and atone for my sins. Qingchuan Yuri was awakened by Song Bing's words, and hurriedly showed humility on his face before quickly retreating and continuing to work hard. Obviously, now he has learned to restrain and hide. And you? Please introduce yourself first. After Qingchuan Shuli left, Song Bing looked at Wang Xiandao. Wang Xian introduced, and couldn't help but start to say that he was wronged. What about before? The Qingchuan family also coerced you? You should know how your home was robbed, right? Song Bing interrupted directly. Wang Xian's pupils shrank, and the lies on his lips felt like they were stuck in his throat. Let's talk about the forces that surrender to the Qingchuan family like you. Where are their bases located? Song Bing was too lazy to pay attention and continued to ask. If this guy hadn't still had an arm that could lift bricks, he would have already sent it to the King of Hell to make a mark on his performance. There are many people who surrendered. Basically, the stronger forces were occupied by the Qingchuan family, and then there were people who defected. Their bases vary in size and are almost all located in villages with many mountainous areas. For example, my family is located in a village in Lianwang Mountain. As for the bases of other family groups, I only know a few, such as Shanlu Group, Kursin Group. The frightened Wang Xian hurriedly replied with a trembling voice, no longer taking any chances, and then wanted to continue to humbly beg for mercy. Song Bing immediately interrupted again. Okay, go down. Work hard and reform, and strive to atone for your sins as soon as possible. Yes, thank you to Divine Dr. Song. Thank you to Divine Dr. Song for giving me this opportunity to reform. I will definitely work hard and atone for my sins. Upon hearing this, Wang Xian hurriedly thanked him excitedly, and then retreated in a fit of piss. At least he knew that Song Bing would not kill him. After getting the information he wanted, Song Bing's eyes flashed with sharpness. From the information provided by the two men, he determined the most critical point. There are more than 30,000 elite members of the Qingchuan family, plus a group of surrendered Anghua Apocalypse forces. The number of people must be at least 100,000. The advantage is mine, with the two eyeliners Gao Ling and Yin Hong. Then he just had to wait patiently. This time he should be following the example of his charming ancestor. What Song Bing didn't know was that at the same time, he was hundreds of miles away from Andu. More than 30,000 Sakura elites led by Qingchuan Zhujun, as well as more than 100,000 puppet troops, are heading towards Andu in a mighty manner. An astonishing army of 130,000. There is a long queue of black and gold chariots of various styles. There are countless black and gold hot and cold weapons and supplies on the chariot, as well as nearly 100 black gold fighters flying at low altitudes. The lineup is luxurious and vast. The dirt roads in the suburbs that he walked were all flattened, and he was unstoppable. Reporting to the Prime Minister, we are less than 100 miles away from Andu. A ninja appeared outside a moving black gold chariot and reported to Qingchuan Taekjun, who was resting in the car with his eyes closed. Send the order, and the whole army speeds up. We must reach Andu before dark. Qingchuan Zhujun opened his slightly closed eyes, looked ahead, and said in a calm voice. He still couldn't wait to see Song Bing. Yes. The ninja nodded and disappeared out of the car window the next second. Not long after, Qingchuan Zhujun's order came out. Under the charge of hundreds of thousands of puppet troops, the entire army began to speed up, rush towards Andu. The setting sun of late autumn quickly disappeared into the horizon, and the night couldn't wait to swallow up the remaining light. After preparing everything, Song Bing returned to the building under the fruit tree. Naturally, I came to see how Sia and the others were doing. After a day and night of adaptation, the 5 Sia people who had been transformed and upgraded among them had already woken up. In the yard, the Forcia people were adapting to the upgraded and perfect abilities. Upgraded to 3 levels in a row. Even if their bodies can adapt to withstand it, the whole person is still like a dream. It's like waking up and suddenly becoming an immortal. Dean. Seeing Song Bing's arrival, Sia and the others stopped their movements and became more respectful to Song Bing. Where's the iron pillar? Looking around, Song Bing asked curiously when he saw that Zhang Taizhu was not there and only 4 women were left. TZ went to find his little girlfriend. Luo Yin smiled. I am very happy that Zhang Taizhu and Zhu Moli can get together. This guy. Hearing this, Song Bing smiled and understood instantly. Then he continued to look at the 4 people and asked, how do you feel? They are all very good, Dean Sia. Sia took the lead and expressed gratitude. Song Bing's status in their hearts at this moment was as mysterious as a god. After all, who can do it and help others level up easily? Well, Sia, Luo Yin, and Xianyu. You 3 will try to adapt first. If you don't understand anything, you can come to me. I will also find a time later to conduct systematic training for you individually. Song Bing nodded and looked at the 3 of them. Thank you, Dean. Let's get busy first. The 3 of them were secretly happy before retreating. Only Wang Xiaoxiao was left guarding the scene. You don't need my guidance, right? Song Bing looked at this woman with a smile. Well, I have mastered this ability of mine. Wang Xiaoxiao nodded. As an experimental subject who has been trained in various ways since childhood, even this point requires Song Bing's guidance. It's really a waste of money for number 4 who survived tens of thousands of children. Song Bing nodded and continued to look up at the fruit tree that had grown into a towering fruit tree. Under the taboo eye, those grafted fruit branches are growing vigorously. Some are even already blooming. His eyes moved down, penetrated the main body, and fell on an Ruai inside. Song Bing's eyes couldn't help but move slightly, because he discovered that an Ruai was not only recovering well and quickly at this moment, and it is so good that it seems to be integrated with the fruit tree. If you don't look carefully, you can't even see it. This was a change beyond his expectation. But so far, all this seems to be beneficial to Enroy. Anyway, as long as he is here, Baigua Tree can't make any big waves. So Song Bing no longer struggled, looked at Wang Xiaoxiao and said, the fruit tree is growing very well, and Ruai's condition inside is now stable. I believe she will wake up soon. Great. Hearing this, Wang Xiaoxiao looked happy. Fortunately, Song Bing exists. After making sure that Sia and others were safe, Song Bing returned to the basement. While waiting for news, he started to transform the animals. While Song Bing was busy, his eyes suddenly flashed with a strange color. The movements in his hands also stopped. You're here so soon? Looking at the little tiger in his hand that was going to be operated on, Song Bing stroked it twice and put it back in the secret room. Be good. Wait for a while. I'll grab some free labor first, and I'll come back to transform it for you after a while. Song Bing said goodbye to the little animals in the basement with a smile on his face. Next, the fun begins. Under the swaying autumn wind at night, the quiet and vast Anda looks particularly cool. A moment later, several kilometers away, a mighty army broke the peaceful silence. Yen Hong, who was squatting on a cypress tree on the outskirts of Andu, opened his eyes and looked sharply in the direction of the movement. When I saw the sun flag flying high in the distance, and the cherry blossom army gradually came into view, Yen Hong's eyes suddenly turned scarlet red to the naked eye. It's these beasts. Really these beasts. They're really here. Song Bing didn't lie to her. You can really survive and kill these beasts. Yen Hong's fists were clenched tightly. The breath in his body was rising and murderous intent was everywhere. In his eyes, it's like 100 ghosts are plundering, trying to break through the cage and massacre them all. This is what she has only dreamed of doing. This is her only motivation to survive now. Whoosh whoosh. At the same time, several ninjas wrapped in black cloth came galloping from the direction of the flag, waving like a gust of wind. Apparently a path is being opened. The appearance of several ninjas instantly brought Yen Hong back, who was about to lose his mind. Looking at these beasts coming in large numbers, she couldn't wait to take action. But thinking of Song Bing's warning, she gritted her teeth, restrained her breath, and quickly conveyed everything she saw to Song Bing, who, at the same time, A spiritual ninja who was opening the way suddenly turned his head and looked in the direction of Yin Hong with sharp eyes. The other ninjas looked similarly, but didn't feel anything, because Yin Hong had already restrained his aura. A gust of cold wind blew by, and several ninjas dismissed it as an illusion and continued to move forward. In the cypress tree 100 meters away from them, Yin Hong watched coldly as a few ninjas left, and then looked at the army of cherry blossoms that appeared more and more. He immediately followed Song Bing's instructions and moved towards the rear of Sakura's army. There are a lot of these beasts, and there are even a lot of puppet soldiers. She obviously couldn't kill them all by herself. Only by listening to Song Bing's words can we catch them all in one fell swoop. At the same time, a few kilometers away from Andu, the Qingchuan family's army stopped. Qingchuan Zhujun walked towards a high slope, looked at the intact Andu, and couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Is it really not contaminated? But how is this possible? That was the poison gas he was most proud of developing, enough to corrode the bodies of all carbon-based organisms. Once contaminated, all level 6 people will surely die, unless you take his antidote. But now the whole city of Andu seems like nothing happened. Prime Minister, we have already investigated and found that there is indeed no sign of infection in the entire Andu. And after further investigation, we were surprised to find that there was not a single zombie left in the city. At this time, a path-exploring ninja appeared behind Qingchuan Zhujun, knelt down, and couldn't hide his shock. What did you say? Qingchuan Zhujun suddenly turned around, with horror in his eyes. The same is true for the 14 grade A generals gathered around him. There's not a single zombie. It must be a witch. Song Bing must have used the witch to clean up all these zombies. A Class A general was breathing heavily. He must be cleaning up Andu to build a base. Ha! Yo West, since Song Bing has cleaned up Andu, it means that he must be inside and wants to use Andu as his base. It seems that our decision was right, and it came at the right time. This guy Song Bing helped us clean up Andu, which was just enough for our army to move in. Jia. It really takes no effort at all. The entire city of Andu is well constructed, which is much better than those bases in remote areas. Great. If that's the case, we can easily capture the entire Andu as our base. For a long time, we have only been able to build bases in suburban villages. Now if we really catch the witch, all the urban areas in Anghua will become our bases. There are countless supplies stored in these cities. Not just Anghua, but all the capitals around the world will become colonies of our great Sakura Empire. The other grade A generals also showed their sharpness, and some even laughed out loud. I am looking forward to breaking into Anduin and giving Song Bing a surprise. Qingchuan Zhujun's eyes showed greed. He was originally worried about how to deal with the zombies in the city. It turned out that Song Bing had prepared everything for him. Master, you really surprised me. Looking at the empty city of Andu in front of him, Qingchuan Zhujun raised the corner of his mouth slightly. But he did not directly lead the army to attack, because he wants more than Andu. There are also Song Bing, Witch and others. So, after thinking for a while, Qingchuan Zhujun immediately raised his hand, looked at the 3 grade A generals, and decisively ordered, Tojo Takagi, Doihara Kenzo, and Itagaki Teru, I order you 3 to each lead a 3rd-level puppet army of 10,000 people, a 4th-level puppet army of 1,000 people, and a 100-level 5 puppet army and Deadpool Ninja. Wear a gas mask and use the fastest speed to outflank the other 3 directions of Andu. Be careful not to alert the enemy. After a successful encirclement, everyone will follow my orders to launch an encirclement and suppression campaign. Yes. When the 3 grade A generals heard this, they all walked out with ferocious expressions on their faces. They all knew that this was an excellent opportunity to show off their military exploits. They were looking forward to it so much. The other 11 grade A generals all showed envious expressions, but in the face of Qingchuan Zhujun's arrangement, no one dared to say anything. Soon, under the cold night, 3 armies were separated from the Qingchuan army and quietly lurked in the 3 directions of Andu. Almost all of these divisions are puppet troops, because next, they will play the role of cannon fodder. Prepare the red mustard gas and launch it in 10 minutes. After assigning the squad to surround him, Qingchuan Zhujun squinted his eyes again and issued a terrifying order. What if this poison is used and kills the witch? Yes, Prime Minister, now our army has surrounded Andu. As long as we attack and suppress him in one fell swoop, Song Bing will definitely not be able to escape, even if he is extremely capable. Why waste such precious poisonous gas anymore? Hearing this, the expressions of the remaining 11 Grade A generals changed. Only they know how terrifying red mustard is. This is a poisonous gas even more terrifying than chirovirus. In terms of toxicity alone, red mustard may be slightly inferior to the terrifyingly lethal chirovirus. But in terms of sequelae, chirovirus is simply not enough in front of red mustard. Once infected by red mustard, he won't die immediately. Instead, it will be inherited forever, just like being infected by a genetic virus. First, there is a bit of loss of body functions, physical changes, and loss of 5 senses. The brain gets bigger. In the end, he was completely reduced to a human pig and died bit by bit in pain and despair. What's even more frightening is that even the Qingchuan family has not yet developed an antidote for this poison. There are only drugs to suppress the disease. In other words, anyone who is poisoned will be worse than dead. Even if he keeps relying on inhibitory drugs to survive, he will still be like a puppet. The offspring born will also inherit red mustard and become three-way big-headed dolls and will be slaves forever. This is also the reason why many Grade A generals reacted like this when they heard red mustard. This is what they all fear. Of course, their words of advice are not out of conscience, and they are concerned about the harmful effects of red mustard. They have no conscience to begin with. I just feel that it is completely unnecessary to deal with Song Bing now. It's a bit wasteful to use such poisonous gas like this. No, just in case, this is not a waste, because this time, there can be no accidents. No matter what means are used, the witch must be captured tonight. Faced with the persuasion of the generals, Qingchuan Zhujun narrowed his eyes and shook his head. The defeat of the apocalyptic forces in Anghua. The disappearance of Qingchuan Yuri is a lesson for others. How could he be careless? Therefore, this time, even if he resorts to unscrupulous means, he must ensure that nothing goes wrong. Qingchuan Zhujun changed his style, looked in the direction of Andu, smiled, and said, "What's more, Song Bing is still my master after all. As a disciple, it's his first time to visit me, so naturally he should be well prepared and respectful." Before the apocalypse, the world and those apocalypse forces only knew that the Qingchuan family was the #1 medical family in the Sakura Kingdom. Little did they know that behind this, the Qingchuan family had another identity. That is the poison gas and poison supply family of Sakura country. Also relying on this identity, the Qingchuan family had been secretly studying poisons long before the apocalypse. Chirovirus and red mustard had already been born at that time. It's just not as scary as today's upgraded version. This is also the reason why the Qingchuan family has such a method of creating poisonous gas. His best and favorite thing has never been to cure diseases and save people, but to study poisons to kill people. Yes, Prime Minister, let's get ready now. Hearing this, the 11 generals could only nod, retreat, and start preparations. I saw it under their personal operation. Several purple and gold metal boxes were taken out from a well-protected purple-patterned chariot. Then came a row of black-gold chariots carrying missile launchers. The 11 admirals entered their passwords and carefully took out a bottle of red liquid from the box. The bright red color is particularly conspicuous under the light, just like wine. But from the fearful looks of the 11 admirals, it was obvious that this was not a good drink. The 11 people carefully inserted the red liquid into the launcher bit by bit, upside down, and closed the lid. They looked at each other and finally set a 10-minute countdown at the same time. Reporting to the Prime Minister, the countdown has been set. The red mustard, poison gas will be launched in 10 minutes. The location coordinates are the center of the Andu first ring. Red mustard is expected to hit the ground at 10 minutes and 7 seconds, and then spread outward at a speed of 1,435.2 square meters per second. After the settings were completed, 11 generals came forward to report. Very good. After the poison gas is launched, I will notify the other 3 armies to launch encirclement and suppression from 3 directions. As for us, we only need to ambush the entire army and be prepared to meet Song Bing and the witch. Qingchuan Zhujun raised the corner of his mouth slightly and spoke with determination. This time, he wanted to see with his own eyes who could face the ultimate poisonous gas he had developed so hard. The 11 generals understood instantly, their eyes sharp. It turned out that they were the team that really wanted to meet Song Bing. Obviously, Qingchuan Zhujun planned to use red mustard and the 3 armies to drive Song Bing here. With the spread of red mustard, Song Dynasty disease is bound to have no choice but to escape. The escape directions in the other 3 directions were all blocked. Song Bing had no choice but to escape towards them if he wanted to survive. As everyone knows, their direction is the real nightmare. Once Song Bing dares to come, there is only one way to die. This is like setting up a trap for Song Bing, just waiting for Song Bing to crawl in here. Although this method is cruel, it is absolutely foolproof. Hi, really high. The 11 grade A generals couldn't help but smile ferociously. The katana in his hand was already thirsty. Next, he just prayed that Song Bing would not be so vulnerable and be infected by mustard poison before he arrived, or get caught by the other 3 branching armies. They would be really boring that way. At the same time, in Anda City, under the cover of night, Song Bing put on a brand new white coat and arrived above the gymnasium where Zhou Xian and a group of Pei family soldiers were. Coming here, it is natural to use Zhou Xian's secret weapon. Qingchuan Zhujun likes to use poison gas to attack. Then there is no reason why he should not use Zhou Xian. Isn't this too much? At a glance, the entire gymnasium had just been repaired and sealed by Song Bing with black gold materials 2 days ago. But looking at it now, it has been severely deformed. There are even some places where the black gold materials have been smoked into other colors. Obviously, the poisonous fart was seriously leaked. Seeing this scene, Song Bing couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. The power of this poisonous fart was somewhat beyond his expectation. It must have been backlogged for a long time. But it doesn't matter. You can have a good release next. Hey, I've been holding it in for so long. When can I release it? Yeah, I've figured out a lot of special skills, but I have nowhere to use them. I'm almost exhausted. No, let's discuss it first, shall we? The king is still cultivating with his 2 beloved concubines. Whoever competes with you, your farts have turned my hair green. You bastard, get out of here. Yes, how about I do it? My fart is red. Okay. Puff, puff, puff. In the gymnasium, a group of Fujiajin had already woken up and even couldn't hold back and began to compete in various ways. Some discussed each other in pairs. This should be the reason why the gymnasium is deformed. And after upgrading, the skin color of each little black person has changed again. Some became little red men, some became minions, some became smurfs, some became goblins, some became the Hulk, and some became blue and red. Anyway, there are all kinds of colors, all the same color. At this point, the entire army has almost completed the 3 transformations from yellow to black, and then from black to color. Looking at these Fu family soldiers who have no sense of poison, they are corroding all the black gold materials around them. Song Bing's mouth twitched slightly. Continuing to look through the basement, his sight was blocked by countless colorful poisonous farts. Song Bing's heart moved slightly, and he looked attentively. Only then could he clearly see Zhou Xian and his 2 loved concubines under the rich poisonous fart. At this moment, the 3 of them have also woken up, but they were in a triangular position, sitting cross-legged with their eyes closed. Moreover, the posture he took was extremely serious, as if he were practicing immortality. Suddenly, the 3 of them suddenly opened their eyes blooming with semen. The vomiting method says, "Uff, take, hua, fa." The next second, the 3 of them used their power at the same time and really performed a set of frightening fusion fights. The moment this technique was performed, the entire basement trembled violently. Even the space seemed to be distorted. Fuck! Song Bing, who happened to witness this scene, burst out on the spot, and the shock on his face was even more difficult to conceal. Is this okay? Horrible, so terrible. Song Bing didn't look again, because it's a bit harsh on the eyes. No, is it okay to let it out? This is too vicious, too cruel to the enemy. Song Bing suddenly felt kind-heartedly that it would be enough to let all the soldiers out. Otherwise, Zhou Xian would be too cruel this time, and it would be bad if he smoked his enemies to death. It was also during the time when Song Bing was thinking kindly. Outside Andu, under the secluded night, a group of Sakura troops and puppet troops had already set up an ambush with grinning faces, waiting for prey to take the bait. On the high slope, Qingchuan Jujun looked at the watch that kept moving, until the moment the countdown reaches 0. Whoosh whoosh. On the chariot behind, missiles were launched instantly, without any hesitation. The moment the poison gas bomb soared over the urban Andu area at high speed, it suddenly exploded and turned into red poison gas all over the sky. Moreover, these poisonous gases are like red dark clouds, as if they are alive, covering the center of Andu at an extremely fast speed. It is completely different from the previous Chirovirus. Seeing the red mustard release and attack with his own eyes, Qingchuan Jujun was satisfied and picked up the communicator and issued an order to the 3 armies. Everyone is ready to launch an attack. Except for Song Bing and the witch, no one else in Andu will be spared. Got it, got it, got it. In the other 3 directions of Andu, after receiving orders from Qingchuan Jujun, the 3 Class A warriors all showed their sharpness. Is it finally their turn to perform? They have been waiting for this moment for a long time. You too. It's so boring to just be surrounded and suppressed like this. How about you have another competition and see who can chop off more heads later? Tojo Takagi suddenly heard a message through the communicator on his ear and laughed. Yo West, this will be a wonderful game. I lost to you the last few times. This time, victory will be mine. When Doihara Kinzo and Itagaki Yalong heard this, they both showed excited and ferocious smiles and agreed without hesitation. During the time they invaded Ongwa, they had already become addicted to killing Ongwa people. This time, they are bound to complete the great cause that their ancestors have not completed. Under the cover of night, the 3-headed warriors fought in 3 directions of Andu, and at the same time, they drew out the purple-patterned samurai swords at their waists. They all aimed at the Andu area and shouted, "Kill me! If you catch a person from Andu, you will be rewarded with a piece of meat. If you catch Song Bing and the people around him, you will be rewarded with 10 pieces of meat." Immediately, driven by the temptation thrown by the 3-headed warriors and dozens of ninjas from behind, a group of puppet soldiers followed the 3 men and rushed out excitedly. Yes, Taijun, we will definitely capture Song Bing and dedicate him to the great Sakura Empire. 3 armies of tens of thousands of people surrounded and attacked Andu from 3 directions. The originally silent Andu was once again disturbed, like a large hunting game. Of course, who is the prey and who is the hunter is another matter. At the same time, Andun, looking at the red gas covering the sky, like the remaining clouds under the setting sun. Even in the dark night, it is difficult to hide its red color. Song Bing's eyes suddenly narrowed slightly, and he looked through the taboo pupils and instantly penetrated the molecular structure of these red air masses. The presence of high-risk toxins has been detected. Systematic nomenclature. Genotype, red mustard parasitic toxin. Harm, infected genes, inherited offspring, reverse changes in the infected person's body until the infected person dies of despair. A lot of information about the red poisonous gas in front of me flooded into my mind. Song Bing's eyes narrowed slightly, with cold light everywhere. This poison is several times more terrifying than the previous poison gas. At least the previous one can make you die quickly. And now this, red mustard, will not only torture you to death, but also pass it on to future generations and exterminate the race. It can be said to be an anti-human existence. As expected of a Sakura person, even this inhumane thing has been studied. Do you like poison gas so much? Then let you have enough fun at once. Plop. The wings of tetanus bloomed, and Song Bing soared from the gymnasium. Immediately, he raised his hand towards the closed gymnasium. Rumble. Ouch. The next second, the sealed gymnasium was opened by Song Bing himself like the lid of a large herring can. Accompanied by an equally terrifying mixed gas, it spurted out from the gymnasium, stopping all the red mustard that were about to cover it on the spot. What's the big deal? Are we liberated? 2,000 Pei family soldiers looked up blankly, with big question marks on their heads of different colors. Until they saw Song Bing, they all immediately stopped smiling. Zhou Xian. Song Bing continued to look deep into the gymnasium and shouted. He had no intention of letting Zhou Xian out. This is too cruel. But since his good apprentice liked it so much, he gave him such a good gift. As a master, he is not allowed to return to the big one. Under the gymnasium, upon hearing Songbing's call, Zhou Xian, who had been in seclusion for 3 years, suddenly opened his eyes. 7 different colored fart lights flashed through his eyes, together with Yao Mian and Gao Xingjie. Your Majesty, don't pay attention. Let's try again, Gao Xingjie said coquettishly. Tell you, sir, the dean is here. Zhou Xian hurriedly put on his clothes and flew straight into the sky from the basement. Just like that, he appeared in front of everyone. When Zhou Xian saw Song Bing, he quickly knelt down out of habit. Compared to the rest of the army, he was still so dark, but he was so black and shiny. Zhou Xian, look up. This is a poison gas bomb released by the enemy to destroy our home. Now, I need you to clean it up and lead your army out. Go and show off the power of the Pai family army. Song Bing pointed to the red mustard that was continuing to press down in the sky and gave Zhou Xian the highest order on the spot. Enemy? Poison gas. Sure enough, Zhou Xian's eyes suddenly brightened when he heard this, and he couldn't help but swallowed when he looked at the red poisonous gas. Great, the enemy is finally here. All the Fart family soldiers also cheered happily. It was like receiving great news. Thank you, Dean, for giving me this good opportunity. I will not let you down. Zhou Xian reacted and thanked him excitedly. He immediately stood up and directly used a new set of skills that he had learned in retreat. I saw a burst of colored gas pouring out from under him and condensing behind him. Doufu transforms into wings. Zhou Xian shouted loudly, and the next second, these condensed rainbow farts actually turned into a pair of colorful wings, wrapped around Zhou Xian and flew up. I saw Zhou Xian flying into the sky and flying directly into the spreading red mustard. What am I doing? Song Bing stared at the scene with his eyes widened in disbelief. He swore that this was definitely not a disease caused by him. This is simply because Zhou Xian's talent is too strong. Zhou Xian first took a shallow breath, as if smoking to moisten his throat, showing an intoxicated look like a smoker. Immediately, his eyes lit up, and he was fascinated by the taste of red mustard, brand Huazi. He opened his mouth and started sucking it hard on the spot. In just an instant, Zhou Xian turned into an afterimage and sucked up all the red mustard that was about to spread. After inhaling and drinking enough, Zhou Xian burped with satisfaction and exhaled a mouthful of gas mixed with a red mustard and breath, which instantly wiped out a flying fly. The toxicity increased dozens of times on the spot. Children, the enemy invaded and dared to release poisonous gas in our territory to destroy our home. Fight out with me. Let them smell what is real poisonous gas. After being intoxicated for a moment, Zhou Xian's face immediately became majestic. He looked at the group of soldiers below and said domineeringly, "Yes, defend our homeland and kill the enemy." 2,000 Pei family troops stood up on the spot, and the next second, a magical scene happened again. As the gas behind them flowed out, they all turned into pairs of unique wings, just like Zhou Xian. Buzz, buzz. 2,000 Fujia troops flew together, like fighter jets taking off. The scene was very spectacular. Song Bing was stunned again. Everyone will turn into wings. Is this too outrageous? The troops are divided into 4 groups. Zhou Xian, in that direction you go. Where is the Soul Emperor? After reacting, Song Bing hurriedly gave Zhou Xian directions. The direction pointed to Zhou Xian was clearly where the main force of the Qingchuan family was located. Soul Emperor? Zhou Xian's eyes suddenly showed sharpness, and he immediately ordered, "Okay, very good. Children, it turns out that the enemy is from the Soul Palace. Come with me to kill separately and encircle the Soul Palace. Kill, destroy the Soul Palace. Give an order." The 2,000 Pai family troops were divided into 4. Zhou Xian led his 2 beloved concubines and 500 Pai family troops and flew towards the direction of the Qingchuan family's main army. The remaining 1,500 Fu family troops were personally led by 3 6th-level veterans and rushed to the direction where the 3 A-level generals of Tojo Takaro were coming to kill them. The 2,000 Pei family troops were like 2,000 fighter jets. Just like that, they just rushed out. Settling in the courtyard. What's going on? Is the explosion just now poison gas? Oh no, the enemy is coming again. Don't panic. Quickly organize your personnel and prepare to meet the enemy. Hearing the noise, Sia and others were also woken up one after another. Members of the hospitals, who had experience of being attacked countless times, quickly organized themselves, already prepared to meet the enemy. Everyone's face is fierce and unafraid. This is not only brought by experience, but also the confidence brought by upgraded strength. Several brothers come with me to go out and have a look. Zhang Taizhu had blue thunder in his eyes and couldn't wait any longer. At this time, Song Bing returned calmly. Brother, Dean, we are already there. You can give orders at any time. Seeing Song Bing, everyone in Sia immediately grasped the backbone, immediately calmed down, and looked at Song Bing one after another. I have asked Zhou Xian to lead the Fu family army to attack. With them taking action, there should be no surprises. As for you, there is no need to go to the frontal battlefield. You only need to divide into 4 groups and go around the outskirts of Andu to prevent the enemy from escaping. Song Bing put his hands in his pockets and said with a smile. When everyone heard this, their eyes lit up, and they all nodded and said, Okay. It's obviously better to use these invaders as labor than to build it themselves. At that moment, most of the members were separated from Sia, each led by Zhang Taizhu, Wang Xiaoxiao, Luo Xinyu, and her, and went quietly in the darkness. Luo Yin stayed with Pan Bugu and others to guard the Yin family. Although it seems unnecessary, Song Bing also quietly disappeared into the darkness. His next task is to watch the show. Of course, in addition to watching the show, you also have to control the battle situation and pray for the deceased. By the way, beware of people from the Apocalypse organization who may appear. Yo West, great, my father is here to save us. Did you hear it? My father must have led the Qingchuan family's army, and we are saved, huh? In the cell in the basement, Harukawa Yuri suddenly became excited when he heard the movement. Look at these hospital nurses running around. The same goes for the rest of the Sakura soldiers. Opposite in the direction of the traitor cage, many traitors' eyes flickered. Wang Xian was the first to kneel down immediately and prayed to Qingchuan Yuri. Yes, Taiju and Sama, we all endure the humiliation. In fact, we are loyal to the Sakura Empire. We are a very good people. Seeing this, the other traitors immediately prayed. Save you? You are just a bunch of dogs. Do you deserve to live? Qingchuan Julie showed disdain and didn't bother to pay attention anymore. Why are you arguing? You want to eat dragon fruit again, don't you? Pan Bugo heard the sound and came over with several caregivers. But this time, Qingchuan Yuri was no longer humble, but stood up, pointed at Pan Bugo and others, and said with a ferocious expression, Ha, didn't you hear? The army of our great Sakura Empire will be coming soon, with hundreds of thousands of elites, enough to drown these bastards. When the time comes, you, that Song Bing, everyone here will die, and they will all be broken into pieces by me. Open the door. Pan Bugo gave the order directly and pulled out the mace. But even though he looked fierce, he still couldn't hide his worry. Because Song Bing and others in the manor have already gone out. He originally wanted to join, but was left to guard these people. Could this be those legendary evil forces? Dean, can they defeat these people? Pan Bugo didn't know, so he could only feed dragon fruit to Qingchuan Shuli first. Bagayalu, fight. You are all going to die. All you bitches are going to die. Qingchuan Yuri was not afraid at all, laughing while eating dragon fruit. Because he already has hope and expectation in his heart. Long live the great Sakura Empire, long live Master Yuri. The other Sakura generals were infected and became excited. They all seemed hungry and wanted a midnight snack. Pan Bugo can't even be fed by himself. At the same time, to the west of Andu West 5th Ring Road, the army led by Tojo Takagi was very fast and charged all the way, but no one was seen yet. Bagaya Road, speed up for me. Tojo Takagi urged impatiently. He has always won first place in such beheading competitions. This time, in such an important battle as the invasion of Angwo Andu, he cannot let the other 2 guys win. Under his urging, the army charged faster. Everyone is also looking forward to catching Song Bing and doing meritorious service. Buzz. At this moment, in the darkness ahead, crackling sounds suddenly sounded. The next second, hundreds of figures were seen rushing towards this side from the tall buildings. Level 5 Tojo Hideki squinted his eyes and saw clearly that these were human figures, and he immediately laughed out loud with excitement. It's Song Bing. It must be Song Bing. Ha! Oh, 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 oh. Song Bing is running towards me. It seems that God is favoring me. You too. I declare in advance that victory is mine. Tojo Takaji's words were directly transmitted to Doihara Kinzo and Itagaki Yeru through the communicator in their ears. As he spoke, he stood up with a ferocious smile and pulled out the samurai sword at his waist. At the same time, the other two directions. Baga! Ingji, you are so lucky, this doesn't count. Doihara Kinzo was immediately jealous when he heard the news. Itagaki Yelong was just about to say something jealous when he saw hundreds of dense figures rushing towards him from the dark tall buildings in the distance. This made him jump with joy. No, wait, a lot of people have escaped from here. This should be Song Bing's escape route. Ha ha ha, God is blessing me. Soon, Doihara Kinzo's excited voice also sounded. Nanny, why do you two also have it? Let's see who has better luck. Jia jia jia. Tojo Takaji was stunned for a moment, but immediately stopped caring so much. Looking at the densely charging figures, he put on his protective clothing and rushed out with a samurai sword in hand. I was afraid that people would run away. A group of puppet soldiers also saw the approaching figures and immediately followed Greed and rushed out. I didn't notice at all that everyone in Sakura was wearing protective clothing. At the same time, a little green man among the ascended farts army was the first to spot Tojo Takaji and others, and he suddenly said excitedly, "Look, Elder Red Senator, it's an enemy. It's an enemy. Prepare to throw the egg, charge with both wings." Seeing this, the leading Red Senator immediately waved his hand and ordered. He dived towards the Tojo hawk that was rushing towards him impatiently. Report to the Prime Minister. The escapees have been found in the west and are being encircled and suppressed. Report to the Prime Minister. The escapees were found in the north and are being encircled and suppressed. Report to the Prime Minister. The escapees were found in the east and are being encircled and suppressed. In the southern suburbs of Andu, where the home team of Qingchuan was ambushed, less than 10 minutes had passed. Qingchuan Takatoshi soon received good news from the trio of Tojo Takaji. Qingchuan Zhujun suddenly smiled. Song Bing's illness was faster than he expected. Haha, Song Bing's reaction speed is really fast. He was able to predict the danger so quickly and wisely chose to escape in separate groups. But what's the use? As everyone knows, the 4 directions of Andu are blocked by us, and every one of them is a dead end. The 11 Class A generals raised their mouths slightly, revealing a sarcastic smile. Prepare another team to greet us from the front. Since Song Bing chooses to split up and escape, there will definitely be people coming in our direction. Qingchuan Zhujun expected. Prime Minister, my subordinates are willing to lead a team there. My subordinates are willing to go. Prime Minister, let me come. I'll do it. After hearing this, the 11 Class A generals immediately competed for this good opportunity to make meritorious deeds. Mudozo, go ahead. Qingchuan Zhujun glanced and looked directly at a warrior with a ferocious face. Yes, thank you, Prime Minister. Mudozo saluted excitedly and led an army on the spot to a direction 1 kilometer away from the home team to prepare to receive them. At this moment, not only Qingchuan Zhujun, but all Sakura generals and soldiers were full of expectations. Because after entering Andu, they were not only able to burn, kill, loot, and unleash their bestiality, and get a lot of food and women. During the time they invaded Ongwa, they had already fallen in love with this feeling. At the same time, Andu was west. Tojo Takaji took the lead and quickly closed the distance between them, just about to start a killing spree. His expression changed, because he saw clearly the way these black shadows were coming. It doesn't seem to be for running, but use flying once. And it's extremely fast. It seems like they all have a pair of wings of different colors. This is not human. More like a fighter jet? Tojo Takaji blinked uncertainly, wanting to see more clearly. Buzz! The next second, these figures were already swooping out of the darkness, and then they suddenly soared from 100 meters away like an airplane taking off. A wind carrying an unspeakable stench blew right in front of me. Tojo Takaji's soul trembled at the sudden smelly wind, and he quickly held his breath and tried to retreat. Bayou. But before he could take a few steps back, a red hidden weapon was accurately thrown at him. Tojo Takagi reacted quickly and instantly drew his sword. A burst of purple sword energy instantly split the hidden weapon, falling from the sky into two. Pa! Pa! Then it turned into two lumps and hit him on both sides of the face. TSK. Suddenly, it was like a piece of extremely corrosive, super perverted hot sauce fell on his face, and red smoke immediately began to rise. Not only is it smelly, it's also spicy. Tojo screamed in pain on the spot and quickly raised his hand to wipe it. The entire face was immediately reddened by the corrosion caused by the unexpected hot sauce. It's like being scalded with boiling water. The soldiers who followed also raised their heads blankly, looking at the densely ascending figures in the sky. It's also unclear whether it's a human or a small fighter jet. Tojo was furious and looked at the black shadows rising in the sky. Having completely mistook these figures for small fighter jets, he immediately roared, "What are you still doing in a daze? Chase me. Get your missile fighters ready. Don't let them run away." Buzz, buzz. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the 500 flying warriors had already finished laying eggs and swooped down towards them. Taijun, here they come, they are here. The faces of the Sakura soldiers and puppet soldiers changed slightly. What are you afraid of? Hit me hard. Just some small fighters, missiles ready, fighter planes ready. Our fighters are bigger than theirs, made of black gold. Fight me. Tojo's eagle rooster was not afraid at all and continued to bark orders angrily. Only then did a group of Sakura soldiers and the Fujian army get ready. Buzz, buzz. At the same time, the 500 Pei family troops were no more than 50 meters away from the ground. Tojo Takagi and others who were waiting for the opportunity finally saw their figures clearly. Everyone's eyes suddenly widened. How can you fly? Why can everyone fly? Some Sakura soldiers were dumbfounded. Take care of me. Although Tojo Takaro was shocked, seeing that the distance was almost there, he still gave the order ferociously. A group of Sakura soldiers hurriedly fired missiles into the sky. Several black gold fighter planes followed and soared into the sky. The rest could only shoot wildly into the sky. Haha, this weapon is too backward. The Red Elder who took the lead in the sky smiled contemptuously and immediately shouted and ordered, "Children, hit me hard. Yes. Puff, puff, puff. Bayou. Boom, boom, boom. Bang, bang, bang." Wow. In an instant, 500 soldiers of the Fard army charged towards the Sakura soldiers and puppet soldiers who were shooting at the people below. Under each Fujiejun, it was like a stream of Godzilla's atomic breath exploding down. Light up the world instantly. Various sizes. Different shapes. Colors vary. Bang, bang, bang. The incoming missiles and bullets exploded instantly when they came into contact with the impacting cannon eggs. Several tanks carrying missiles were destroyed on the spot. Even the few black gold fighters that had just taken off were rushed back to the ground on the spot. It crashed before taking off. All the Sakura soldiers and puppet soldiers stared wide-eyed, horrified and desperate at this sudden scene. But without giving them time to be shocked, the aftermath of the explosion was already rushing towards them. Rumble. Gases of various colors were mixed together and covered instantly. Just like that, red mustard. Ahem, cough, cough, Bagaya Road. I can't see clearly. Oh. In an instant, most of the Sakura soldiers and puppet troops were making a mess of porridge. Of course, compared to the physical pain, the mental shock is obviously more impactful. How could this happen? What is this? Tojo Takagi, who originally planned to kill everyone, was also dumbfounded. Their advanced weapons were just wiped out by these people's farts? How could there be such a powerful fart? No, Bagayalu, give me a knife. Tojo's hawk had a gloomy look on his face. He held a samurai sword in his hand, caught it from a big tree and shot it up, trying to kill these monsters. Fuck you, Bam. However, as soon as he erupted into the air, the red senator's ass was already aimed at him. A red laser cannon shot out, already reaching the level of Zhou Xian at level 5. The ejected Tojo Hawk's face changed drastically when faced with the fart that was shooting out at such a rapid speed. He felt the breath of death, so he quickly caught the katana in his hand and dodged and landed on another big tree. Humph. Seeing this, the Red Elder just smiled disdainfully. The next second, he suddenly swung his butt, and the red laser cannon turned around and rushed towards Tojo Eagle Chicken. Tojo, who had just narrowly escaped the disaster, looked at the red laser cannon that was shooting at extremely high speed and rushed towards him around the corner. He was left in shock. Bang! This fart was so extreme that Tojo Takagi couldn't react at all and was rushed back to the ground on the spot. When the red air dissipated, Tojo Eagle Chicken had appeared in a deep pit. His body was in tatters, his hair exploded, his skin was red, and he even coughed up red gas. Of course, there was also his confused expression. Run away, run away. When a group of puppet soldiers saw this horrifying scene, they were so frightened that they collapsed on the spot and just wanted to escape. Where's the courage to attack? They want meat to eat. But I cherish my life even more. No escaping, Bagia wrote. I will kill anyone who dares to escape. Fight back, fight back. The ninjas and Sakura soldiers supervising the battle drew their swords to threaten them, but before they could take a few steps, they suddenly started foaming at the mouth. The other soldiers also began to collapse to the ground, and different symptoms began to occur in their bodies. Don't suck. We've been poisoned. The remaining Sakura soldiers who still wanted to fight back were completely paralyzed with fear when they saw this scene. These monsters not only fart violently. This fart is still poisonous. How to fight this? Is this a slap in the face? Escape. In an instant, the Sakura soldiers also hurriedly covered their mouths and noses, trying to escape from this terrible place shrouded in poisonous farts. Hey, hey, hey. When the 500 soldiers in the sky saw this scene, they smiled like evil Gardenias. The next second, the 500 soldiers of the Fart army dispersed, increased their power, and unleashed their force downwards. Just don't let these people from the Soul Palace escape. As a result, the area below was quickly wrapped in poisonous farts of various colors and spread crazily. It was directly created into a maze by a group of Sakura soldiers and puppet soldiers. Where is this? I can't see. Help! I can't breathe. I'm so dizzy. A group of Sakura soldiers and puppet soldiers fell poisonous and fell into the poisonous fart maze one after another. The most tenacious ones were able to cling to the spreading edge of the maze, but just couldn't climb out. Not far outside the poisonous fart maze, Tojo Takagi, who was stunned by the attack, saw this horrifying scene and finally woke up from his confusion, looking at the man struggling painfully in the poisonous fart. And above the sky, there is an army of farts that can continuously release poisonous farts. He finally felt fear. Monsters, what a bunch of monsters. At this time, Tojo Hideki suddenly felt unbearable itching all over his body. Looking down, I saw that the skin had begun to fester and bleed. His pupils shrank suddenly. Apparently, he was also poisoned. And this poison is still very powerful. Baga. Tojo stood up staggeringly, looking at the poisonous farts that were also spreading towards him. He wielded a samurai sword that was reddened by smoke, limped one leg, and while running away, he took out the pathogen agent and stabbed himself in the neck. If he doesn't hit him, he will burp. Soon, Tojo's Hawk's power soared directly from level 5 to the terrifying level 6. But after regaining his fighting strength, he didn't turn around and fight, but ran even harder. At the same time, he ran and sent a message to Qingchuan Zhujun. Senior, there is a fish that slipped through the net and escaped. Above the void, a little green man pointed at the fleeing Tojo Hawk. So resistant to charging, it turns out that he is the elder of the Soul Palace. If you continue to charge at these people from the Soul Palace, I will charge at him personally. After the Hong Yuan elder explained something, Dan Bang sped up and chased after him. Similar scenes were also played out in the two northeast directions of Andu. Doihara Kinzo and Itagaki Yeru were even worse than Tojo Takagi. One was turned green, and the other was turned into a goblin. Faced with absolute air supremacy, unlimited egg potions. In addition, the egg medicine is poisonous and various buffs are stacked on the Fu family army. No matter how many people there are, Tojo Takagi and the three of them are just one more person for the army. Under the indiscriminate bombing, the three armies of the Qingchuan family were poisoned and fell to the ground on the spot. There is no way to resist at all. At the same time, south of Andu, in the direction of the main force of the Qingchuan family, Qingchuan Taekjun was still here waiting for the good news about Tojo Takagi. As a result, within 3 minutes, screams came from the communicator. Tojo Takagi. Help! Prime Minister, help me. I got hit by a fart. This fart is poisonous. Cough, cough, cough. What else are you going to say? Qingchuan Zhujuan's originally raised corners of his mouth stiffened. Of course, in addition to stiffness, there is also a trace of confusion. Walujiojio. Bayubiubiu. Hearing the continuous calls for help from Doihara Kenzo and Itagaki Yalong, he was completely confused. He realized that something might really have happened to the three of them, but he couldn't understand what the three of them were talking about. Bagayalu, what are you talking about? Tell me clearly. Tell me clearly, what is going on? Is it Songbing? Unwilling to give up, Qingchuan Zhujun hurriedly asked. But with the last screams of the three people and the last faint sound, there was no answer. Your Majesty Prime Minister, what's going on? Which team is in trouble? The 10 Grade A generals on the side also asked in confusion. Something happened to all three branches. Qingchuan Zhujun looked into the distance and narrowed his eyes slightly. An uneasiness welled up in my heart. The 10 Grade A generals' hearts trembled. After reacting, they all asked for help. I'm going to support you, but I can't let Song Bing escape. I'll go too. And me? However, before the 10 people could walk out, screams came from the depths of Andu directly ahead. Fart, they fart. Poisonous, this fart is poisonous. The voice was so familiar, it was the Mudo Zhou and the others who had just been sent out. Qingchuan Zhujuan's heart trembled. It's that familiar fart again, and that familiar poison again. What's going on? Brother Mudo. The 10 Class A generals were shocked when they saw Mudo Zong with a Debanjiang face. Ha ha ha. Soul Emperor, I heard that you want to refine my fellow Angwa people. I, the Pit Emperor, have come to meet you. At the same time, a domineering and loud voice came from the dark sky. Qingchuan Zhujun and others couldn't help but tremble in their souls. South of Andu, along with the loud and domineering voice, a colorful figure descended from the sky and stepped on the ground with one kick, Mudo Zong, who was about to escape successfully. Oh! The big black foot fell, and thick smoke was everywhere. Mudo Zhou screamed and twitched on the spot, and instantly lost his fighting ability. At the same time, the silhouettes of the Sakura soldiers who were escaping from the rear were knocked to the ground one after another by the shells falling from the sky, and they were twitching. In the sky, 500 armies that looked like small fighter jets were suspended in midair one after another. Full of arrogance. When the colorful gas dissipated, Zhou Xian, dressed in tatters, finally appeared in front of everyone's eyes. The faint gas emanating from his body caused the surrounding vegetation to wither visibly to the naked eye. The expressions of Qingchuan Zhujun and others changed drastically. Looking at the hundreds of flying figures that suddenly appeared in front of me, my scalp felt numb. Not only do these people look strange, but each of them has a pair of wings. And they don't seem like normal people. They could clearly feel that although there were only 500 of these people, none of them were simple. Especially the shiny black Zhou Xian at the front, who can crush Mu Tingzhong with one kick, is at least a level 6 existence. But when did Anda have so many strong men? From the information obtained by those apocalypse forces in Andu, the highest level in the mental hospital is level 5. But there is no such a flying team. Could it be that he was cheated? Qingchuan Zhujun and the 10 Class A generals all looked at the surrendering representatives of the Angwa apocalypse forces beside them. Several representatives hurriedly knelt down in fear to explain. Are you the Soul Emperor? Zhou Xian also spoke at this time. His eyes fell precisely on Qingchuan Zhujun, who was standing tallest, and he spoke domineeringly. Who gave you the courage to even set foot on the sacred ground of my hospital? Soul Emperor? Qingchuan Zhujun frowned slightly. Although he is proficient in Anyu, he doesn't understand what this title means, and Zhou Xian seemed to have shouted the same thing just now. But realizing that the group of people in front of him was not simple, Qingchuan Zhujun did not take action rashly, but cautiously replied in language. Your Excellency, I am not some Soul Emperor. I, the Great Sakura Empire, do not intend to offend this time. I am just here to destroy the witch and save Blue Star. If I have offended, I apologize. Witch? The first time he heard the word witch, Zhou Xian was stunned, but information about witch quickly appeared in his smart mind. Then he suddenly said, Is it a witch's cloak? Then you have to go to the store to buy it. It only costs 2080 gold coins. It is not available here. Your Majesty, Prime Minister, I think these people are psychopaths created by Songbing. Why talk nonsense? Let me kill him with my own hands and save Mr. Muto. A Class A warrior with an inch-headed face had a ferocious look on his face. He immediately pulled out his samurai sword from his waist. A ball of black energy ignited all over his body, then turned into an afterimage, and he flashed confidently towards Zhou Xian. Bagaya Road, you pig that lags behind, take your life. Baga, you are indeed from the Soul Palace. How dare you lie to me that you are here to buy a witch cloak? Hearing this title, Zhou Xian narrowed his eyes slightly, and his anger rose inexplicably. Die! At the same time, General Inu had arrived in front of Zhou Xian. The stench emanating from Zhou Xian's body made his soul tremble, but he still held his breath and gritted his teeth, and struck out with a ferocious knife with a ferocious expression on his face. On the blade, a level 5 black energy pulsed, accurately slashing towards Zhou Xian's neck. However, the next second, this seemingly powerful sword suddenly stopped. He was directly caught in Zhou Xian's hands, ignoring the energy plundering from above. And at the same time, a purple athlete's foot on Zhou Xian's hand quickly spread along the blade. Easily annihilating the energy unleashed by the Into general, the purple-patterned black-gold swords were turned into athlete's foot knives on the spot. The inch-headed warrior looked ferociously, his pupils shrinking suddenly. Without giving him time to react, the purple athlete's foot had spread to his hands. The moment he was infected with Zhou Xian's 7th-level athlete's foot, his entire hand quickly turned purple and turned black, and it was rapidly spreading to his entire arm. The face of the cunted general changed drastically, and his hair stood on his head. At the same time, out of the corner of his eye, he also caught the sight of Muto Zhou at his feet, who was already infected with athlete's foot. How dare you take action against me? Who gave you the courage? Zhou Xian's cold voice came out at this time, accompanied by the imperial dragon energy emanating from his body. General Into suddenly felt his soul trembling, and he quickly abandoned his sword and tried to escape. But Zhou Xian just smiled dismissively. TSK. The yellow phlegm accurately hit the face of the short-haired general. It was like hundreds of times concentrated sulfuric acid, instantly corroding the short-headed general's face. The 5th-level inch general fell to the ground and wailed on the spot, and was defeated by Zhou Xian at close range with a mouthful of yellow phlegm. This shocking and bizarre scene was seen by Qingchuan Zhujun and others, and their worldview was shattered. Zhou Xian's eyes have once again fallen on Qingchuan Zhujun and others. He stepped forward and said with great fighting spirit, "Emperor Soul, do you dare to fight with me?" Staring at this invisible monster, Qingchuan Zhujun's eyes were cold, and he did not answer. Instead, he waved his hand indifferently and ordered, "Kill." The remaining 9 Grade A generals did not dare to take action rashly and immediately gave orders. Wow! In an instant, with Qingchuan Zhujun's order, nearly 100,000 Qingchuan's main troops who were lying in ambush appeared one after another. Countless dense gas bombs, bacterial bombs, black gold missile muzzles, fighter planes and chariots were all pointed at Zhou Xian and others. Also included are several black gold snipers in the darkness. The huge number was simply crushing compared to the 500 soldiers behind Zhou Xian. However, in the face of this unprecedented number of enemies, Zhou Xian and the rest of the army were not afraid. Some were just excited. The farts inside them were churning. Especially Zhou Xian, his eyes were fixed on the rows of gas bombs and bacterial bombs waiting to be fired in the Qingchuan camp. He smelled it. This is a new brand of Huazi. Where is Song Bing? The unknowing Qingchuan Zhujun looked at Zhou Xian, raised his hand, and finally asked threateningly, "Brother Big, how dare you mention our dean's name?" When Song Bing was mentioned, Zhou Xian's eyes immediately widened. He was just about to get angry, but Qingchuan Zhujun had already waved his hand and said coldly, "Use gas bombs and bacterial bombs." Whoosh whoosh. In an instant, countless cannonballs carrying various terrifying poisonous gases were fired directly at Zhou Xian and others. Qingchuan Zhujun put his hands behind his back and was ready to watch the show. In his opinion, since Zhou Xian and others were forced out by red mustard, obviously the best way to deal with them is to use poison gas. And he believed that Song Bing must be nearby. I just want to consume them with these monsters. Since this is the case, he will continue to use poisonous gas to force it out. The Qingchuan family has no shortage of poison gas. As everyone knows, what Qingchuan Zhujun and others did not notice was that Zhou Xian and others' eyes lit up when they saw these flying missiles. Poison gas was also one of their favorites. Huazi, looking at these actively fired shells. Zhou Xian's eyes flashed. He took the initiative to fly out, hugged an incoming poisonous gas shell, opened his big mouth, pointed it directly at the only detonation port, and suddenly sucked it in. This inhalation directly sucked up the poisonous gas bomb that was about to be released. The entire shell suddenly became a dud. Think. This shocking scene made Qingchuan Zhujun and others, who were originally preparing to watch the show, widen their eyes again. Nanny. The 9 grade A generals lost their composure and retreated continuously as if they had seen a ghost. However, the fun has just begun. Seeing that Zhou Xian was so addicted to smoking, a group of fart soldiers immediately joined in. They all took the initiative to catch these gas bombs, then take the initiative to absorb them before they are released. Just like smoking. Ah, the fragrance. I'll take one. Give me one too. This one is mine. This is mine. Suck red numb mouth. The blue one is also good. The blue one has an aftertaste. Under the leadership of Zhou Xian, the 500 soldiers of the fart family got higher and higher. Simply smoke gas bombs and bacterial bombs as cigarettes. The big one was sucked by Zhou Xian in the front, and the small one was sucked by Fu Jiejun in the back. Direct smoking is in short supply. Qingchuan Zhujun and others, as well as the 100,000 Qingchuan army, looked at them with wide eyes, as if they had seen a ghost. Especially those responsible for dropping bombs. There are quite a few small, red mustard, and chirovirus among them. Just suck it? Quick, shoot more, it's not enough. Here, seeing that the cannonballs being fired were getting less and less, Zhou Xian directly sucked them in and urged them out. Only then did a grade A general react and shouted quickly. Bagaya Road, stop, stop, stop throwing. You idiots, are you blind? When the bombardiers heard the news, they quickly stopped what they were doing. Bang! Zhou Xian smoked the last big one, threw the empty shell of the poison gas bomb to the ground like a cigarette butt, and then looked at the general who shouted stop. He said displeasedly, You cheapskate, I just sucked a few poison gas bombs from you. What's the big deal? At worst, we can just throw a few more gas bombs and return them to you later. Qingchuan Zhujun and others stared at Zhou Xian and others who had inhaled gas bombs and bacterial bombs and found that they were really fine. Not only am I fine, but I feel more energetic, like taking a stimulant. Many generals, including General Sakura, could not hide their fear. Is this still a human being? Sniper is ready. Other black gold missiles are ready to shoot. A grade A warrior who didn't want to believe it roared out angrily. Whoosh whoosh. Rumble. In an instant, dense missiles and sniper bullets shot out of the air, covering Xiang Zhouxian and others. The children are lined up, ready to open the vat and release the poison. Pay them back 10 times. Don't say our army is stingy when the time comes. Zhou Xian also shouted. Yes. The 500 soldiers were immediately excited to face these dense missiles and artillery shells and took off directly into the sky. They have never been afraid of anyone when it comes to shooting hot weapons. Even if the enemy is outnumbered and we are outnumbered, the advantage lies with us. 2. In an instant, the 500 soldiers of the fart family shot up like jet fighter jets. The poisonous farts released not only shook away the several black gold bullets fired, but also dispersed and became a cover on the spot. The snipers in the darkness were dumbfounded on the spot, lost the target. But before they could continue to look for their target, sharp blades fell on their necks from behind. At the same time, on the battlefield that broke out, looking at the 500 soldiers taking off in a jet style. The pupils of Qingchuan Zhujun and the 9 grade A generals were shocked. One of the generals murmured and backed away in fear. It wasn't until this moment that they truly felt the terrifying level of these 500 soldiers. It directly shattered the 3 concepts. You know, the strongest people on site besides Qingchuan Zhujun are 14 5th level A-level generals. As a result, the opponent's lowest level was all 5. How to fight this? But the real nightmare has just begun. Zhao. Bayubiabubiu. A group of black gold gunners and artillery missile shooters aimed their shots in the sky, but under the cover of the poisonous fart, they could not aim at all. What's more important is that the 500 armies are all at level 5 at the lowest level, and their speed is terrifying. After escaping the hail of gunfire and bullets, the 500 soldiers of the Fart family who had risen into the air swooped down directly, aimed at the 100,000 Qingchuan army below, and launched a ruthless jet-type poisonous fart release. There are many of them that they have just absorbed. At this moment, the capital and profits are returned to the Qingchuan army. The sky was instantly covered with poisonous farts. Bang, bang, bang. The powerful poisonous farts were blasted down. The 100,000 Qingchuan army that was so powerful just a second ago became a living target. One cannonball can knock over dozens of heads. Oh! In an instant, the huge Qingchuan army screamed. The Sakura soldiers who were still raising their guns and cannons rolled their eyes when they smelled the stench of poisonous farts spreading. Don't shoot. We are Ongwa people, and we are being coerced. The screams spread quickly, and countless Sakura soldiers and puppet troops, like the 3 detachments, were poisoned one after another. Qingchuan Zhujun looked at this sudden scene and listened to the familiar scream. At this moment, he finally understood the nonsense that Tojo Takagi and the other 3 had talked about before. Finally understood the true meaning of poisonous farts. This is really toxic. The remaining 9 Grade A generals were also stunned. Before the fight, a deep fear arose. Smoking gas bombs as cigarettes, or just inhaling without spitting out. Use farts as cannonballs. Is this still a human being? We cannot be defeated. It's time to contribute to the glory of the great Sakura Empire. Qingchuan Zhujun looked at the 9 people, with endless cruelty flashing in his eyes. Immediately, I saw him taking the lead, taking out his own pathogenic agent, and stabbing himself in the neck without hesitation. TSK. Qingchuan Zhujun suddenly fell to the ground in pain. The muscles on his body began to bulge and squirm, as if there was something inside. At the same time, his pupils became increasingly distorted. Fight for the revival of the great Sakura Empire. The other 9 Grade A generals gritted their teeth and gave themselves a shot. Immediately, all 9 people, like Qingchuan Zhujun, began to experience corresponding changes in their bodies. Bang! Qingchuan Zhujun's change was the first to stop, and immediately his body suddenly resembled a frog, bursting through his clothes and exploding. The 500 soldiers of the Fart family are trying to kill each other in the sky. This is a terrifying level 7 explosion. It's time for the farce to stop. Qingchuan Zhujun, who had reached level 7, had indifferent eyes. I just want to kill these people. However, the next second, a black shadow cut through the air and received his terrible blow. Emperor Soul, your opponent is me. On a late autumn night, the cold wind howled. In the 4 directions of Andu, there were singing and dancing birds at the moment, and artillery fire was pouring from the sky. Extremely lively. Those who didn't know thought they were setting off firecrackers during the spring festival. The most lively area is undoubtedly the suburbs south of Andu. 500 people versus 100,000. But it is a crushing existence. With a high-altitude shooting, the Qingchuan family's 100,000-strong army was directly reduced to a dead army. On the edge of the tank, Qingchuan Zhujun, who was upgraded with pathogenic agent, wanted to stop all this. But his terrifying blow was caught by Zhou Xian with one hand. Facing the smelly Zhou Xian in front of him at close range, Qingchuan Zhujun's pupils trembled. It became increasingly difficult to remain calm. He originally thought that with the transcendent combat power of level 7, he would be able to settle all this. But the pitch-black monster in front of him actually emitted the same energy fluctuations. And look at the arm fighting against Zhou Xian. Qingchuan Zhujun found that his arm was rapidly turning black and infected. Is this poison? Qingchuan Zhujun's heart trembled again. Emperor Soul, are you weaker than I thought? Zhou Xian raised the corners of his mouth slightly at this moment. Immediately taking advantage of the upper position, he suddenly stood up and shot out a blue laser fart. This sudden fart made Qingchuan Zhujun's pupils shrink suddenly. It's like you are having a fierce fight with someone with a knife, and the other person suddenly pulls out a gun and shoots you mercilessly. Caught off guard, Qingchuan Zhujun quickly raised his hands and crossed them in front of him to block. Bang! But this fart still knocked him back to the ground. A huge deep pit was blasted directly, and blue smoke was everywhere. The 9 Grade A generals below who had just been promoted to level 6 happened to witness this scene. He was also shaken back several meters by the aftermath of this random fart. The confidence they had gained from upgrading was instantly wiped out by Zhou Xian. Cough, cough, cough. In the deep pit, Qingchuan Zhujun quickly got up from it. As a 7th-level person, he was naturally not so fragile. But although he was not injured, he could not escape the enchantment. This fart directly shattered the Smuff into a half-made Smuff. In the midair, Zhou Xian's wings bloomed, and his rags moved with the wind, but it was difficult to conceal his invincible and domineering posture. Emperor Soul Heaven, you are killing living beings, killing people, and do whatever it takes to become emperor. Now he still dares to set foot in our hospital. Today, I will do justice for heaven, eradicate this scourge of yours, and restore peace to the world. Zhou Xian's tattered clothes made a sound as he stepped out, each step exuding layers of chilling stench. Your Excellency, I am not the sole emperor, nor am I as evil as you say. I wonder if there is any misunderstanding, and we can have a good chat. Having seen Zhou Xian's horror, Qingchuan Zhujun no longer dared to ignore it, so he could only grit his teeth and try to explain again. He is really not the sole emperor. Stop talking nonsense. Today, either you die, or you die, just take my shit. After Zhou Xian finished speaking, he directly raised his hand to luck out. At this moment, his fighting spirit was at its peak, so that was all. Qingchuan Zhujun is not the sole emperor, but he must be the sole emperor. You go deal with those guys and leave them to me. Seeing that it didn't make sense, Qingchuan Zhujun's face changed, and he could only grit his teeth and say, yes. The 9 Class A war criminals saw this and nodded quickly. They also had no courage to fight against Zhou Xian. Oomph, none of you can escape. Look at my newly learned skills. Zhou Xian said, raising his hands, and countless red and choking gas surged out from under him and finally gathered on his hands. Gradually, it turned into a huge blood ruler that was more than 10 meters long. The first form of the fart technique, the flames devour the fart. I saw Zhou Xian shouting loudly, rising up from the ground in the void, and the giant ruler turned from fart in his hand rose into the sky, carrying a shocking pressure. Like a divine sword that created the world, it slashed at Qingchuan Zhujun and the 9 Grade A generals at extremely fast speeds. Prime Minister, help me. This scene caused the 9 Grade A generals who were originally going to help to retreat in fear on the spot. Qingchuan Zhujun was also dumbfounded. Is this a fantasy novel? How can so much substantial energy be released at once? Faced with this fart, he immediately lost the desire to catch it and dodged it. Because picking up is also picking up loneliness. This is fart. How do you answer it? What the hell? Haha, want to escape? Zhou Xian, who was in the air, saw Qingchuan Zhujun trying to avoid him, and a contemptuous smile appeared on his lips. Immediately, he raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Click. In an instant, the snap of his fingers was like a lighter, flying towards the giant-footed flame-devouring wave fart at extremely high speed. Rumble. In an instant, the flame-devouring wave fart was completely ignited and expanded dozens of times. It was like a blazing flame-devouring wave, engulfing Qingchuan Zhujun and the others. This is the real flame-eating wave fart. 9 Grade A generals who had just been promoted to level 6 were instantly engulfed by this wave of fire. A fart-roasted braised pig came on the spot. Screams were heard everywhere. Qingchuan Zhujun, with his 7th-level combat power, barely missed this fart, but he was still burned to the buttocks by the fire wave. It turned directly into crotchless pants. The fire wave disappeared in an instant, and when the fire wave dissipated, only the blackened and roasted 9 Grade A generals were left, screaming and rolling on the ground. A few kilometers away, there is a sycamore forest. The figure of 5 rays and black shadows is hiding here, looking at the Qingchuan army that was bombarded and screamed again and again. And Zhou Xian, who roasted 9 Grade A generals and turned Qingchuan Zhujun into crotchless pants. The pupils of the 5 black shadows shrank violently in the dark night, and the cold air invaded their ears. Horror, shock, confusion, all kinds of emotions appeared in their eyes at this moment. What kind of monster is this? How could Anda hide such a group of monsters? A trembling female voice broke the dead silence, barely concealing fear. A male voice responded. Echoes followed. In the darkness, the five figures all looked at each other and reached an agreement. They were afraid of being affected. But what about Songbing? We haven't found any trace of him until now. The female voice continued to sound, with a trace of unwillingness in her eyes. You're looking for me? At the same time, a voice came from behind the five people. The pupils of the five men in black shrank suddenly. The moment they suddenly turned around, Songbing appeared behind them in a white coat under the faint night light. He had a hard time finding these guys. Shifu, it seems these guys are here again. AI Xiaoshu climbed onto Songbing's neck with a hammer while squinting at the five inexplicably familiar people in front of him. They are the same kind of people. Under Songbing's forbidden eyes, on the arms of the five people were 8, 18, 28, 38, 48. Songbing. The eyes of the 5-8 series fell on Songbing, and they were surprised and quickly became gloomy at the same time. They are the remaining top 5-8 series. After the tragic death of the last 588 series, he received an order to leave the Qingchuan family, mainly responsible for secretly monitoring, looking for traces of Songbing, and waiting for the arrival of other protectors. But at this moment, Songbing quietly appeared behind them. Don't work so hard. I'll send you to accompany the other five, Songbing said, putting his hands in his pockets, and walked towards the five people. Come on, if the five of us join forces, we may not be able to defeat him. The beautiful eyes of the leader 8 flashed with absolute determination. A sharp rotating knife was turned from his fingers, and he took the lead in killing Songbing. The other four figures moved at the same time and turned into 4 afterimages, rushing towards Songbing's 2 sides respectively. All 5 of them are top-level 6th-level combatants. The movements are fluent and the cooperation is tacit. However, just as the 5 of them burst out with murderous intent, they rushed to a distance of 20 meters from Songbing. Buzz! A strange color appeared in Songbing's eyes, and a burst of brain power spread out like a powerful bell. It instantly affected and easily restrained 5 figures that were rushing towards them. Spiritual system, level 7. How is that possible? The pupils of the 5-8 series trembled violently, and their hearts seemed to be grabbed. But before they could resist, Songbing's brain lifted his body as easily as a chicken, and they lined up obediently and floated to Songbing. Songbing raised a hand at the same time, and 5 exquisite silver needles transformed from raw bones floated up, aiming at the 5 people. Then he asked, I'll only ask once. Where is your emperor? Haha, Songbing, I didn't expect that your real level is actually level 7. But you don't think that this can offend our emperor, do you? Long-winded. Songbing frowned slightly and waved his hand decisively. Whoosh whoosh. The 5 bone spurs shot out instantly, but they were like invisible needles, sinking directly into the eyebrows of the 5 people. Oh. However, a sharp pain accompanied by mental and physical pain instantly made the 5 people miserable. Songbing directly and easily controlled the bone spurs and sickened 5 people. The most effective one is naturally the pain in the balls. As soon as the pain in their balls came out, the 4 male 8 series men were so painful that they despaired on the spot. Only the woman number 8 could grit her teeth and stare at Songbing, saying word by word, Songbing, wait. You will soon feel despair. The power of our Tianqi organization is beyond your imagination. The witch belongs to the emperor, and only she is worthy of marrying the emperor, which is the gospel of Blue Star. But you are just a dirty man, and you will only die if you dare to get involved. 8 before he finished speaking, Songbing raised his hand and sucked on the ladder. The ladder's neck was sucked by Songbing on the spot and clasped in his palm. Under the black veil, there is an Asian woman's face. TSK. Songbing stretched out his other hand and took off his mask, revealing the cold face with a standard oval face under the mask. But Songbing's hand did not stop because of this. Then he continued downwards and continued to tear her clothes to pieces. Number 8's pupil shrank, and he immediately revealed a sarcastic sneer. Songbing, I didn't expect that underneath your hypocritical appearance, you are still a slut who is greedy for beauty. Wanna play? Whatever. However, Songbing ignored number 8's words and turned to look at AI Xiaoshu, who was blinking at the side. Master, I didn't see anything, you continue. Meeting Songbing's gaze, AI Xiaoshu reacted and quickly turned around, covering his eyes in shame. But the next second, Song Bing grabbed her twin tails and turned her around. Somewhat annoyed. What are you thinking about? Is your master that kind of person? This is just for you to see. AI Xiaoxiu looked at Song Bing's eyes with some uncertainty and found that Song Bing didn't seem to be joking. Look at the woman in front of you. She is indeed good-looking. Well, the figure is also good. What you want is what you want. If this were a male apprentice, he would be faced with such a great gift after the master peeled it off and presented it to him. I will definitely be grateful. But the key is that she is a woman. Although she can also become a man. But she has no feelings for women. I only have feelings for chickens. Why would Song Bing give her a skinned woman? It wasn't just AI Xiaoxiu who was confused. Number 8, who was held captive by Song Bing, also looked confused. Song Bing actually wanted to give her to a little girl? Are you trying to insult her in this way? Suddenly, AI Xiaoxiu realized it and said with a worldly look, "Thank you, Master, for giving me such a great gift. But the little beast is still small and there is no need for it. Why don't you, Master, keep it for me first? You can give it to me when the little beast grows up." Number 8. No, do you treat me as a gift? No. Where did this girl learn the ways of the world? Also, why can't obedient hear the key points? Looking at Song Bing's twitching mouth, AI Xiaoxiu felt happy. I thought that the master must be very moved. I will definitely reward her with chicken afterward. Being a teacher means that you can clearly see the details of her body and be ready to change into her at any time. It is not that I want to give her to you. When AI Xiaoxiu was extremely happy, Song Bing explained again and in detail with the corner of his mouth slightly twitching. AI Xiaoxiu's fantasy came to an abrupt end. He looked at Song Bing's more serious eyes again, and his bright and lovely smile froze. In order to relieve the embarrassment, she quickly looked at number 8. Her big, watery eyes scanned every detail of number 8 like a scanner, and finally it was deeply reflected in her mind. Master, watch carefully. After he finished memorizing it, AI Xiaoxiu dared to look at Song Bing and nodded obediently like a chicken pecking at rice. As he spoke, AI Xiaoxiu's petite and exquisite body began to grow, and then like a copy, he turned into number 8. When number 8 saw this scene, his pupils shrank suddenly. She seemed to recognize the cute little girl in front of her and instantly understood what Song Bing meant. But just as she was about to say something, the big hand on her throat was already strong. She is you now, so you can die. Song Bing turned to look at number 8, smiled slightly, and then suddenly pressed hard with his fingers without any mercy. Click! With number 8's widened bloodshot eyes, he quickly lost his vitality. Ding successfully absorbed level 6 Bomeo, merit plus 1 million. After casually throwing this verbose woman into the kidney ruins, Song Bing continued to look up at the 4-8 series who were in pain. But Song Bing did not take action again. Instead, the 4 people underwent some mental transformation, and after being tortured until they fainted, they withdrew their brain power and let the 4 people fall to the ground. Let's go, little beast. After doing all this, Song Bing turned around and left. The bone spurs were not recovered. Master, are they not going to kill you? AI Xiaoxiu looked puzzled. After turning into number 8, his voice also changed. Well, they are still useful. We'll kill them later. Song Bing wrote lightly. Oh, although he was confused, AI Xiaoxiu still changed back to his original appearance, picked up the hammer, and jumped on Song Bing's shoulder. Her legs are too short, but the jockey is more comfortable. Song Bing has long been accustomed to it. It was still very inconvenient to see AI Xiaoxiu carrying such a hammer, directly releasing a burst of brain power to invade AI Xiaoxiu's mind. AI Xiaoxiu's beautiful eyes moved slightly, but he did not resist when Song Bing invaded his brain. But let Song Bing come. Ding successfully rescued level 7 mental illness, telepathy, merit minus 10 million. Soon a kind of mental illness transformed from the fusion of Song disease entered AI Xiaoxiu's mind. This is a kind of mental illness that evolved from the mental illness that controlled Gao Ling, Yin Hong, and others. This mental illness is also the bridge through which Song Bing can communicate with Gao Ling and Yin Hong through brain waves. Of course, Gao Ling and Yin Hong are the real ones in control. The disease given to AI Xiaoxiu is truly a disease of pure brain communication. To put it simply, it is similar to Song Bing being a communication-based station, which has open permissions for AI Xiaoxiu. And with this disease, Many things that AI Xiaoxiu wants but cannot do can be sensed and received by Song Bing and help him realize them. For example, control to the bone. Song Bing's eyes flashed and he sent a message to AI Xiaoxiu directly through his brain power. AI Xiaoxiu's eyes lit up and his thoughts moved. The next second, she was seen holding the hammer and shrinking directly, turning into a bracelet, which was automatically put on AI Xiaoxiu's little hand. Master, it's really possible. AI Xiaoxiu suddenly showed surprise. If you want to release it in the future, just control it with your mind. You don't have to carry it all the time. Song Bing smiled. This is also an upgraded version of the disease that he has just recently integrated. As for why it's called heart and mind, then you have to ask Brother Tongzi. Master, this feels great. AI Xiaoxiu's big jewel-like eyes were filled with surprise. The bracelet kept changing its shape under her thoughts. Big or small. Finally, I want to become a Kuan. No. Song Bing's face suddenly darkened, and he decisively rejected AI Xiaoxiu's fantasy. This is a true fan. Hee, I can't help myself. AI Xiaoxiu smiled cutely and put on the bracelet. Suddenly, I didn't dare to think about it anymore. After leaving this area, Song Bing returned to business and asked. He was able to find the 5 people so quickly. In addition to his forbidden eyes, it was also thanks to AI Xiaoxiu's nose. No more. AI Xiaoxiu shook his head in confirmation, and then looked at the domineering Zhou Xian in the distance on the battlefield of the Qingchuan family. His big, watery eyes showed surprise and said, Master, why has Zhou Xian become so fierce this time? I don't know either. After finding a hill suitable for watching the battle and sitting down, Song Bing used to rub AI Xiaoxiu's little head and was also a little surprised by Zhou Xian's performance. This fart technique feels like more than his disease. At the same time, on the battlefield, all the bright spots were focused on Zhou Xian at the moment when the flame-devouring wave fart came out. In front of this emperor, who dares to claim to be invincible? Who dares to claim to be invincible? Soul Emperor, are you willing to surrender? After suppressing the 10 people of Qingchuan Zhujun, Zhou Xian stepped out, looked down at Qingchuan Zhujun, and said in a proud voice, Too weak. This so-called Soul Emperor is too weak. He only used one of his newly discovered special skills. I said, I am not the Soul Emperor. Qingchuan Zhujun became so angry that he didn't care about the crotchless pants he was wearing. He fully activated his level 7 combat power and transformed into a polar shadow, which shot towards Zhou Xian again. Clang. At the same time, the black-gold-purple sword on his waist came out of his body, and purple light bloomed. This is a truly all-purple black-gold-purple sword, which is very cold. At the same time, Qingchuan Zhujun's arm muscles bulged explosively, and a stream of black and red blood covered the black, gold, and purple sword in his hand like venom, and slashed towards Zhou Xian in the air. I finally have some strength. Feeling the pressure of this sword, Zhou Xian raised a hint of fighting spirit and immediately stepped forward to meet it. At the same time, he shouted loudly, Doufu transforms into armor. The moment the words fell, the surrounding imperial dragon energy immediately covered Zhou Xian's body, transformed into a set of majestic, colorful fart armor. Chom. At the same time, Qingchuan Zhujun slashed with his sword. Zhou Xian directly raised his hand to greet him. Bang! The sharp blade suddenly cut through the air easily, as if cutting open the space. But the moment it landed on the condensed fart armor on Zhou Xian's body, it was as if it had been struck by extremely hard black iron and was stuck on the spot. Qingchuan Zhujun showed a ferocious expression, wanting to release the blood poison on the blade to corrode Zhou Xian. This is his level 7 original virus. Even if you are at the 7th level, you don't dare to contaminate it. It's also his ultimate move. However, when he was released, he was horrified to find that not only was the knife stuck, but the blood poison was also stuck. Just when he couldn't accept it, Zhou Xian also noticed the blood poison on the blade. His eyes suddenly lit up, and he opened his mouth and touched it. Tear it apart. Like rubbing a skewer, the blood poison on the knife was directly dried. Well, this tastes good. I will also give you a taste of my taste. Zhou Xian smacked his lips in praise, and immediately opened his mouth and performed a lion's roar at Qingchuan Zhujun. Ho 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 ho. In an instant, Qingchuan Zhujun was rushed back to the ground by a mixture of poisonous bad breath. This time, Qingchuan Zhujun was even more miserable and was vomited on the spot. The blood poison in his body also has the function of swallowing and resisting some of Zhou Xian's toxins. Both of them can be said to be of the poison type. But Zhou Xian's poisonous farts are not only poisonous, but also farts. He couldn't smell it. Look, this breath turned Qingchuan Zhujun into a bald donkey. The originally beautiful hair turned into a bald head under Zhou Xian's Xiong'er's roar. He looked up at this invulnerable guy in the air. And the army has been defeated. Qingchuan Zhujun felt a deep sense of powerlessness. No, it's not like this. It can't be like this. It can't be like this. Qingchuan Zhujun clenched his fists and his voice was ferocious. Don't want to accept this. The Qingchuan family has been planning all this for 100 years. Now the middle path is about to collapse in the hands of this psychopath who came out halfway. Along with Qingchuan Zhujun's unwilling voice, his body began to squirm and get bigger. For the revival of the great Sakura Empire. No one can stop me. Qingchuan Zhujun raised his head again. His face was ferocious, and his body and breath were soaring, getting bigger and bigger. Prime Minister, we are here to help you. Long live the great Sakura Empire. In the distance, the 9 grade A generals who had been roasted saw this and seemed to know what Qingchuan Zhujun was going to do. Immediately, he used up his last bit of strength and ran towards Qingchuan Zhujun's figure that was gradually squirming and getting bigger. They jumped directly onto Qingchuan Zhujun and immediately stuck to Qingchuan Zhujun's body and start to merge. Oh! Qingchuan Zhujun's swollen and squirming body began to look like a mass of mutated large tumors. In an instant, he grew taller than a 5-meter giant. As for the bodies of the 9 Class A war criminals, the moment they came into contact with Qingchuan Zhujun's body, their bodies began to blend in little by little. It's like being swallowed up. Fusion with Qingchuan Zhujun. Their heads and hands remained outside, just at Qingchuan Zhujun's neck. In an instant, Qingchuan Zhujun looked like a monster with 10 heads and 20 hands. His height and body shape instantly reached the appearance of a 10-meter giant. Hey, can you still transform? Seeing this scene, Zhou Xian instantly regained his fighting spirit. However, before he could react, the fused and mutated Qingchuan Zhujun roared. A giant hand slapped Zhou Xian directly. Hula! The hurricane roared down, and the giant hand was like a 5-finger mountain, catching Zhou Xian off guard and suppressing it. Zhou Xian sped up and faced him directly with his Doufu armor on his head. Bang! However, at the moment of contact, Zhou Xian's originally indestructible fighting armor was instantly blown away. Zhou Xian himself was instantly knocked into the ground by this terrifying giant palm. Rumble! In an instant, the earth shattered and dust flew everywhere. The combat power of Qingchuan Zhujun, who merged with 9 Class A war criminals, skyrocketed. He continued to step towards the position where Zhou Xian was suppressed. The body is still growing crazily. They looked ferociously at the 2 generals who were defeated by Zhou Xian just now. At the same time, their swollen bodies began to generate a huge physical suction force, like the attraction between magnetic fields. It was very easy to absorb the 2 grade A generals into the swollen body and fuse them together. The heads and hands of the 2 grade A generals who were originally smoked to death by Zhou Xian soon appeared around Qingchuan Zhujun's neck like the 9 grade A generals. He even woke up, shaking his head and grinning along with the other generals. Qingchuan Zhujun's size suddenly increased to 15 meters. He looked at the defeated Sakura soldiers and puppet troops at the same time. Brave warriors, sacrifice your lives for the revival of the great Sakura Empire. Qingchuan Zhujun spoke ferociously. He looks like a monster at this moment. Long live the great Sakura Empire. Many brainwashed ninjas and Sakura soldiers immediately ran towards Qingchuan Zhujun without fear. He blended into its huge body without hesitation. Let it be swallowed up. Ah, no, don't. Of course, there are also the vast majority of people who are sober. Seeing this horrific scene, they just want to run away. But in the face of this terrifying physical suction, the fleeing Sakura soldiers and puppet soldiers were powerless to resist, and they were all sucked into Qingchuan Zhujun's growing and growing body, and melted in little by little. Oh, ha! 20 meters, 30 meters, 50 meters, 60 meters. Under the fusion of the screams of countless Sakura soldiers and puppet soldiers, Qingchuan Zhujuan's body size soared crazily. Soon he turned into a 100-meter giant with a head and arms all over his body. At this moment, Qingchuan Zhujuan's momentum reached its peak. Under the crazy growth and fusion of flesh and blood, he was even more immune to Zhou Xian's stench just now. Their eyes continued to look at the 500 soldiers in midair. You are all going to die. Qingchuan Zhujuan's eyes were ferocious. The 11 Class A warriors on his neck followed suit with ferocious voices. That terrifying physical suction force instantly pointed at the 500 soldiers in midair. The 100-meter-tall body seemed to devour all living creatures around it. Your Majesty, save me. The 500-fart army was rarely frightened by this scene and waved their wings wildly, but it was as if they were attracted by a magnet. There is no way to escape this terrible physical attraction. What a disgusting superpower, Master. Let me deal with it. On the distant hill, when AI Xiaoxiu saw this scene, he couldn't sit still and wanted to take action. You have to believe King Fart. After all, he is my #1 experimental subject. Song Bing pushed AI Xiaoxiu's little head back and squinted at the ground beneath Qingchuan Zhujuan's feet. The Fart King that he carefully transformed is not that weak. Your Majesty, save me. Biu, I will kill you. The 500-strong army rushed towards the 100-meter-tall Qingchuan Zhujuan with all their strength. It doesn't help at all. This kind of lethality has long been indifferent to Qingchuan Zhujuan at this moment. Rumble. And just when a group of Fujia soldiers were about to be sucked into the body of Qingchuan Zhujuan and fused. Under the feet of Qingchuan Zhujuan, the originally sunken and cracked earth suddenly erupted with a violent and terrifying explosion. It was like a giant landmine exploding. In an instant, the cracked earth began to arch crazily, accompanied by streams of gas of different colors pouring out from under the ground. The 100-meter-tall Qingchuan Zhujuan was immediately shaken back by this sudden and terrifying impact. Almost people fell off their backs. The physical suction stopped abruptly. Only then did the 500 Fu family troops who were almost absorbed escape. Rumble. At the same time, under the arched ground, a 100-meter figure wrapped in huge gas also stood up little by little. His body shape also skyrocketed like Qingchuan Zhujuan's. The gases of different colors that continuously gush out from it begin to transform into different parts. Finally, it condensed into a set of majestic and domineering armor. When he stood up, he looked like a giant ape wearing gorgeous armor, standing hundreds of meters tall, even taller than Qingchuan Takatoshi. The second form of the fart technique, the law of heaven and earth. The giant ape looked down at Qingchuan Zhujuan with a pair of huge red pupils, opened its big mouth, and spoke majestically and domineeringly. And inside the giant ape condensed by countless poisonous farts is Zhou Xian, who controls all of this. At this moment, Zhou Xian's fighting spirit soared. The imperial dragon energy all over his body is endless. Qingchuan Zhujuan and others, who were in a stable body, saw this scene, and their ferocious pupils shrank. What is this? Your Majesty, it's your Majesty. Long live the king. Long live the king. The 500 soldiers of the Fard army reacted and immediately knelt on the ground in excitement and trembling. Their eyes toward Zhou Xian were so pious. In the distance, AI Xiaoxiu, who was originally worried, was completely dumbfounded when he saw this scene. I don't know how to do it myself. Song Bing was also a little surprised. Zhou Xian really took the fart to the extreme. If this were placed in the world of immortality, it would definitely be a leader. Children, step back. You have done a good job. Next, leave it to me. Zhou Xian controlled the giant ape transformed into 7 kinds of farts and stepped in front of the 500 fart family troops. Standing tall on the sky and on the earth, it is really like a divine Buddha. You're so pretentious that you think you can fight me just by blowing your fart and inflating it? You're going to die. Qingchuan Zhujuan looked ferocious and waved his giant fist again, hitting Zhou Xian. His figure, which was originally 100 meters tall, now seemed much shorter in front of Zhou Xian. Soul Emperor, I will suppress you today, even if I die. Zhou Xian's eyes were filled with anger, and the same was true for the giant ape, whose bright red pupils seemed to be burning. He stepped forward, the ground shook, poisonous farts rolled, and Wu Wei met Qingchuan Zhujuan, who had turned into a monster. Rumble. In Andu at night, Two giants with a height of 100 meters finally collided together. In an instant, the space shook and the earth trembled. On top of Qingquanzhujuan's huge fist were the heads and arms of tens of thousands of people, which also contained the power of tens of thousands of people. Ferocious and dense. But what Zhou Xian wielded was just his condensed but hand. But even so, he took Qingquanzhujuan's terrifying punch forcefully. The aftermath of the collision between the two giants rippled out, and trees within 100 meters radius were shattered. Qingquanzhujuan's ferocious pupils shrank, but he didn't expect Zhou Xian to really be able to take his punch. Zhou Xian really used his farts to condense into a fart giant, and he took over the giant body he had transformed into by devouring so many people. How is this possible? How is this possible? This is not scientific at all. Just now he could suppress Zhou Xian with one palm. No, it's fake. It must be fake. How can the century-old plans and heritage of our Qingquan family be destroyed in the hands of a monster like you? Let me see how many tricks you can take. Qingquanzhujuan's face was distorted. He didn't believe that Zhou Xian could really control his fart to such a flexible level. He immediately punched out again, with a huge sonic boom, and suddenly hit Zhou Xian's face. Bang! This punch was even more swift and fierce, and it landed in front of the fart giant in an instant. But when he was about to come into contact with the fart giant's face, he suddenly stopped. Just as quickly, the fart giant's other big hand was firmly held in front of his face. Qingquanzhujuan and the 11 Class A war criminals all had shocked faces. But no matter how hard they tried, their fists were held motionless by the giant's big hand. Boom! The fart giant's big hand suddenly bulged up with pieces of fart-shaped muscles, and then bit by bit he pried Qingquanzhujuan's other big hand away from his face. The exposed face of the giant ape also transformed into Zhou Xian's face. This emperor has already reached the point where human beings and farts become one. What do you think? Zhou Xian and Fu Hua's big faces showed the same contemptuous expression and said with a sneer. Qingquanzhujuan and others' hearts trembled. Really, human beings and farts are one? No, you die. I don't want to see your stinky face. But soon, the fear in Qingquanzhujuan's heart was covered up by anger, and he continued to take action. I am afraid of you, so come on. Let's fight. Zhou Xian's fighting spirit was overwhelming. He perfectly controlled the fart giant and directly fought against the mutated Qingquanzhujuan. With the fused giant body, Qingquanzhujuan not only has more powerful abilities, but also has absolute control. Therefore, even though the body is huge, it is still extremely flexible, like a giant that has grown in size. Every attack contains extremely terrifying energy and power. However, facing such a terrifying attack, Zhou Xian was not afraid at all. He is one person and a fart, and he also has absolute control and flexibility. Not only can he always take every blow from Qingquanzhujuan, can also fight back. Boom, boom, boom. Bang, bang, bang. As a result, the two huge figures started a close combat in this area of the world, and the more they fought, the braver they became. Every blow contains endless destructive power, just like Ultraman fighting monsters. The only difference is that Qingquanzhujuan looks more like a monster. The head and arms all over the body make it difficult to look straight at. Die, die, die. Seeing that Zhou Xian could really fight him back and forth with the condensed fart giant, Qingquanzhujuan became more and more crazy as he fought. Oh, he simply ignored the life and death of everyone in the fusion, drained their energy even more crazily, and launched an even more terrifying attack on Zhou Xian. Bang! At a certain moment, his punch finally shattered one of Zhou Xian's arms. He even kicked Zhou Xian away, smashed heavily into the ruins. Ha ha! Victory belongs to me, the Prime Minister, and victory belongs to my great Sakura Empire. How can you fight with me? You, a monster who can only fart, how can you fight with me? Seeing that he had finally broken through Zhou Xian's power with all his strength, Qingquanzhujuan showed an excited and crazy smile. The countless cherry blossom heads around him also moved and laughed ferociously. Extremely terrifying. Your Majesty. On the other hand, when the 500 soldiers of the Pei family saw that their king was knocked down, they all ran away desperately. Since I miss your king so much, go and accompany them. Qingquanzhujuan and the countless heads on his body showed their ferocious looks, and immediately raised their big feet to crush the 500 soldiers. Help, Prime Minister, help. But at this moment, 3 Grade A generals, Tojo Takagi, were seen fleeing from 3 directions. In the sky behind him were 3 veterans of the Fart family who were chasing after them like crazy. You've come just in time, let's fuse. The 14th class warriors will return, and I will become even stronger. Seeing the arrival of the 3 Tojo Takagis, Harukawa Takatoshi immediately gave up the massacre of the 500 Fart family troops. Instead, he turned to Tojo Takagi and the other 3. Because only by fusing these 3 people can his current fused body reach its optimal state. Jia, Tojo Takagi, Doihara Kenzo, and Itagaki Yelong. Please return to your positions. The 11 Grade A generals also showed twisted smiles to the 3 of them. The 3 Tojo eagles who had fled in embarrassment trembled when they saw this scene. Although they were frightened, they still gritted their teeth and ran towards the giant body. When the 3 chasing elders saw the terrifying 100-meter giant in front of them and the embarrassed 500 soldiers, they immediately stopped in fear. Don't dare to pursue anymore. Together with a group of Fart soldiers, they ran towards the dusty place. They are just crazy, not stupid. Ha! Soon, the 3 Tojo Takagi who merged into the giant body, with heads like 11 Class A generals, appeared at the neck of Kinkawa Takatoshi. At this point, all 14 Class A war criminals have returned to their posts. The giant's body is even taller by several meters, and the flow of superpowers on his body is even more terrifying. Master, this guy's energy fluctuations have increased again and have already exceeded level 7. On the hill, the keen AI Xiaoshou spoke solemnly. Song Bing frowned slightly. Of course he felt it. What he didn't expect was that his apprentice could actually have such a method. He originally planned to leave all this to Zhou Xian. One is his training. The second is to make the Qingchuan family suffer. But now it seems that it can only be settled by him. Song Bing stood up, and just when he was about to take action, his eyes suddenly moved. Zhou Xian fell motionless in the dust. Wait, Zhou Xian doesn't seem to have been knocked down. This sitting posture, that serious little expression. Could it be that he is realizing something again? Could it be this is to learn new skills on the spot? At a certain moment, Zhou Xian suddenly opened his sharp eyes, and 7 farts of different colors poured out from under him, like 7 streams of energy, lingering around his body. The next second, 7 farts returned from his mouth, and 3 red, yellow, and purple farts suddenly bloomed with a scorching light on his chest. It's time to end. On the battlefield, the fusion was successful. Qingchuan Zhujun and the 14 Class A war criminals all looked ferociously towards the direction where Zhou Xian had kicked up the dust, and the 500 Fart family troops running towards the dust. Qingchuan Zhujun immediately stepped towards the dust with his big feet. At the same time, a powerful voice resounded through the sky. Song Bing, do you think you can escape with these monsters? If you don't come out today, I will lead the elites of my great Sakura Empire to slaughter all living creatures in Anghua. Don't harm our king. The 500 soldiers of the Fart family regarded death as if they were hiding in front of the dust, facing such a terrifying giant. Even though they were so frightened that they farted, they did not choose to flee. Then let's start with these monsters. Qingchuan Zhujun lowered his head to look down, raised his big foot again, and stepped on it decisively. This huge kick directly covered the 500-foot army. Just right. And at this critical moment, a tall red, yellow, and purple figure suddenly rolled out of the dust rising behind it. Like a majestic god, he stood up and took the kick for the 500 soldiers. He then exerted force suddenly, sending Qingchuan Zhujun flying out and hitting the ground heavily. When the dust dispersed, the tall red, yellow, and purple figure finally stood up slowly, reaching a height of over 100 meters. Finally, it all emerged. The moment I saw the tall red, yellow, and purple figure on the hill in the distance. Song Bing, who had originally planned to take action, widened his eyes and retracted the tetanus wings he had released. Sure fu this. AI Xiaoshou was even more surprised and jumped onto Song Bing's back, staring at the huge red, yellow, and purple figure with wide eyes. Is this a composite type? Song Bing said a little uncertainly. Isn't the composite type red, purple, and white? AI Xiaoshou corrected. Zhou Xian doesn't seem to have white farts, right? So use yellow ones instead. Song Bing looked at AI Xiaoxiao. The master and apprentice looked at each other, unable to conceal their shock. Of course, the most shocked one was Qing Chuan Zhujun, who was overthrown. This little harm is nothing to him. But when they saw the composite Ultraman Tiga transformed from fart, he and countless Sakura soldiers all widened their eyes. Humiliating moment of fullness. Of course, what Qing Chuan Zhujun and others couldn't accept was that Zhou Xian, who had just been beaten by them, not only recovered as before. He also took the opportunity to change his form. This is a new trick that I just realized, the third form of the fart technique, Fartman. Huh. Zhou Xian, who transformed into Ultraman Tiga, said, crossed his hands and shouted loudly, assuming Ultraman's exclusive posture. The perfect fart control method shaped Ultraman's figure into a flawless shape. There is literally no flaw to be seen. Comparing it to the ugly Harukawa Takatoshi, it really looks like the confrontation between a monster and Ultraman. Bei Jialu, you bastard. I'm going to cut you into pieces. Qing Chuan Zhujun's eyes turned red with anger. He got up and rushed towards Zhou Xian ferociously. A killing move that was even more terrifying than before was unleashed. The fourth form of the fart technique. Facing Qing Chuan Zhujun, who was coming to kill him, Zhou Xian showed no fear, but immediately he saw a stream of yellow farts beginning to gather from his crossed hands. When the charge was full, he immediately switched his hands into an L shape, aimed at Qing Chuan Zhujun, and shouted, Zaipeli Ao naked fart, ha! Puff, puff, puff. The next second, a terrible yellow fart was seen between Zhou Xian's arms, really like the light of Ultraman Tiga, bursting out and blasting towards Qing Chuan Zhujun. The terrifying bear fart impact landed on Qing Chuan Zhujun's chest, and Qing Chuan Zhujun rushed back as he was about to kill him. Feeling the hot impact, he looked at Zhou Xian's standard posture and lifelike appearance. Qing Chuan Zhujun was in a trance, as if he had really met his childhood idol, Ultraman Tiga. This gave him a jolt. But soon, he reacted and became even more furious. The furious Qing Chuan Zhujun simply stopped hiding, directly pressed his chest against the Zaipei Li Ao bear fart fired by Zhou Xian, and walked towards Zhou Xian step by step. The countless cherry blossom heads on his chest were suddenly so flushed that they could no longer laugh. Once again, I am not Ultraman. I am the father of Ultraman, Ultraman. As Zhou Xian spoke, his L-shaped hand switched to a T-shaped hand, and a red color suddenly appeared between his arms. Strium is naked. Bayubayubayu. Following Zhou Xian's roar, red and yellow farts suddenly shot out from his arms. Qing Chuan Zhujun, who finally stepped forward, was shot back again. It drew a deep, long mark directly on the ground. Qing Chuan Zhujun still wanted to stand up, but the several cherry blossom heads on his chest that were still fierce and proud were screamed out. However, unfortunately, control was in the hands of Qing Chuan Zhujun. Even if you can't stand it, you have to stand it. Don't insult my idol. Qing Chuan Zhujun directly let Zhou Xian's two bare butts hit his chest and stepped forward again, extremely powerful. But he was only handsome for 3 seconds. Seeing that he could still get up, Zhou Xian was not afraid at all and immediately switched his T-shaped hands into a cross-shaped hand. Specium's bare ass. In an instant, 3 streams of red, yellow, and purple naked farts shot out at the same time. 3 farts came out at the same time, and the terrifying impact once again suppressed Qing Chuan Zhujun ruthlessly. However, it was not over yet. After shooting 3 farts, Zhou Xian continued to shout, Cluster fart, Saljit's naked fart, 8-point nimbus fart, Father's bare butt. At the same time, the O-shaped light on his chest shot out 2 and 4 jets of skill light. Qing Chuan Zhujun, who originally wanted to get up again, finally changed his expression when he saw this scene. Under the impact of 3 bare butts, he finally regained some sanity. Facing the 4 rays of light that continued to shoot at him, he finally did not dare to take them anymore and rolled to the limit to avoid them. Rumble. 7 light farts instantly broke out of a huge pit on the ground. Qing Chuan Zhujun, who had escaped the disaster, flashed horror in his eyes, but it was quickly replaced by anger. He immediately shot out, taking this opportunity to close the distance with Zhou Xian. They wanted to break Zhou Xian's ultra body through close combat. I'm not afraid of melee combat. Look at my new melee skills. Zhou Xian sneered, put away his bare butt, and took the initiative to greet Qing Chuan Jujun. When he came, he suddenly launched a flying kick. Leo flying kick, right? Qing Chuan Jujun's expression condensed, and he punched Zhou Xian's volley kick. Bang! This domineering punch easily penetrated Buttman's thigh. But before Qing Chuan Jujun could be happy, Zhou Xian sneered as if his conspiracy had succeeded. Bang! The next second, Buttman's hidden third leg shot out and kicked Qing Chuan Jujun directly in the head. It turns out that kick was bait. This third leg is the real Leo flying kick. My eyes. Qing Chuan Jujun was kicked away by Leo, who was caught off guard by Zhou Xian. It hit the ground hard, accompanied by a few pieces of magic damage. Can't react at all. Damn. Let me see how many more skills you have. But soon, Qing Chuan Jujun once again relied on his strong physique and endurance to get up from the ground angrily. His body and head squirmed, and he rushed towards Zhou Xian again. You can still get up, so don't blame me for switching forms. Seeing this, Zhou Xian's face froze, and he immediately made a fist with both hands and crossed his head. Then he shouted, "Cha! Powerful Buttman." The moment he finished speaking, Zhou Xian's originally huge red, yellow, and purple figure suddenly turned into a red form. The entire body shape has also become significantly smoother and stronger. Qing Chuan Jujun's face changed slightly, but he still gritted his teeth and rushed over. Zhou Xian directly used the red form of Buttman to greet him. The two huge bodies faced each other again. This time, Qing Chuan Jujun, who was fused with the 14th level generals, was obviously more powerful. Compared to before, the strength, abilities, and toxicity are all terrifying to the extreme. But Zhou Xian, who had transformed into the enhanced form of Buttman, was as powerful as a chicken. With his newly learned skills, he directly fought with Harukawa Takatoshi back and forth. It's simply more exciting than Ultraman fighting monsters. Come on, my king. Long live the king. Puff, puff, puff. A group of soldiers turned into cheerleaders and cheered Zhou Xian crazily. Wow, it seems so handsome. Is he really Ultraman? Ultraman fights Sakura. It's so fun. Come on, Ultraman. Defeat the evil Sakura. On the hill, AI Xiaoxiu sat on Songbing's shoulder. The bone on his wrist turned into a stick, and he also transformed into a cheerleader, cheering Zhou Xian on. Don't everyone say it's Buttman? Don't call it wrong. Songbing reminded him. Oh, come on, Buttman. AI Xiaoxiu immediately changed his name. Songbing continued to look at Zhou Xian in surprise. Genius. This is a martial arts genius that is rare to see in 10,000 years. In just a few minutes, he realized a complete set of Ultraman skills. I can still understand and use it now. Focus on something fresh. He definitely looks like an emperor. I would like to ask, who in the world can do this? Cha. Tiga compound kick. Cha. Hot shock. Cha electric chicken fist. Cha shining explosion. Cha high heat explosion. Cha 5 consecutive lightning whips. Cha cha cha. At the same time, on the battlefield, Zhou Xian, who transformed into a melee red form, was invincible and became more and more brave as he fought. Countless close combat Ultraman tricks are released one after another. After one is placed, another one is placed immediately. One is more powerful than the other. These are all memories of Sakura people's childhood. There are many. There are no bottlenecks at all. Qing Chuan Jujun became more frightened as he fought. Memories of the same year that passed away attacked him crazily. It made him feel like a big monster. With his current super combat power, he can easily break through Zhou Xuanhua's so-called Buttman body. But he smashed one of Zhou Xian's arms, and Zhou Xian quickly regained his strength. It can grow even if your head is smashed. You can even buy one get one free. These are all bullshit. He can't beat them. Zhou Xian, on the other hand, continued to perform various Fartman stunts on him without any hesitation. Gradually, he fell into a disadvantage. Cha Genie is so beautiful. In a daze, Zhou Xian suddenly made a fierce shoulder collision, and Qing Chuan Zhu was knocked out on the spot. At this point, the close combat that Qing Chuan Jujun was proud of was completely ruthlessly shattered by Zhou Xian. Qing Chuan Jujun, who hit the ground hard, was stunned. Why is this different from just now? He has obviously become stronger. Why can't he defeat Zhou Xian? No. How can the century-old plan of our Qingchuan family be defeated by your ass? Qingchuan Zhujun squatted on the ground and doubted life, but the damage to his body was less than 1% of the damage to his soul. You were not unjust at all when you were defeated at Bentman's hands. Zhou Xian also stopped chasing after victory at this time and started to accumulate farts. After the melee combat, he will switch to long-range attacks. He still has a lot of new insights into Butman's unique skills that he has yet to unleash. Zhou Xian's hands were once again clenched and crossed over his head, and his body switched to 7 colors: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple. This is the super complex Butman form. I want to see how much you fart. When you finish, I will make you a widow. Seeing Zhou Xian switching forms again, Qingchuan Zhujun gritted his teeth and stood up. He finally accepted the fact that he could no longer suppress Zhou Xian. But again, this bastard can't suppress him. In this case, he would exhaust Zhou Xian's fart energy. How arrogant will he still be when the time comes? In this way, the final victory is still his. After thinking about this, Qingchuan Zhujun's eyes flashed with violence, and he took the initiative to attack again. But this time, he was mostly consumed, rather than fighting. Then take a look. Seeing that someone wanted to see his bottleneck, Zhou Xian also sneered. He himself doesn't even know what his bottleneck is. In that case, let's take a look. Seeing Qingchuan Zhujun coming to kill him, Zhou Xian just wanted to continue using Butman's special move, but he forgot which move it was, so he simply started over, crossed his hands, and rushed out with another Butman's special move. The corners of Qingchuan Zhujun's lips raised slightly, and he dodged with extreme precision, dodging this move accurately. Next, he only plays consumption. He wanted to drain Zhou Xian's farts. Of supreme holy fart. Zhou Xian didn't care at all. He switched postures again, and charged at Qingchuan Zhujun with another more powerful killing move. Qingchuan Zhujun wanted to hide, but the shock wave swept directly all the way, making it impossible to avoid. In desperation, we can only take defensive measures to bear it. The two of them fought together again. This time, Qingchuan Zhujun was obviously much more cunning. If you can't dodge, just hide. If you can't dodge, just block and bear it in a defensive posture. Zhou Xian couldn't break him anyway. However, gradually, he began to doubt life. Because Zhou Xian's fart seemed to be endless. It's getting faster and faster. Getting more and more excited. Please watch VCR below. The second form of the fart technique, Hellfire. The third form of the fart technique, Cross Shock Wave. Fourth, Otis's Headshot Farts. Fifth, Noah's Lightning Fart. Sixth, Rainbow Stream Farts. Number 88, Zero Trinity Fart. Number 89, Geratus Naked Butt. Number 90, The Miracle of the Universe. Number 91, Ultra Fusion Shooting Fart. 108, Linga's Ultimate Burst. 109, Super Shock Wave Fart. 110, Disaster. Explosion. 111, All Our Ancestors Are Naked. Zhou Xian seems to be letting himself go and has more and more unique tricks. He caught Qingchuan Zhujun and had a violent attack. Not only were all of Ultraman's special moves displayed, even the monster's skills are used together. Switch to your left hand to resist. The front has been smoked, let the back come. No, we don't want it. Faced with Zhou Xian's bombardment of Buttman skills, Qingchuan Zhujun was hit hard and had no way to avoid it. Like a Japs holding their heads to avoid machine gun fire. The actions become more and more ridiculous. In desperation, he could only use his body parts to block. But no matter how strong his resistance is, time will pass. The countless resisting heads on his body were the first to be unable to withstand it. The wailing sounds of being washed away continued. The little heads that were originally smiling and arrogant were not only colored, but also blocked by Qingchuan Zhujun as a shield. Facing Zhou Xian's skills attack head-on, one can imagine their pain. You have to bear it even if you can't bear it. Faced with the pleading and pain of these people, Qingchuan Zhujun didn't care at all and continued to use them as a shield. Style 999, Deshimu Tower Bear Fart. Style 1001, Rizolam's Naked Fart. Form 1002, the gravity plate pierces the naked butt. Here, Zhou Xian is still using his skills like crazy. In just a few minutes, he has reached more than 1,000 people. Can you believe it? A huge deep pit was blasted out around Qing Chuan Zhujun. He himself was stunned. Crouching in the deep pit, he had lost the strength to dodge and could only raise his hands to block. Like a gorilla who did something wrong. The whole body is green, purple, yellow, green. They were obviously colored by Zhou Xian. Of course, compared to the pain on his body, what caused him more pain was Zhou Xian's blue stripe. Looking at Zhou Xian's beaten appearance, he couldn't see the limit at all. It's like a never-ending perpetual motion machine. How could this happen? How could this be? This is not scientific. This is not scientific. Qing Chuan Zhujun was in a trance. Emotions have reached the brink of collapse. Zhou Xian, who didn't know it, stepped forward more and more aggressively, and in the end simply omitted any fancy gestures. He went directly to the pit and aimed at Qing Chuan Zhujun in the pit and bombarded him indiscriminately. Qing Chuan Zhujun was so shocked that he couldn't even lift his head. All the little heads on the fused body were already so smoked that they rolled their eyes. 10 of the 14 Class A generals around his neck were unconscious. The remaining 4 are also fast. They couldn't laugh anymore. But just when Qing Chuan Zhujun was about to collapse, Zhou Xian, who had unlimited skills above him, suddenly stopped. Zhou Xian also stood up with a look of pain on his face. Now it's my turn. Qing Chuan Zhujun, who was about to fall into madness, suddenly raised his head. When he saw this scene, he was suddenly excited and crazy. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Are you laughing your ass off? I just remembered that the 250th move was not spicy enough, so I decided to try it again. Just take it. Just as Qing Chuan Zhujun was looking excited, Zhou Xian's desperate voice came. Then without giving him any time to prepare, Zhou Xian set up a sniper again and aimed at him. Style 250, Invincible Flame Beam, poof. A terrifying beam of yellow flames burst out directly, instantly hitting Qing Chuan Zhujun's excitedly raised head. I don't know if it's harsh or not, but you can tell by the color that it's definitely spicy. Qing Chuan Zhujun's smile stiffened. The originally yellow face immediately turned red. This renewed blow was the last straw that broke Qing Chuan Zhujun's mind. When the last 4 Class A generals on the neck heard this, they stared and completely fainted. Qing Chuan Zhujun looked at Zhou Xian's endless skills and finally couldn't hold back and went crazy. He endured the humiliation for a long time, but in exchange for Zhou Xian's words, he said it again. Who can stand this? Is this human language? Have you considered his feelings? He looked left and right and crawled out crazily. He didn't want to endure it anymore and just wanted to get out of this hellish place. But Zhou Xian's skills were too powerful, and he was pushed back again and again. I even started counting from the beginning again. Qing Chuan Zhujun's waist was completely broken. He dug a hole like a crazy dog. Just want to escape. Huh? Why did you escape? Didn't you want to see my limit? Zhou Xian later turned around and found that Qing Chuan Zhujun had already escaped through a hole. Hey, don't run. I feel that my limit is coming soon. Please hold on a little longer. Zhou Xian jumped directly into the pothole, but first, and chased after him. The 2 huge bodies quickly entered the cave. The sound of Zhou Xian's evil smile soon came from the cave. Of course, there is also Qing Chuan Zhujun's increasingly crazy smile. On the hill, looking at this eye-catching scene, Song Bing silently covered AI Xiaoshou's eyes. AI Xiaoshou opened Song Bing's hand with curiosity on his face. Listening to Qing Chuan Zhujun's increasingly crazy smile, Song Bing knew. This game should be stable. Sure enough, the next second, the ground on the battlefield shook. Immediately afterwards, a stream of colorful smoke burst out, and Qing Chuan Zhujun and Zhou Xian were rushed out along with this stream of smoke. Of course, Zhou Xian stood proudly. Qing Chuan Zhujun was kneeling. Thick smoke was still rising from his body. Emperor Soul, are you confused? Zhou Xian looked down at Qing Chuan Zhujun and asked Lung Ao. Qing Chuan Zhujun raised his head with difficulty. His dazed face suddenly became ferocious. He suddenly burst into flames and rushed towards Zhou Xian desperately. Isn't this all blurred? Okay. As expected of the Soul Emperor, I will give you a clear look. Zhou Xian saw that Qing Chuan Zhujun had suffered so many stunts from him and still had fighting strength, so he immediately decided to use an ultimate trick that he had just realized. Cha! Just as Qing Chuan Zhujun rushed towards him, Zhou Xian suddenly made fists with both hands, pointed parallel to the sky, jumped up, accelerated with an egg pump, and soared directly like Dietman. The colorful form switched to black at this moment. Qingchuan Zhujun jumped on the spot, and his pupils shrank suddenly. Can even the flying posture be reproduced? Emperor Soul, this is Bentman's final blow, if you can take it. At the same time, Zhou Xian's domineering voice came from the sky. His burly buttman body had already turned upside down and descended from the sky, covering the sky and the sun. The final move of the fart battle, Spark Impact. The final blow, Spark Legend. Emperor Soul, it's time to end. Above the sky, 7 colors bloomed simultaneously on Zhou Xian's huge figure. It was like a brilliant, colorful meteor shooting down. At this moment, Zhou Xian himself was the ultimate trick. Qingchuan Zhujun looked up, and his heart suddenly trembled. The angry roar was instantly extinguished by this fart. Who can take this? Who dares to accept this? Escape. After suffering so many skills, Qingchuan Zhujun finally got scared and ran away. He seriously doubted that if he continued like this, he would really be killed by this lunatic. However, the colorful meteor cluster in the sky followed him all the way. This is a skill that comes with positioning. At the same time, Zhou Xian's domineering voice came. Emperor Soul, where can you escape? Bagayalu, let me say it again. I am not the Soul Emperor. I am not the Soul Emperor. The corners of Qingchuan Zhujun's mouth twitched fiercely, and he just wanted to scold his mother while running away. You are. Zhou Xian in the sky directly attacked. Feeling the aura of destruction coming from behind him, the moment he turned back, the Spark Legend was already covering him. No. The scorching temperature and foul smell made Qingchuan Zhujun's pupils widen, and he shouted. But it still didn't change the fate of being hit. Emperor Soul, suffer death. Rumble. Under the night, the suburbs of Andu fell with this blow. It was like a meteor falling, creating a huge crater. Colorful lights suddenly bloomed, dyeing the forest. The 500 soldiers of the Fu family were shocked by the aftermath of this shocking blow and retreated repeatedly. When the light dissipated, everything became quiet. Instead, there was a huge crater. 500 soldiers of the Fart family carefully climbed to the pit and looked inside. But nothing can be seen clearly. You wait here for me. Among the hills in the distance, Song Bing narrowed his eyes and headed decisively towards a certain direction in the forest. Shifu, what are you doing? AI Xiaoxiu had a question mark on his face. Go to the toilet. Song Bing's last voice came, and his figure completely disappeared into the darkness. Wow! At the same time, in the huge charred pit, a colorful and embarrassed figure suddenly stood up staggeringly. Judging from his body shape, he turned out to be Qingchuan Zhujun. But not long after, Zhou Xian, who had turned into wings, also floated into the void. Ha! You think you can kill me with just a fart, but it's not that easy. Our Sakura Empire is the strongest, and you are just a lace. The embarrassed Qingchuan Zhujun pointed at Zhou Xian and yelled madly. He is not dead. He is the strongest. When the 500 soldiers of the Fart army saw this scene, their eyes widened. A look of shock and disbelief. On the distant hill, the remaining AI Xiaoxiu was equally surprised. I didn't expect Qingchuan Zhujun's vitality to be so tenacious. Can you still stand up? However, Zhou Xian looked at Qingchuan Zhujun, who was still standing, and said nonchalantly, Emperor Soul, save your strength and lie down. Don't hold on, otherwise I will do it again. As he spoke, he picked his nose casually and lazily flicked a booger to the huge Qingchuan Zhujun. Qingchuan Zhujun, who was originally crazy, suddenly stiffened in his huge body. It was like being seen through. He pointed at Zhou Xian, said his last words in horror, and his huge figure finally fell into the pit. Weakly, he looked at Zhou Xian and tried to make a final explanation. I'm really not the Soul Emperor. Zhou Xian flicked a booger at him again. You are. You. Qingchuan Zhujun stared and instantly lost his breath. Rumble. A burst of dust kicked up, and then Qingchuan Zhujun's huge figure began to disintegrate. Like smashed flesh. The 14th A-class were criminals, Sakura soldiers, and puppet troops that were originally absorbed and fused also disintegrated. It's just that every one of them has long since died. Not only was his energy sucked dry by Qingchuan Zhujun, he was even more poisoned by Zhou Xuanquan. Where is the strength to resist at this moment? As for Qingchuan Zhujun, he seemed to be bursting with energy. Only the countless pieces of flesh and the dead head were left. At this point, the war ends with Buttman defeating the evil Sakura. Just die like this? However, seeing Qingchuan Zhujun being caught off guard and dying, Zhou Xian panicked and hurriedly flew down and knocked Qingchuan Zhujun on the head to comfort him. Hey, don't die. Okay, you're not the sole emperor. You're Contra. Unfortunately, Qingchuan Zhujun never responded. Eyes wide open. At the same time, in a jungle a few kilometers away, a figure covered in blood was frantically fleeing towards Andu. Although he looked very weak, he did not dare to stop for a moment and just wanted to escape from this ghost place. If you look carefully, the face of this figure was none other than Qingchuan Zhujun, who was supposed to be dead. Baga, wait. I will definitely come back. It's just that at this moment, Qingchuan Zhujun no longer has the high spirits when he came. Only embarrassment and unwillingness remain. It feels like I just came to Andu to ask for help. Emperor Soul, where are you going? But at this moment, a familiar voice suddenly came from the front. Especially the 3 words Soul Emperor that cast a shadow on him. Qingchuan Zhujun stood stunned like an eggplant beaten by frost. His eyes gradually stiffened and moved towards the white-clothed figure walking out of the darkness in front of him. You don't even call me master? This is extremely treasonous in Anghua. Songbing put his hands in his pockets and walked out with a smile. Looking at Qingchuan Zhujun in front of him, it was really a good move for the golden cicada to escape from its shell. In fact, as early as when Zhou Xian's spark legend fell, Qingchuan Zhujun cunningly hid in a piece of meat and escaped. If he didn't have the forbidden eye, it would be really difficult to detect. Haha, master? Are you worthy of being my master? Qingchuan Zhujun sneered, then thought of something. His eyes became more ferocious and said, Did you lie to that freak, saying that I am some kind of bullshit soul emperor? I didn't say that you yourself look like the soul emperor. Songbing spread his hands and looked innocent. Qingchuan Zhujun's face was ferocious. His hands suddenly turned into sharp claws, and he used his last strength to smash towards Songbing. Seeing this, Songbing raised the corners of his mouth slightly and disappeared in a flash. Qingchuan Zhujun's pupils narrowed as he rushed over. I'm here, Soul Emperor. But before he could react, Songbing's hand was already on his shoulder. Along with a terrifying brain power, he was instantly imprisoned. Think. Qingchuan Zhujun's heart trembled. He wanted to turn around and fight back, but he was horrified to find that his whole body seemed to be using a body-holding technique, and he couldn't move at all. Also, this terrifying brain power. So strong that he can't even muster the strength to resist. Qingchuan Zhujun's face turned pale instantly. Under this terrifying brain power as vast as the sea, Qingchuan Zhujun's voice and body were trembling. The original anger and murderous intent were successfully replaced by fear and horror. Guess. Songbing raised the corner of his mouth slightly, and a pair of life-threatening hands slowly fell on the back of Qingchuan Zhujun's head. The next second, the 5 fingers directly dug in mercilessly. In an instant, waves of mental and physical illness that made one desperate for death poured directly into his brain. Qingchuan Zhujun's eyes suddenly widened, and the sudden pain made him blush instantly. It was like Songbing opened his Tianling cap and poured hot lead water into his brain, spread all the way to the brother's position. There are also nightmarish mental shocks. This is both mental and physical torture. It directly caused Qingchuan Zhujun to reach the limit of death in an instant. Songbing sent Qingchuan Zhujun to the gate of hell with one hand to play tug-of-war with the king of hell. Then he continued to stretch out his other hand, pouring it directly from his heart, and began to suck. The presence of disease has been detected. Diseased body, human. Disease, succulent cancer. Symptoms. The host's body can rapidly grow into cancer and can engulf other living beings, absorbing their nutrients and energy for their own use. Songbing's eyes moved slightly, and he was very interested in Qingchuan Zhujun's strange disease. The fingers immediately went a little deeper and began to absorb forcefully. Qingchuan Zhujun's pupils widened, and he could clearly feel that his powers were being stripped away by Songbing. This terrible feeling was far more terrifying than the extreme pain he was suffering at the moment. He tried his best to resist, but it was obviously to no avail. The end result is that he is suffering from Song's disease, while being forcibly stripped of his powers by Song Bing. The pain can be imagined. Ding successfully absorbed level 7 succulent poisonous disease, merit plus 10 million. At some point, Qingchuan Zhujuan's proud superpower was finally completely absorbed by Song Bing as a disease. Song Bing's hand was also pulled out from his body at the same time. Qingchuan Zhujun, who lost his superpower, suddenly collapsed to the ground like a dead dog. He has been tortured to the point where he is no longer human. He was finally able to see Song Bing behind him, but when he saw Song Bing now, his eyes no longer held the same contempt and anger. There is just endless fear and despair. Only he knew what he had just experienced. No, he is not a monster. He is my most proud experimental subject. Faced with this problem, Song Bing looked down at Qingchuan Zhujun and corrected him seriously. Qingchuan Zhujuan's pupils shrank again. This news was like a bolt from the blue to him. The terrifying monster Zhou Xian had just destroyed his Qingchuan family army and sent his fusion power away. It turned out to be just one of Song Bing's experimental subjects. How was this created? He had no doubts about the news. Song Bing could even deprive him of his 7th level powers, so what else could he not do? Also, if that's the case, then everything that happened before will be explained. The failure of the Gao family. The failure of various apocalyptic forces in Anghua. Song Bing never showed up. The news suddenly announced by the Apocalypse Organization. And the 8 series that disappeared midway. There is also the tragic situation of his Qingchuan family at the moment. All this is explained. It turns out that they have always been just a bunch of clowns in Song Bing's eyes. It's ridiculous that he is confident that he will lead all the elites of the Qingchuan family here. Just now, he was even more confident about taking action against Song Bing. How ridiculous. The Apocalypse Organization must have known this, so they generously announced the little news. Attract them to come. This exploits their development power. So vicious, so cruel. Qingchuan Zhujun couldn't figure out why Song Bing was so strong. But none of that matters now. The important thing is that he lost. The Qingchuan family's century-old savings were destroyed in one fell swoop. Reacting from his fear, Qingchuan Zhujun looked at Song Bing, his eyes suddenly clearer. Song Bing, no, 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 I deserve to die. Master, please, for the sake of our master-disciple relationship, let me go like a dog. All of this was seduced by the Apocalypse Organization. I am blind. I deserve to die. I am not a human being. I swear, I will never bother you again in the future. Please, please. Knowing that the situation was over, Qingchuan Zhujun suddenly burst out with a strong desire to survive, gave up his dignity, and crazily kowtowed to Song Bing to beg for mercy. At this moment, what a bullshit undertaking. What bullshit is the glory of the Sakura Empire? For Qingchuan Zhujun, it's all bullshit. He just wants to survive. No, I am not as unfilial a disciple as you. As for letting you go, I do want to. Song Bing waved his hands and said. Hearing this, Qingchuan Zhujun's eyes suddenly lit up. But Song Bing's next words made him feel as if he had fallen into an ice cave. It's a pity that your son won't let you. He talks about you every day, saying that you will definitely come back to save him. Therefore, in order to satisfy your son's longing for his father, I decided to reunite you father and son. Qingchuan Zhujun's body stiffened, and he quickly shook his head and said, No, 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 master. That little beast deserves to die. I don't have much affection for him, so we don't want to reunite. Just let me go, and just kill him when you turn around. That's not possible. We are both father and son. How can we not meet each other? Song Bing shook his head and said with a righteous expression. At this time, Gao Ling, who received the message, rushed behind Song Bing. Take him quickly to reunite with his son. I guess his son must miss him very much now. Song Bing signaled Gao Ling Dao. Yes, master. Gao Ling saluted respectfully, stepped forward immediately, and took Qingchuan Zhujun away. No, master, please spare me. Please spare me. Qingchuan Zhujun's weak begging for mercy gradually faded away. So I went to see my son in advance. Hey, next, it's time to search for merit. After sending Qingchuan Zhujun away, Song Bing returned the same way, with Zhou Xian and Pai Jiejun settling everything for him. Next, he will naturally be able to absorb merit better. I believe that those Sakura soldiers and puppet troops have no resistance. As for those who might escape, naturally leave it to Sia and the others. Song Bing first traveled in 3 directions: east, west, north, and west. Suck up the 3 detachments that had already been smoked. If you don't smoke it, you will be poisoned and die. Then he returned to the main battlefield in the south. At this moment, Zhou Xian was already leading the Pai family army to clean up the battlefield. Of course, their cleaning methods are also very simple. It means reabsorbing the released gas. The main focus is recycling. This is why Zhou Xian's farts are endless. While releasing it, he can also absorb it. Where do the limits come from? On the hill. AI Xiaoshou looked at this scene and took the initiative to cover his eyes. Under night. The moment Qingchuan Zhujuan's giant body disintegrated, it was announced that the Qingchuan family's invasion was a complete failure. Of course, among the hundreds of thousands of troops, there were still many fish that slipped through the net and were lucky enough to escape from the battlefield. Outside the suburbs south of Andu, it was a dozen or so Sakura soldiers and puppet troops who fled in panic. Faced with the perverted gas bombs of the Fu family army, they became survivors because of their good positioning. Looking back at Andu behind him, the dozens of Sakura soldiers and puppet soldiers who had escaped were panting violently and collapsed on the ground. But the lingering fear of Zhou Xian was still in their minds. In their eyes, Andu was like hell at this moment. What should we do? The Prime Minister and the others must have been poisoned to death by that monster. Where should we go next? The eyes of several Sakura soldiers all looked at the 5-star officer with the highest star on his chest. The Prime Minister is dead, and we will die if we go back. Let's go back to the bases that were attacked. There are many Ongwa slaves and women in them. We can live comfortably there for half our lives. The officer said with sharp eyes. Yo West, what a great idea. I agree. I agree too. When all the Sakura soldiers heard this, they all greedily nodded in agreement. Taijun, we are willing to follow you. Several puppet soldiers also hurriedly echoed excitedly. You should rather die. But the next second, a frosty voice came from the front. Interrupted the fantasy of more than a dozen people. The hearts of more than a dozen people trembled, and they quickly turned around in fear. In the darkness, Yen Hong, dressed in close-fitting black clothes, walked out. What he saw was not a soldier from the Pei family, but a stunningly beautiful woman. The eyes of the tens of nervous people suddenly lit up. Flower Girl. Several Sakura soldiers immediately stood up with their eyes shining and took the initiative to walk towards Yen Hong, exposing their greedy nature. Beasts deserve to die. The moment Yen Hong's cold voice sounded, his figure suddenly turned into a black afterimage and shot out. Tisk, tsk, tisk. Oh. I saw blood flashing in the darkness, and the greedy Sakura soldier at the front had his limbs removed in an instant. His eyes and bananas were removed, and he screamed and fell to the ground. When the people behind saw this, they were so frightened that they lost all greed and turned around to run away. But it was too late. The bloody light reappeared, and several more Sakura soldiers fell to the ground. No, don't. I'm from Ongwa. Don't kill me. Several puppet soldiers were instantly paralyzed with fear and hurriedly pretended to be pitiful and begged for mercy. Then you deserve to die even more. What ushered in was Yen Hong's even more brutal violence. Facing these beasts, she didn't even use red resentment. He directly used his hands to remove what he could from their bodies. Only their last breaths remain. Of course, this was all explained by Song Bing. Otherwise, how could she let them live? After dealing with these Sakura soldiers, Yen Hong continued to disappear into the darkness and continued to look for fish that had slipped through the net. In addition, in the east, west, and north directions, Sia and others who were waiting on the outside also took action one after another. Like Yen Hong, catching fish that slipped through the net. Of course, their methods were not as cruel as Yen Hong's. This is all free labor. Letting one go is a loss. At the same time, the main battlefield in the south of Andu. The other 3 groups of Fu family troops smelled Zhou Xian's breath and flew back to their positions. The scene is particularly spectacular, like countless bees returning from collecting honey. Behind everyone's butt, there are fart pouches formed by farts. Each of the butt bags contained 5 or 6 poisoned people. There is no doubt that these people are all cherry blossom soldiers or puppet soldiers who were fainted and poisoned from the east, west, north, and west. They were all packed up and brought back as trophies by the three-pronged Fu family army. Your Majesty, we have returned with a great victory, and this is our spoils. The three armies blew themselves up one after another and threw their trophies in front of Zhou Xian to claim credit. Well, that's good. I will give you the certificates when you get back. Zhou Xian praised. Thank you, Your Majesty. The three-way fart army immediately danced happily. At this time, Song Bing, who had finished dealing with Qingchuan Zhujun, arrived just in time. Dean, you are here. All the enemies have been eliminated. Please take a look. Seeing Song Bing's arrival, Zhou Xian suddenly changed his face and happily stepped forward to greet him. Well, let me see. Song Bing nodded and soared into the sky. At a glance, the huge battlefield was filled with more than 100,000 Qingchuan family troops. When he arrived, he was full of vigor and high spirits. Now, each one is smoked into different colors, rolling his eyes and spitting foam. He was poisoned, his whole body was twitching, and he looked like he was close to death. Of course, some fish that slipped through the net are still on the way. Looking at these merits, Song Bing showed a knowing smile. Immediately began to absorb the air. Because these Sakura soldiers and puppet troops were almost on the verge of death, there was no resistance at all in absorbing them. But even so many people. Almost all of them are level 3. The merit soon reached the limit of 100 million. But Song Bing gritted his teeth and drank it all regardless of his weakness. After absorbing it, Song Bing looked at Zhou Xian, who was waiting for praise, and said with a smile, Zhou Xian, that's great. This time, you single-handedly turned the tide, defeated the Soul Emperor, and saved the entire Andu. From now on, you will be the great hero of Andu. Thank you, Dean, for the compliment. This is what I should do. From now on, as long as I am here, no one can harm Andu at all. Zhou Xian was very excited after receiving the praise. He was inexplicably pleased with the title of Big Hero and immediately patted his butt and promised. Very good. Judging from your performance just now, it is enough to show that you have the qualifications to be a great emperor. After you clean up all the poisonous gas in Andu, go back and retreat, and strive to break through to the Emperor of Heaven as soon as possible. Song Bing continued to encourage him generously. The shape of the earth. Zhou Xian's eyes lit up, and he immediately nodded solemnly and said, Yes, Dean, I will definitely live up to your expectations and break through the earth as soon as possible. Yeah, let's go. Choose some people you like and go back to increase our troops. After absorbing all the poisonous gas you have released, go home and go into seclusion for training. Song Bing waved his hand and said, Dean Xie. When Zhou Xian heard that he could still choose a concubine, he immediately looked happily at the assembled Fu family troops and said, Children, pick up. I want this. I want that. This is mine. I like beards. I like people with big butts. My mother says people with big butts can withstand smoke. I like black. Black can withstand smoke. All the soldiers from the Fart family suddenly rushed into the crowd excitedly and began to excitedly choose the concubine. Their selection criteria are also very simple. There is only one, which is smoke resistance. Don't grab it. Come one by one. Everyone has a share. Also, each person can only choose 5 at most, and those at the veteran level can choose 10. Zhou Xian shouted to maintain order and rushed into the crowd to happily choose. He wants to choose 108. A lively selection began. A group of Fujia soldiers poured into the crowd, like visiting a vegetable market, and happily picked up Qingchuan's army, which was all over the ground convulsing with poison. Every member of the army is very professional. It's like choosing an antique. Check from head to toe, or open your eyes and check your teeth. Look at the size of your mouth and whether your teeth are straight. Or pat your butt to see if it's big. Or fart and listen to the screams. After confirming that it is smoke resistant, I happily put it into my butt bag. The selection lasted for an hour, and Zhou Xian and the rest of the army finally selected their candidates for the ritual ceremony. More than 10,000 Sakura soldiers and puppet troops were lucky enough to be selected. Of course, those 14 grade A generals were all lucky enough to be selected by Zhou Xian, who had a vicious vision. Please pick up the smoke gift package in advance. Song Bing did not stop him. Instead, he thoughtfully helped the selected Xian Yuner cure his illness in advance and strengthen their bodies, just to make them more resistant to smoke. From now on, these will all be members of the Pi family army. Of course, that's assuming they can get through it. After the selection, Zhou Xian immediately followed Song Bing's words and started cleaning up all the battlefields. After quickly recovering all the poisonous farts released, they happily led their respective trophies and flew back to the stadium. Can't wait to start smoking training. No, don't smoke me. I'll recruit anything. Card tourniquet after storehouse. You 14 Class A war criminals, I will smoke you myself. In the gymnasium that Zhou Xian took the initiative to cover. Soon the cheerful voices of 10,000 Sakura soldiers and puppet troops were heard. The 14 surviving Class A war criminals received Zhou Xian's rare favor, and they were all very happy. At the same time, Sia and others who were responsible for guarding the perimeter also came back one after another with the fish that had slipped through the net. So far, Qingchuan's army was declared destroyed. No one could escape Andu. After this round of looting, Song Bing received a total of 150 million merits. Suck it until you are weak. When the autumn sun breaks at dawn, it lights up the entire land. The whole city of Andu also fell into peace. Everything was as if nothing had happened. But in the streets, there were busy figures of hospital members. The frustrated Song Bing took out a pile of black gold chains and black gold torture tools used to imprison and supervise slaves. Handed it to Sia and others. These are all looted from the bases of those apocalypse forces. Apparently, it just worked for them. After telling Sia and others to complete the final aftermath, Song Bing took AI Xiaoshou away. He urgently needed some sleep now to digest his food properly. He was so stretched that he reached half of his limit. Master, you look so weak, are you okay? Realizing that Song Bing's face was pale, AI Xiaoshou's little face was filled with surprise. She remembered that Song Bing had just said he wanted to go to the toilet. Could it be diarrhea or collapse? Come on, let me ride you, get bigger quickly. However, Song Bing couldn't bear it anymore and fell directly towards AI Xiaoshou. AI Xiaoshou reacted, and his petite figure quickly grew in size, and then he caught Song Bing, who looked like he was drunk. Master, are you okay? Don't scare me. If you die, I will have nothing to eat. AI Xiaoshou hugged Song Bing and shook him so hard that he almost cried. Stop shaking it. If you shake it any longer, there will be no food left. Just find a place for me to sleep. Song Bing had a headache and spoke. Oh, hearing this, AI Xiaoshou hurriedly carried Song Bing on his back and rushed all the way into a luxurious manor in Andu. This is the chicken farm she has renovated in the past few days, just for raising chickens in the future. At the same time, settle into the manor. Ha. Stop. I heard the fighting stopped. The army of my Qingchuan family must have entered Andu at this moment. It was just the right time, and it was all over. Father should be here. We can be saved. In the basement, Qingchuan Yuri, who had eaten dragon fruit all night, suddenly opened his eyes and spoke excitedly. I see you want to eat dragon fruit again. Pan Bugu, who had also been squatting all night, saw Qingchuan coming to the tree again. He immediately picked up the mace and wanted to feed him again. But at this moment, a nurse hurriedly came to report. Master Pan, hurry, we don't have enough manpower. Miss Sia and the others asked us to help. Leave one person here and everyone else follow me to help. Pan Buga's face changed slightly when he heard this, and he immediately led the caregivers away without hesitation. It seems to be true. We don't have enough manpower. Our Qingchuan army must have invaded here. Yaxi, we are saved. We are finally saved. The Prime Minister and others are here to save us. The other Sakura soldiers became excited after seeing Pan Buga leaving. Taijun, we have always been loyal to the great Sakura Empire. Yes, when the time comes, please be sure to take us with you. When Wang Xian and other traders saw this, they immediately spoke excitedly. There is help. They were finally saved. Please be quiet, or I will kill you now. The little caregiver who was left to guard saw the group becoming restless again, and immediately picked up the iron rod and stepped forward to threaten them. But this time, Qingchuan Yuri stood up without fear, and even arrogantly stretched his head in front of the black gold iron door, looked directly at the nurse with contempt and said, "It might be too late if you run away first. Of course, none of you can escape. When my father arrives, even if you escape to the ends of the earth, I will catch you all." He was imprisoned here and tortured bit by bit until he died. Qingchuan Yuri's expression was ferocious, releasing the humiliation and forbearance of these days in advance. He thought this would scare the little nurse. Bang! However, the next second, the little nurse suddenly gritted his teeth, picked up the iron rod, and hit Qingchuan Yuri's head with a sap. It's a good idea to hear this sound. Qingchuan Yuri was stunned on the spot and fell to the ground. His whole body was twitching, and thoughts of Tai Nai kept flashing through his mind. "Master!" The other Sakura soldiers reacted and rushed forward in panic, pulling Kinkawa Yuri back. He kept pinching his chin and opening his mouth to prevent Qingchuan Yuri from biting his tongue. After a long time of resuscitation, Qingchuan Yuri finally slowly came back to his senses, but there was already a big dragon fruit on his head. Touching the dragon fruit on his head, Qingchuan Yuri was immediately furious and wanted to rush to the Iron Gate again. Obviously, he didn't expect that. Not only did he not scare the other party, instead, he suffered from this sap. "Master, don't do this. Master, let's be patient for now." When the other Sakura soldiers saw this, they quickly grabbed the excited Harukawa Yuri. Facing the murderous Qingchuan Yuri, the little caregiver said nothing, but silently raised the iron rod again. As long as Qingchuan Yuri dares to come over, he dared to knock. When the angry Qingchuan Yuri saw this, he immediately trembled in fright and did not dare to step forward anymore. But he still gritted his teeth and said harshly, "Baguya Lu, just wait for me." In the quiet basement, under the pressure of the little nurse, Qingchuan Yuri and others did not dare to scream anymore. But they all held their breath and stared at the little nurse. "I just wait for Qingchuan Zhujun to come soon." The little nurse, who didn't know the situation, was also worried. But after experiencing so many hardships along the way in the hospital, he believed that the other brothers would not abandon him and run away. The worst possible outcome is death. But before dying, he will kill this person first. Thinking of this, the little nurse looked at Qingchuan Yuri and others and became sharp. Don't forget, he is now a level 5 alien. It can be said that it is extremely easy to kill Qingchuan Yuri and others. It's a pity that Qingchuan Yuri and others didn't seem to notice it. Still glaring at the little nurse fiercely, waiting for the arrival of Qingchuan's army. This wait lasted until night. "Quick, quick, this way, this way. Carry these heads over there. Don't bring it up, it can't be closed here. What can we do? There's nowhere to lock it up. Let's tie it outside first. There are too many people." After a long wait, hurried footsteps finally came from above the basement. "Ha ha ha, it's coming. It's coming. Our Qingchuan army is finally here." Harukawa Yuri and others, who had been waiting so hard, suddenly jumped up excitedly when they heard the dense footsteps coming from above. Qingchuan Yuri looked at the little caregiver with an even more sinister look. "You'd better not run away." "I won't run, but I will kill you first before I die." The little nurse stood up, picked up the black gold iron rod, and came over with a determined look. Qingchuan Yuri's heart trembled, and he was frightened by the little caregiver and quickly retreated to the depths of the cage. Crunch. At this time, the door of the dead and thick basement was finally opened. The shadows of several figures were the first to be reflected. "Father, father, please save me. Hurry up, save me quickly. Kill this bastard, kill him for me." Harukawa Yuri immediately shouted excitedly towards the gate. Before anyone arrived, they were already called. "Prime Minister, we are here. Come quickly, someone wants to kill us." "Taijun, help me. We are good people loyal to the great Sakura Empire." Other Inghua soldiers and Wang Xian and other traders also crawled to the Iron Gate and shouted. However, the next second, what they saw was not the Qingchuan Zhujun and the mighty Sakura soldiers they imagined. Instead, it was Pan Bugu carrying a spiked club. As soon as Pan Bugu stood up, the excited shouts of the Sakura soldiers and traders suddenly stopped. "Why are you? Where's my father? Where is the army of my Qingchuan family?" Of course, the most disappointed person was Harukawa Yuri. But he quickly reacted and immediately said with a ferocious smile, "Ha! I know. You must want to hide here and give up resistance. You can't escape. How can you trash know how powerful my Qingchuan family is? As soon as my father comes, you will all. Before Qingchuan Yuri finished speaking, Pan Bugu kicked Qingchuan Zhujun out like a dog with his backhand and threw him in front of the iron prison. Qingchuan Shuli's ferocious laughter suddenly stopped. Although Qingchuan Zhujun looked extremely embarrassed at this moment, like a beggar who had been bombarded by artillery shells. But with the deep love between father and son, he still recognized Qingchuan Zhujun at a glance. Hey, this is the father you miss so much. It's been brought to you. What do you want? Are you going to let your dad glare at us to death? Pan Bugu asked directly. At the same time, several caregivers continued to walk down from the door. Everyone held several lifeless Sakura generals in their hands. They are all at the rank of lieutenant general or above. But at this moment, all of them are already the same as Qingchuan Yuri. He was tortured beyond recognition. Qingchuan Yuri was dumbfounded and swallowed the words alive. Not only him, but all the excited Sakura soldiers also widened their eyes. A look of disbelief. Because besides Qingchuan Zhujun, they all knew the Sakura generals at the scene. Some are even their bosses. At this moment, he appeared in front of them with this attitude. Why didn't they expect this? The traitors such as Wang Xian, who was still excitedly shouting, "Long live the great Sakura Empire," and the ever-loyal Wang Xian, immediately swallowed back the words they shouted. They looked like eggplants that had been hit by frost. No, it's fake. It's all fake. This is not my father. These people are definitely fake. You can't even try to deceive us in this way. Suddenly, the confused Qingchuan Yuri became excited. They insisted that Qingchuan Zhujun was a fake. You'll know if it's true or not if you look carefully. Pan Bugu sneered, then looked at the little caregiver and said with a smile, "Xiaoji, lock them all in and reunite them." Okay. Upon hearing this, the young caregiver was immediately thrilled. Take action immediately. After 3 times, 5 and 2, Qingchuan Zhujun and others were thrown in. Judging from everyone's performance, they definitely won. Not only won, they also captured all these Do Gu Taiyang people and used them as free labor. No, it's fake. It's all fake. Our Qingchuan family has hundreds of thousands of troops. How could we be defeated? You must be lying to me. Qingchuan Yuri behaved abnormally and even kicked Qingchuan Zhujun aside when everyone came in. I really don't want to accept such a father. Are you talking about them? Are they all here? There are hundreds of thousands of laborers, all in good order. It's just that it's too narrow here and can't be closed, so it's all bolted to the outside. Only you guys are well off and have a place to live. Pan Bugu killed people and punished his heart. At this moment, I just feel very happy. No, you lied. You lied. 100,000 troops. My Qingchuan family's 100,000 troops. How could you possibly defeat a few thousand of you? When Qingchuan Yuri heard this, his heart trembled and he became even more excited. Cough, cough, cough. You little beast, shut up. At this time, Qingchuan Zhujun's weak voice came. The familiar voice made the excited Qingchuan Yuri tremble. Looking at Qingchuan Zhujun again, it was still difficult to accept. No, you are not my father. You are fake. You are fake. In the cell on the other side, Wang Xian's and other traitors' eyes flashed when they saw this scene. Suddenly, Wang Xian stood up excitedly and laughed loudly. Ha ha ha. Great. These Sakura people finally got the punishment they deserve. We won. We Anghua finally won. Long live Anghua. Long live Dr. Song. The other traitors reacted and followed suit. That's right. These little Sakuras deserve to die. Kill them. We are sworn enemies with Sakura. Wang Xian and others immediately turned the grass on the wall. The wind blew it to both sides, performing it vividly. Haha, really? But that's not what we heard before. Pan Bugu looked at Wang Xian and the others. At this moment, in his eyes, these traitors were the kind of dogs who despised the poor and loved the rich. There is basically no need to treat this type of dog. No owner will like this kind of dog. No, no. Sir, we just confused these people. Yes, yes, we are from Anghua. We are compatriots. How could we betray Anghua if our bones are broken and our tendons are connected? Wang Xian immediately led a group of traitors to explain desperately. Haha, really? Then let me see if the broken bones can connect the tendons. Pan Bugu said, picked up the mace himself, and rushed into the cell to practice. The screams soon resounded. And in practice, it is indeed the case. When the bones are broken, the tendons are indeed connected. After briefly treating Wang Xian and others, Pan Bugu continued to carry the mace and went out. He's going to be very busy from now on. More than 100,000 Sakura soldiers and puppet troops are waiting for him to train them. It is better to put into work. It turns out that Song Bing really didn't lie to him. He is such a talent. Andu, in a spacious and simple manner. Song Bing woke up from his daze. The overabsorbed saturation finally disappeared, replaced by unprecedented refreshment. Looking down, he saw a cute little head with twin tails lying on top of him, sleeping soundly. There is no doubt that the owner of the twin-tailed little head is AI Xiaoxiao. Her pouty little cherry mouth even dripped with saliva, soaking Song Bing's clothes in a small circle. But her small hands hugged Song Bing's waist tightly, and she obviously stayed like this for a whole day. That cute little face makes people want to pinch it. But seeing this scene, Song Bing couldn't help but be moved. This apprentice's pain is not in vain. I can take care of myself when I get old in the future. Hey, little beast, wake up. Song Bing raised his hand and pinched AI Xiaoxiao's pink face, trying to wake the girl up. However, AI Xiaoxiao, who was sleeping soundly, just felt itchy and scratched Song Bing's abdominal muscles, then turned his face to the other side and continued to bleed. The emotion that just arose suddenly turned into speechlessness. Does this still protect him? When the enemy came, they were carried away immediately. Seeing that the girl was still sleeping so soundly, Song Bing decisively used his trump card and took out a chicken. Huh? Chicken? Chicken? It smells so good. Sure enough, the next second, AI Xiaoxiao's spiritual nose moved, and he turned his head instantly. His eyes were still closed, but his mouth had been opened, and he was heading towards the chicken in Song Bing's hand. Song Bing was dumbfounded. He could feel that the girl was still asleep. It all relies on the body to move on its own. This is purely a conditioned reflex. Seeing that his little mouth had opened and he was approaching, Song Bing still handed over the chicken in his hand. AI Xiaoxiao hugged the chicken by himself and began to nibble on it reflexively while sleeping. Song Bing sat up and left the bed to AI Xiaoxiao. Soon, AI Xiaoxiao finished the whole chicken in his sleep like a whirlwind. Song Bing looked surprised and continued to hand over a new one. He wanted to see how many this girl could eat. Just like that, one of the master and the apprentice eats the chicken, and the other gives away the chicken. AI Xiaoxiao had no intention of waking up, and he was eating faster and faster. In this regard, Song Bing was not stingy at all and fully provided for it. Anyway, there are still a lot of them in his kidney ruins. These are all specially prepared for AI Xiaoxiao. But gradually, the curiosity in Song Bing's eyes turned into surprise. I saw the sleeping AI Xiaoxiao eating faster and faster. The small mouth rotates crazily like an electric motor. A chicken in just 10 seconds. More powerful than 3 mouths and 1 pig. There was a mountain of chicken carcasses on the floor. Seeing that AI Xiaoxiao showed no signs of waking up, Song Bing was already a little uneasy. Just when Song Bing was considering whether to wake the girl up, he suddenly felt it. The energy in AI Xiaoxiao's body suddenly began to grow exponentially. The chickens she ate were quickly converted into energy by her. Moreover, her petite and exquisite body has grown up visibly to the naked eye. The most conspicuous thing is her hair. The slightly curly twin tails that originally reached her waist began to grow rapidly. Is this a breakthrough? Song Bing's eyes flashed sharply, and he immediately had no intention of waking him up. Continue feeding like crazy. This may be a difficult opportunity. AI Xiaoxiao said that her level is unknown and she is not yet fully integrated. And eating chicken can help her integrate and grow up quickly. As AI Xiaoxiao's body grew and her energy fluctuated, her chicken eating speed accelerated again. Song Bing was sent directly with both hands. The surrounding floor was soon filled with chicken bones. In order to avoid disturbing AI Xiaoxiao, Song Bing had an idea and directly used his brain power to throw all these chicken bones out of the window. Under the manor, which was completely shrouded in darkness, there was a courtyard. I saw that the yard was filled with a pile of chicken bones as high as a hill, and there was a steady stream of chicken bones being thrown out of the window. Just like a machine transporting on a conveyor belt, the speed is unrivaled. Finally, as time passed, the chicken bones thrown through the window stopped. A cold autumn wind blew by. The chicken bone mountain as high as a hill also slipped and completely filled the entire yard. Inside the room, Song Bing's speed of passing the chicken stopped. But it was not that AI Xiaoxiu was full. Instead, he ran out of chickens. You heard it right. There are no more chickens. A lot of chickens of different flavors that he collected for AI Xiaoxiu were all eaten up by AI Xiaoxiu in one sleep. This made Song Bing completely dumbfounded. He knew that AI Xiaoxiu could eat chicken, but I didn't expect it to be so edible. Did he reveal his true nature in his sleep? Unknowingly, AI Xiaoxiu was still sleeping soundly, but he continued to follow the smell and crawled to Song Bing, grabbed Song Bing's hand that was covered in chicken oil and started to lick it. Obviously, definitely not full. Moreover, the majestic energy that AI Xiaoxiu vaguely exuded at this moment made Song Bing feel his heart tremble. His height has almost increased by more than 20 centimeters. It directly reached Song Bing's chest. It looked like I had jumped from kindergarten to junior high school in an instant. Only he knew Song Bing's mood at the moment. Song Bing even felt a little dazed as he watched the big beasts being fed to him one by one. If you feed it more, it will really grow up. While Song Bing was in a trance, AI Xiaoxiu could no longer smell the chicken smell after licking his hands, and his body suddenly seemed to have lost power. When I fall down, I have to continue sleeping. Are you still sleeping? Song Bing's mouth twitched slightly, his eyes quickened, and he grabbed AI Xiaoxiu's twin tails. Ouch! AI Xiaoxiu woke up immediately after feeling pain. I happened to see Song Bing grabbing his twin ponytails that had grown very long. Or in bed. Shifu, what do you want to do? AI Xiaoxiu's little face suddenly turned red with embarrassment. His attention was entirely on Song Bing, and he didn't notice his own changes at all. Realizing that this posture was indeed a bit strange, Song Bing quickly let go of AI Xiaoxiu, and at the same time quickly changed the subject and reminded. Cough, look at your own body. My body. Hearing this, AI Xiaoxiu looked down in confusion and noticed his grown body. AI Xiaoxiu immediately covered his mouth in surprise, with a look of disbelief on his face. How did she get so big? Shifu. Look, they are all grown up. They are all grown up. This is not what I changed. After reacting, AI Xiaoxiu immediately stood happily on the bed, spinning around in a circle to show Song Bing happily, like a little girl buying new clothes. It's just that AI Xiaoxiu's little white dress obviously doesn't fit right now. Cough, cough, it doesn't fit anymore. Let's get a new one. Song Bing also noticed this, and immediately used his eyes as a ruler to accurately find a set of clothes suitable for AI Xiaoxiu from the kidney ruins. Master, how come I have grown so big after just sleeping? Did you do it while others were sleeping? Actually, you don't have to worry. I can grow up by myself if I eat more chicken. Just as Song Bing left his clothes behind and planned to go out first, AI Xiaoxiu's shy voice came from behind. Obviously, she naturally attributed all the credit for her growing so big overnight to Song Bing. After all, she knew that Song Bing had various special transformation abilities. When Song Bing heard this, he staggered and almost fell to the ground. I said, what are you thinking about in your little head all day long? Change yourself and go out and take a look. Song Bing stepped forward and gave the girl a brain-destroying blow to wake her up. Then he went out. AI Xiaoxiu was left with a question mark on his face, but she still changed into a beautiful little dress that Song Bing had chosen for her and followed her out doubtfully. However, the moment she opened the door, I was completely stunned by the mountains of chicken bones piled up in the yard. With a shocked look on his face, AI Xiaoxiu looked angrily at Song Bing, who had been waiting in the corner, and gritted his little tiger teeth. She usually doesn't dare to be so extravagant. Besides you, who do you think can eat so much chicken at once? Song Bing was speechless. Call this girl smart. If you get too cruel, you'll even scold yourself. Me? AI Xiaoxiu was confused, his big watery eyes full of doubts. It was obvious that he had slept too much, so he had no memory at all. Please look at the VCR. Song Bing waved his hand directly, and the projector directly reflected the screen on the white wall next to AI Xiaoxiu. He just recorded this. I just saw that AI Xiaoxiu eating chicken in his dream was so cute. Just record it. Originally, I planned to show AI Xiaoxiu to her when he grew up. It just comes in handy now. Looking at the innocent look of himself eating chicken while sleeping on the screen, AI Xiaoxiu opened his mouth slightly and was completely dumbfounded. I also completely understood all this. Only then did she carefully feel everything inside her body, and finally felt that the animal transformation in her body had increased by more than a little. As for how strong it is, she doesn't know. It feels like you can easily destroy everything around you by raising your hand, and can also transform into larger animals. I will keep this video for you, Master, as a souvenir in the future. After playing, Songbing waved his hand and took the projector back to Shenxiu. AI Xiaoxiu's little face suddenly turned red. He no longer had any doubts, but looked at Songbing cautiously and asked, "Shifu, I accidentally ate so much you." "No, I'll do it all for you." Songbing directly showed his cards, eliminating AI Xiaoxiu's last chance. What should I do if I want to eat chicken in the future?" When AI Xiaoxiu heard this, his face suddenly turned pale. It's like a smoker who has been smoking for 10 years and suddenly learns that all smoke shops have closed down. "Don't worry, don't you still have that nest of chickens? How are they doing now? Take me to see them." Seeing AI Xiaoxiu's expression of despair, Songbing stepped forward angrily and pinched his little face. "That's right, that nest of chickens." With such a reminder, AI Xiaoxiu, who was originally hopeless, reacted instantly. "Master, look, this is where I built the chicken farm. Do you think it's big enough for raising chickens?" AI Xiaoxiu immediately grabbed Songbing in excitement and ran towards the center of the manor. The huge quaint manor is like an ancient queen's royal garden. Lawns everywhere, as well as centuries-old trees, come into view. It's perfect for raising chickens. AI Xiaoxiu quickly pulled Songbing to a big tree. Under the tree was the nest of mutated pheasants that AI Xiaoxiu carefully cared for. Under AI Xiaoxiu's careful care, the chickens in the chicken coop can walk on their own. It was pecking happily on the grass. This shows AI Xiaoxiu's love for them. "Yes, I will transform it for you as a teacher." When Songbing saw this, he stepped forward without saying a word. The brain is covered and gone. Two big chickens and a brood of chicks suddenly stood up in the air. Songbing immediately sent out the disease that had already been integrated and prepared. There are two main diseases. One is to increase fecundity. One is to increase body size. Looks a bit like a hormone chicken from peacetime times. But the difference is that Songbing grows faster and larger than the hormone chicken. And it grows naturally. There is no danger like hormone chicken. Pigeon, pigeon, pigeon. After the transformation was completed, the two big chickens immediately flapped their wings and landed on the ground, eating more appetizing pasture insects. Immediately afterwards, a nest of modified pheasants also joined them. Well, it won't be long before the chicken lays the egg, and the egg lays the chicken, and you will be able to achieve chicken freedom. After the transformation, Songbing smiled and said, "This nest of modified mutant pheasants is much better than the chickens he had stored before. This is a real mutated pheasant meat with plenty of superpowers. It is comparable to the difference between flat peaches and ordinary peaches." "That's great, Master. I love you so much." AI Xiaoxiu jumped on his Songbing excitedly, gave Songbing a big hug, and couldn't wait to run to his chicken. Seeing them happily eating, their beautiful eyes were filled with anticipation. But after just a few more glances, AI Xiaoxiu turned around again and looked at Songbing. AI Xiaoxiu's sudden words made Songbing's eyes flash with surprise. It turned out that she had guessed everything. In fact, this girl is not stupid. On the contrary, she is very smart. Otherwise, I would not have thought of a way to escape the pursuit of the Apocalypse Organization by turning into a killer of the Apocalypse Organization. It's just that in front of Songbing, she restrained all her scheming and shrewdness. "That's right." After a moment of silence, Songbing nodded and looked into AI Xiaoxiu's eyes. He said without any secret, "My teacher wants you to pretend to be a member of the Tianqi organization again and break into the Tianqi organization again. Become my spy, help me find the so-called emperor, and put an end to this dispute while he is still sleeping." This was also the reason why he let AI Xiaoxiu see the number 8 body clearly that night. After a pause, Songbing continued to express his feelings. "Little beast, I know it's cruel to let you go back to the nightmare place that has trapped you for half your life, but, Master, the little beast believes in you." But before Songbing could finish speaking, AI Xiaoxiu interrupted Songbing with a smile. From the moment Songbing let her see number 8 that night, she guessed Songbing's intention. But in fact, even if Songbing didn't say anything, She had already had the intention to infiltrate the Tianqi organization again. It's just that I've always been a little reluctant to let go. Nowadays, they know so little about this apocalypse organization that has changed the world structure that they have been in a passive situation. No one knows what the apocalypse organization will do next. What kind of powerful aliens will be sent? What kind of terrifying existence is the apocalypse emperor who secretly controls all this? All this is unknown. As Song Bing's apprentice, she didn't want Song Bing to be worried every day. Therefore, she was naturally willing to take on this task. Even if possible, she would kill the so-called emperor at all costs with her own hands. Resolve all potential crises. Not for the world, just for Song Bing. Master, you have to raise these chickens for the little beast. After finishing the apocalypse organization, I want to eat as much as today in one go. As if afraid that Song Bing would feel guilty, AI Xiaoxiu teased with a bright smile. When the Tianqi organization is destroyed, the master will personally cook a whole chicken feast for you. Seeing this girl's thoughts, Song Bing also smiled, rubbed her head out of habit, and said with a smile. AI Xiaoxiu smiled brightly, and his figure began to visibly transform into the size 8 he was last night, and at the same time, he took the initiative to reach out his hand. Song Bing also spread his hands. The masked suit of the real number 8 appeared in his hand. AI Xiaoxiu took over the clothes without hesitation. The clothes she had been wearing to survive before the apocalypse. She had already taken it off, and with her current capital, she was completely free from the threat and control of the apocalypse organization. But for Song Bing's sake, she took it again without hesitation. Wait a minute, I'll give you another injection. Song Bing suddenly thought of something and said. Then under AI Xiaoxiu's surprised eyes, Song Bing took out a needle from somewhere. Inside was a tube of black and red liquid. No, really an injection? After hesitating for a moment, Song Bing decisively inserted the needle into AI Xiaoxiu's arm. The black and red liquid inside was injected. AI Xiaoxiu did not resist during the whole process and allowed Song Bing to inject. Otherwise, how could this ordinary needle be inserted into her body? And at the moment when the black and red liquid was injected, AI Xiaoxiu suddenly felt that his blood seemed to have some kind of blend with it, just like the positive and negative charge reaction in physical chemistry. This feeling is wonderful, but it is fleeting. Immediately it was as if nothing had happened. Master, little beast, I believe you can win and cure the world today. A moment of trance flashed in his beautiful eyes, and AI Xiaoxiu put the clothes on again, fitting her body perfectly. At the moment when she put on her hat, she finally turned around and gave Song Bing that cute smile that she always only showed to Song Bing. As for what Song Bing injected her with, she didn't ask. She just believed that Song Bing would not harm her. Yeah. Song Bing nodded with a smile and added, as long as I'm here, everyone will be fine. Under the hat, her face completely transformed into a size 8. Finally, he turned around, transformed into a black silhouette, and headed towards the location where he had previously dealt with the 5-8 series. Song Bing did not kill the remaining 4 people. Obviously, he wanted to leave them for him to infiltrate. AI Xiaoxiu understands all this, and do it willingly, even if he died because of Song Bing. Song Bing watched AI Xiaoxiu leave like this, with a look of reluctance in his eyes. But for this task, only AI Xiaoxiu is the most suitable. As for the injection he gave AI Xiaoxiu, the black and red liquid inside is not something else either, but his own blood. Back then, Song Shenglong could miraculously come back to life after swallowing a piece of his flesh and blood. Song Bing always remembered this. It's a pity that he can't see a doctor for himself. Therefore, until now, Song Bing didn't know what the magic was about his blood. Is it possible that after injection, everyone can have a miracle like Song Shenglong? There will still be other factors. These Song diseases are not certain. Therefore, he has never actively given his blood to others. But now, he gave it to AI Xiaoxiu. This is a gamble. Maybe I can give AI Xiaoxiu a miracle. This seemed to be the only gift he, a master, could give. Return to the calm night. A hidden sycamore forest. Wow! Under the pile of withered leaves, 5 figures in black suddenly climbed up one after another. Impressively, it is 18, 28, 38, 48, and number 8. The 5 of them subconsciously covered their heads, feeling a pain in their spirits and a blur of memory. It's like being scattered. But after the four people tried hard to recall, they still recalled what happened last night. They seemed to have suffered a sneak attack from Songbing. But fortunately, they are strong enough. He quickly counterattacked, surrounded Songbing, and seriously injured him. But just when they were about to capture Songbing, Songbing suddenly lost his martial ethics and took the opportunity to poison him and escape. They wanted to give chase, but suddenly they felt a spin and lost consciousness. The exact same memory was recalled by four people at the same time. Extremely real and flawless. Of course, the four would not know this. After all, no one doubts themselves. Damn it, I almost defeated Songbing. This guy is so cunning. Also, his level has actually reached level 6, and he can even develop poison that can temporarily stun strong people at level 6. The 4-8 series who recalled everything were furious and punched the ground. They almost succeeded in catching Songbing. What a credit. Just let Songbing escape like that. He was seriously injured by us. He will definitely not be able to escape far. Let's go after him. 38. Unwilling to give up, Dang even planned to continue to pursue. But before he could stand up, he suddenly felt dizzy and weak. Especially brothers and local locations. We must have been poisoned by Songbing, and we can no longer pursue him. Songbing is not very strong, but he is too cunning. The other three also felt their brother's pain. That's enough. Now we have figured out the details of Songbing. The most urgent task is to go back and report these key information first. I believe that with Songbing's current exact strength, and that we have seriously injured Songbing, these credits are enough. 8. It's a good thing to speak now. When the 4-8 series heard this, their eyes lit up and they all nodded and said, okay. Just like that, the 5-8 series took advantage of the darkness, got up with difficulty, and quickly disappeared into the darkness. AI Xiaoxiu also blended in among the four people without any flaws. From beginning to end, no one among the remaining 4-8 series doubted AI Xiaoxiu. It's not just that AI Xiaoxiu's acting is realistic enough. It's because AI Xiaoxiu's animal transformation is so perfect that there is no choice. In this battle, a total of 112,534 prisoners were enslaved. A total of 13,567 black gold tanks were seized. 3,642 black gold fighters. 4,315 missile and artillery shell sets. 75,321 sets of combat uniforms. There are a total of 123,459 types of light and heavy machine guns, rifles, submachine guns, pistols, sniper rifles, etc. made by black gold. A total of 64,213 pieces of various black gold cold weapons. In addition, there are also supplies and food hidden in the rear of the Sakura army. There are a total of 3,467 trucks of food, all of which are large black gold storage trucks. Simply adding up the most important part of rice, there are more than 30,000 tons. Late at night, at Anja Manor, Sia and others gathered in a conference room after a busy day. The spoils of this battle are being settled. Although in this battle, they almost did not take action. But escorting the prisoners and collecting the loot turned out to be a big problem. Not to mention the more than 100,000 prisoners. There was no place to lock them up. Thank God, the Pai family army took away more than 10,000 head. Besides, the trophies are simply terrifying. Everything. Not just the black gold chariot weapons that are not available in various hospitals. There is also so much food that suddenly appears. It's something everyone can imagine. Do you think the Qingchuan family traveled thousands of miles to deliver supplies to them? There are still many good people in this world. Oh my God, there are so many supplies. How come these little Sakuras have so many supplies? Listening to Sia's report, everyone could not hide their shock. I thought it was outrageous enough to capture so many Sakura, but I didn't expect so many weapons and supplies to be outrageous. Don't forget, these little Sakuras have almost invaded and plundered the base materials of various apocalypse forces in Anghua. So it's not outrageous to have so many weapons and supplies. Sia reminded. Only then did everyone suddenly realize. Haha, the Qingchuan family must have planned to use Andu as their base, so they brought almost all their belongings with them. Unexpectedly, it was sent all the way to us as a wedding dress. Ha, there are still many good people in this world. Everyone reacted and couldn't help but laugh. This happiness came so suddenly that they had a hard time adapting. Thank you, Sakura. He lost his wife and lost his troops. Originally, we were still worried about supplies and weapons, but now it's better, it's all solved. Still far exceeded our expectations. Not to mention the food, it is enough to last us for a long time. These weapons alone are far enough for us to equip the entire city of it. Luo Yin continued to announce the results of the victory. Everyone couldn't help but show their sharpness. Now I really don't have to worry. If you want food, get food. If you want weapons, have weapons. If you want free labor, there will be free labor. It can be said that in this battle, the Qingchuan family made up for everything they lacked. What a timely help. Dean. While everyone couldn't hide their excitement, Sia's voice suddenly sounded. Everyone looked around and realized that Song Bing had arrived at the door at some unknown time. Dean. Everyone couldn't hide their excitement and shouted. More respect for Song Bing. Although the major contributors to this battle were none other than Zhou Xian and the Pai family army, everyone knew that the commander behind this was Song Bing. It was Song Bing who allowed them to capture such a large Qingchuan family without spending a single soldier. Just imagine if Song Bing hadn't come and changed everything. Facing the Qingchuan family, they will definitely die. Well, I heard what you said. Everyone has been busy all day and night, and you have worked hard. Now that we have sufficient financial, material, and manpower, everyone will have a good rest tonight and start preparing for the construction of Anda homeland tomorrow. Song Bing looked at everyone, nodded with a smile. Thank you, Dean. When everyone heard this, they could not conceal their excitement and anticipation. Nowadays, with so much free labor and materials, and all of them are aliens and black gold, it is simply too easy to quickly build Andu into a big home. Dean, I'm going to train those little Sakuras right now, and I can guarantee that at least 50,000 laborers will be invested tomorrow. After 3 days, I guarantee that all these people will obediently invest in the construction. Pan Bugu took the initiative to stand up excitedly. Others can rest, but now he is the only one who cannot rest. He had to train the prisoners overnight so that they could devote themselves to construction tomorrow. Well, thank you for your hard work. Don't be too tired. It doesn't matter if you kill a few if necessary. Song Bing stepped forward and patted Pan Bugu's shoulder with concern. Dean, I'm not tired. As long as I can contribute to everyone, even if I have to stay up all the time, I'll go right away. Pan Bugo took it easy and left. Under Song Bing's personal concern, he felt even more motivated. At this moment, he finally felt his importance. There are really 360 lines, and he will be the #1 scholar in every line. Dean, as well as us, brothers Bugo have joined us, and we also want to contribute to the construction of Anda Home. Yes, we come here and have been well fed and clothed. We have never felt such warmth. Please give us a chance. That's right. Dean, we can do anything we want, as long as we can be like everyone else. At this time, the 55 rescued people who had been watching in the corner finally couldn't help but come forward. They were all brought back to the hospital together with Pan Bugu, but Pan Bugu was reused as soon as he arrived. But they could only always be protected by the hospital. This makes them feel bad, also longing to be like Pan Bugu. And this is what Song Bing is happy to see. Seeing this, Song Bing and Sia looked at each other in tacit understanding, then looked at the 55 people, smiled and said, Don't worry, everyone. Since I allow you to join the hospital, I accept you. I'm just afraid that you might not get used to it when you first arrive, so I'll let you rest more. Now it is also the construction period of Andu, and there is a shortage of manpower in many professional fields. Since everyone is so passionate, let's join in. Song Bing smiled kindly. Dean Xie, it is our honor to rebuild our home in Andu. The same goes for me. I have been engaged in mechanical research and work for 20 to 30 years. I can get started with all aspects of machinery. I used to be an expert in the Ongwa Network Security Department. I am good at network computers. To be honest, I used to work anonymously at the Ongwa Institute of Physics, and I was involved in the fields of missiles, nuclear bombs, rockets, etc. Seeing that after waiting for so long, Song Bing was finally willing to use himself. Everyone revealed their identities and areas of expertise without any secret. Almost all are talented people. Luo Yin and others couldn't hide their surprise when they heard this. Even these talents are available. Now, there is no need to worry. Very good. Later, I will check your body and comprehensively treat hidden diseases. This way you can adapt to tomorrow's work more quickly. Song Bing smiled slightly. Naturally, he wanted to give these people a good makeover. Thank you, Dean. 55 people nodded excitedly. It was finally their turn. During this period since entering the hospital, everyone has taken great care of them. Not only let them eat well and live well. They are treated equally without any class discrimination. There is no such thing as a big boss. This made them feel warmer than ever before. There is absolutely no cruelty of the apocalypse outside here. It's more like a warm big family. Everyone is equal and working hard to protect this big family. They are very glad that they firmly chose this place. I am willing to fight for this big family in the future. The meeting dispersed, but no one really took a break. But they all started to get busy again, looking forward to preparing for tomorrow's construction. In a temporary operating room, Song Bing performed surgical modifications on 55 people. Each person is given similar diseases based on their areas of expertise in peacetime. This will not only facilitate their future work, it has greatly enhanced their field capabilities. For example, for those who are good at network computers, Song Bing is suffering from a 6th-level mental illness that can develop the brain. Those who are good at mechanics, Song Bing is a disease that develops hands, eyes, and imagination. Those who are good at construction are super-thinking diseases and memory talents, etc., almost all related to mental illness. These diseases do not necessarily make them highly effective in combat, but they will definitely be able to significantly develop their areas of expertise. As for the level, Song Bing based it on these people's previous zombie levels. There are level 5, there are level 6, and there are 3 level 7. Their bodies have already withstood this level of intensity. Therefore, viruses of the same level can naturally adapt quickly. After late autumn, it is the beginning of winter. There was light snow falling in the dark sky over Andu. The earth is also covered with early frost. Under the apocalypse, the temperature in Andu seemed to be much lower than before. In such an environment, I believe everyone just wants to stay in a heated room and fall asleep. But it's still dark, Anja Manor, and several surrounding buildings. But there were already lights and banging sounds. Immediately afterwards, a group of Sakura soldiers and puppet soldiers were seen getting up early. They lined up and started gathering. Like a cow that wakes up early, has something to do. Maybe they have never seen Los Angeles at 4 in the morning. But now I saw Andu at 2:30 in the morning. In the dark large square, the lights were on, but it was hard to hide the cold wind and flying snowflakes. 50 to 60,000 Sakura soldiers and puppet troops were finally gathered here. Line up. Everyone is wearing thin clothing. The cool breeze blows to refresh you. Dang, dang, dang. Listen to me. From now on, your workload will be linked to your food and accommodation. Whoever does more can eat delicious frozen potatoes and live in a luxurious cell. As for those who want to cut corners, they can only live in the open air, let alone food. At this time, Pan Bugu, wearing a military coat and holding a mace, appeared at the highest point, overlooking the crowd of little cherry blossoms and traders below. Bagayalu. Abuse. You are abusing us. You don't treat us as human beings. That's right. It's not even bright yet. What are you going to do? It's only 2:30 in the evening. It's still snowing. Are you still not human? As soon as Pan Buga finished speaking, someone immediately complained. Drag them down and feed them dragon fruit. Pan Bugu waved his hand impatiently. Yes. The people who spoke were immediately carried down. The happy laughter of them eating dragon fruit soon came and rang through the night. The scene quickly became quiet. Seeing this, Pan Bugu waved behind him. Soon, he saw 2 figures connected by purple and gold anklets limping onto the stage. A spotlight shines on their faces. All the Sakura soldiers and puppet soldiers stared wide-eyed, because the 2 of them were none other than Qing Chuan and his son. There is also Qing Chuan Zhujun in the Qing Chuan tree. It's just that at this moment, the father and son are bruised and purple, and they seem to be full. Come on, let's say a few words, you two. Pan Bugu handed the microphone to the 2 of them. Hit the snake within 7 inches, capture the thief first, and capture the king. If you want to control these Sakura soldiers and puppet troops to work obediently in a short period of time, the most effective and simple way is to tame their king. Therefore, this night, he almost always lectured Qing Chuan and his son. Qing Chuan and his son, who had been trained all night, were already scared. But facing so many former subordinates, the two of them still lowered their heads, clenched their fists, and said nothing. "Don't make me slap you on such a grand occasion." Pan Bugus smiled. The two of them suddenly became excited. In the end, the father and son raised their heads in humiliation, looked at the subordinates below, and said word by word what Pan Bugu had rehearsed with them in advance, saying, "We, the Sakura Empire, have committed heinous crimes in Ongwa, and now we are trying to invade Ongwa again. We are sinners, and we have sinned, so we should work hard to reform in Ongwa now and atone for the sins we committed in the past. If you want to live, please put down everything and redeem your sins with us." Everyone shouts together, "I love working." The moment the two of them finished speaking, Pan Bugu kicked them both in the legs. The father and son knelt down on the spot, as if repenting. This moment also became the last straw that broke down the Sakura soldiers below. Looking at Qing Chuan Zhujun, whom they once believed in, they all bowed their heads at this moment. Where do they still have faith? Can you do it? Pan Bugu smashed the mace on the ground and struck while the iron was hot to shock him. To establish authority in front of dogs, let them distinguish between big and small kings. Only in this way can they truly surrender. In order to establish his authority, the spikes on the mace in Pan Bugu's hand were all bald. Sure enough, after a series of mental blows, all the Sakura soldiers did not dare to speak out. As for the traitors mixed in among them, not to mention, they are just outsiders without faith. He can surrender in the face of the Qing Chuan family's intimidation. In front of Pan Bugu, a professional dog training master, he naturally surrendered faster. Then why are you still standing there? Start doing it for me. Seeing that the time was ripe, Pan Bugu waved his hand. The Sakura soldiers and traitors were immediately frightened and hurriedly dispersed and got busy under the guidance of several nurses. What are you two doing standing around? Don't you need to work? Pan Bugu's eyes continued to fall on Qing Chuan and his son, who were still humiliated on the stage. The father and son trembled in fear, and Qing Chuan Yuri hurriedly went to work. "I want." Qing Chuan Zhujun gritted his teeth and wanted to say something, but when he met Pan Bugu's raised mace and said, "I want to see Divine Dr. Song," he couldn't say anything for a moment. "What do you want to do? How much work do you want?" Seeing that he couldn't say it, Pan Bugu thought directly, "That's okay. You are leaders, so you naturally have to set an example and work more, so work 10 times more. By the way, please supervise your subordinates. If you dare to cause trouble again, you will be punished again." "No, sir, that's not what I meant. When Qing Chuan Shuli heard this, everyone was dumbfounded. He hurriedly wanted to explain, but Pan Bugu answered directly, "You think it's too little? Then you have 20 times. Why are you still standing there? Do you want to eat some dragon fruit to cool down first?" Seeing that the two of them still refused to leave, Pan Bugu picked up the mace that had almost lost its spike. The father and son's faces turned pale, and they were so frightened that they hurried to work. "It's all your fault. You're just talking nonsense. That guy is a lunatic." On the way, Qing Chuan Yuri, who had already despaired, complained. Qing Chuan Zhujun, who had been holding back his anger, slapped Qing Chuan Yuri on the face. However, the next second, Qing Chuan Yuri's face turned ferocious, and he slapped him back with an unceremonious backhand. Qing Chuan Zhujun was stunned and looked at Qing Chuan Yuri with a look of disbelief. But what came was another slap in the face from Qing Chuan Yuri. "The one I'm beating is you useless piece of trash. I was full of expectations, but you came in yourself. You just made me have to do 20 times more work. Do you still have the dignity?" Qing Chuan Zhujun looked at Qing Chuan Shuli's ferocious expression with disbelief. He wanted to kill the little beast in front of him. However, his own powers have already been absorbed by Song Bing. What he has now is only a 4th-level superpower given by Song Bing. That works harder. On the other hand, Harukawa Yuri's, although he is also at the same level 4, is better than his youthful physique. He definitely couldn't do it. Qing Chuan Yuri spread all his grievances on Qing Chuan Zhujun. After saying that, he took Qing Chuan Zhujun to work. As someone who has been through it, only he knows the consequences of not finishing the job. The father-son relationship between the two collapsed instantly. But no matter what, they are firmly tied by the same black gold iron. Under the cold night sky, a circle of lights quickly lit up the Andu ring. The lighting is centered on Andu. Keep expanding outward little by little. 50 to 60,000 Sakura soldiers and puppet troops were directly under this light, played with burning the midnight oil. In the dark night, tens of thousands of Sakura soldiers and puppet troops began their hard work of lighting lamps in the cold wind. Under the leadership of Qing Chuan and his son, as well as Pan Buga's incentive policy just now, nearly everyone is highly motivated. They still know how to choose between frozen potatoes and dragon fruit. Ever since, the construction and renovation of Andu began to center on Anjia, gradually expanding outward in a circle, just like when Song Bing absorbed Andu's poisonous gas around him. This is also their atonement. The illuminated circle of lights is like the flame of hope that is constantly expanding, visible to the naked eye. In this cold night, it looks particularly bright. This speed of construction and renovation is obviously unprecedented in peacetime. Sia and others and a group of caregivers were also dispatched. But with so much labor, it is obvious that they do not need to do any hard work anymore. All they have to do is to disperse the command and supervise these free labor forces at the same time. At the same time, 55 people in Anjia Manor who had been given the disease by Song Bing also woke up one after another. They were almost all high-level zombies before. Therefore, the body naturally adapts quickly. Feeling the changes in their bodies, everyone's eyes showed surprise. They looked around, but Song Bing was nowhere to be seen. But everyone knows that the current changes in their bodies must have been given by Song Bing. The Dean is actually so capable. From now on, I will go through fire and water for the hospital in order to repay this kindness. Everyone's gratitude to Song Bing and their sense of belonging to the hospital suddenly became stronger. After slowly accepting the current changes, the 55 people quickly noticed the heated commotion outside. I immediately thought of something, put on my shoes, and walked out immediately. When I walked out of Anjia, I saw the big project that had been started in front of me. 55 people showed their sharpness. It really started. Sia, who had been waiting here for a long time, walked out, looked at the 55 people and smiled. Okay, let me take a look. I'll be drawing construction sketches all night long. Please help me with the electrical layout. I'll take care of the transportation. When the 55 people heard this, they immediately expressed excitement, ready for a big fight. Now their physical fitness is even more frighteningly strong, and their spirits are extremely active. Before I even start, my brain has already started working, and many advanced new ideas have emerged. In addition, these are various materials and weapons we captured from Sakura country, and one of the materials is called black gold. You can view it and use it as you wish. Sia added, and pointing to the corner, brought a sample of the part black gold. This includes many black gold weapons. Several people who are good at mechanical construction, material metallurgy, and missile research and development saw this, and all came forward to check it out. What kind of metal is this? It's so hard. Not only is it hard, but it's also very tough. This is really rare. How was this made? It would be great if it could be made into a weapon. If it's enough, it can be used to build a base. Several people immediately started chatting. They all praised the black gold material. There are many hospitals with such materials now. You can use them as you like according to your ideas and needs. Sia said from the side, black gold materials, except for this raid on the Qingchuan family. There are also those left over from previous invasions by various Anghua apocalyptic forces. In addition, it also included the 2 large warehouses where Song Bing found her just now and took her to witness. There are black gold materials and weapons inside. There are even many with purple lines. These materials and weapons were apparently collected by Song Bing when he went to rescue Shili and search for the little beast. The most numerous and best ones are undoubtedly the base of the Apocalypse organization in the South Island. In addition, there are these people. They should know the source of the black gold material and the development ideas of these weapons. Sia added and clapped her hands. Soon, dozens of people who were chained were brought up by several caregivers. These people are none other than the logistics talents of the Qingchuan family and various Anghua apocalypse forces. Since the Qingchuan family wants to move their base to Andu, they will naturally bring these talents with them. This is the foundation of construction. Therefore, it naturally fell into the hands of patients along with those supplies. As for how to find these talents, no need to look for it at all, because they took the initiative to stand up. Obviously, I don't want to eat dragon fruit and frozen potatoes anymore. Yes, yes, I know. I can smelt this black gold. As long as you can give me something to stutter, I am willing to share all your secrets and assist your country. I would also like to. Dozens of people hurriedly made humble expressions, with only the desire to survive in their eyes. They were so miserable that they said they migrated here to live a better life. As a result, he was attacked by a poisonous fart before he arrived. If it hadn't been hidden with the logistics supplies, it would have been sent. Okay, it's great to have the guidance of these people. If this material is enough, I can build many indestructible safe houses. We can also develop stronger and more terrifying weapons. The 55 people saw this with sharp eyes and full of self-confidence. The materials are available. There is also someone to guide you. This simply paved the way for them. If they still can't get started, then they can just die. As a result, 55 people soon joined in the construction of various departments of Anda Homestead. With the fields they are proficient in and the introduction and guidance of these captive talents, everyone quickly integrates perfectly into the construction of each department. He quickly developed his unique talents. He suddenly became a commanding expert. With the participation of 55 people, Andu also greatly increased the construction speed. And the construction is even more perfect. Of course, it was Sakura and the traders who were the laborers. They almost had to work during the day and at night. Eat less, do more. They are all strangers anyway, so they don't worry about starving to death at all. Above the void, Song Bing watched all this quietly. Now Andu is on the right track. I believe it won't be long before the construction is completed. As for the trends of the Tianqi organization, with AI Xiaoshou as an eyeliner, Song Bing finally no longer needs to be worried. At least he can always know when the apocalypse organization will arrive. So what he will do next? Naturally, the remaining animals were transformed. Then he began to travel among various cities in Andu. Absorb zombies, collect merit, and upgrade. Now his enhanced merits have accumulated to about 350 million. There are still 650 million left before the next round of merit is completed. This may seem like an astronomical number, but considering there are so many zombies, it seems like that. Song Bing flew back to the ancient forest garden where AI Xiaoshou raised chickens. The entire forest garden covers an extremely vast area. Vegetated lakes, everything. It is perfect for breeding. Just because this place was once an ancient imperial forest garden, it was also the largest and most luxurious royal forest garden in the world. It's a pity that there are only a few dilapidated ruins left from ancient times, which represent its former glory. The remaining vegetation and modern buildings were later rebuilt and improved by Manhua. Of course, it must be mentioned that the splendor of this forest garden was burned and destroyed by some foreign bandits. The entire forest garden is not far from Anjia Manor, only a few kilometers away. For Song Bing today, it only takes 10 seconds. In the ancient and vast forest garden, Gao Ling and Yin Hong were busy. The two of them followed Song Bing's instructions and were moving all the animals temporarily fostered in Anjia Manor here. Today's Anjia Manor has become a base for planting and transforming vegetation. Therefore, Song Bing wanted to use this place as a base for transforming animals. Take care of each other within Jia. Let this once world's first garden regain its glory. And this makes it easier to take care of AI Xiaoshou's chickens. Master, Dean, in accordance with your instructions, all animals have been moved to this forest garden and divided areas for each animal. Soon, Gao Ling and Yin Hong appeared in front of Song Bing and completed the tasks assigned by Song Bing. Yeah. Song Bing nodded and put on his white coat. Next, it was his turn to start numbering. With the forbidden eye open, Song Bing was the first to arrive at the largest lake in the forest area. In an iron cage on the shore of the lake, there is a nest of snakes of different colors. The most conspicuous thing is the largest white snake in the middle. And this white snake was clearly the giant white mutated python that Song Bing caught in the rainforest miasma. Searching all the way from Antarctica, Song Bing collected countless animals and plants, but there were only two at level 7. One is the fruit tree that has been renovated a long time ago. The other one is the white snake in front of me. So, if you follow the zoo number, the white snake in front of me must be the same as the fruit tree, and it must be number 1. Don't be afraid, you will be free soon. Song Bing raised the corner of his mouth slightly, and with a thought, White Snake and all the snakes escaped from the cage and floated above the lake. Song Bing's brainstormed, and he immediately began to transform these little poisonous snakes. There are more orders for these venomous snakes that are conveniently collected. The main thing is to take back minor diseases, and then upgrade and return the diseases that absorbed them in the past according to their adaptability. By the way, here are some of the mental illnesses that control them. Wow, everything went on without any pressure. Not only did the venomous snakes quickly recover their size, but based on the original ones, they mutated to become more terrifying and more toxic. They are all at least level 4 existences. Immediately, they were all thrown into the lake by Song Bing to let them roam free. Finally, it was the white snake's turn. Song Bing raised his hand and sucked the white snake into his hand. This guy was at level 7 before, so his transformation naturally had to be done through caressing. Ding successfully absorbed minor diseases, merit plus 10 million. The previous steps remain unchanged, and the minor symptoms are still recovered first, and then based on the original disease, fusion and transformation are carried out. Whitesnake's original 7th level disease was called double eye stone poison. The source of the poison is its double pupils. Anyone who is poisoned will have his body petrified like a stone. This is an extremely scary level 7 disease. If Song Bing hadn't been the ancestor of various viruses, he would have probably already sent it. Before that, Song Bing had already modified it on the basis of double eye stone poison. This is a rare disease that he spent a lot of energy and failed countless times before successfully transforming and integrating it. At the same time, this disease broke the record for the most fusion diseases of Song Dynasty. A total of 16 disease upgrades are integrated together, just to make the white snake even more terrifying. If White Snake can successfully integrate the disease and complete assimilation, it will be the same as the pagoda tree. Be a miracle. Ding successfully sent out the 7th level, 10 Beast Basics and 5 Nature's Heavy Eye Stone Poison, merit minus 10 million. The same level of disease was sent out, but White Snake reacted violently in an instant. The body began to twist crazily, entangled with Song Bing. Song Bing did not stop this, but helped it integrate. Because this disease is really difficult to integrate, although it is based on White Snake's original double eye stone poison. Hiss hiss. As the white snake became more and more painful, its body lost its restraint and began to grow bigger. The double pupils in the vertical pupils began to appear. But that's not the end of it. Its body also began to mutate, sometimes red and hot, occasionally sweating due to low temperature. Sometimes there will even be an electric current like an electric shock. Ho 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 ho. The white snake grew larger and larger, and its roar also changed. At a certain moment, he seemed to dislike Song Bing for being too young and took the initiative to jump into the lake. Song Bing drew a sharp bone knife in his hand. There used to be a 1 with a circle at the end. It represents the number of the white snake in this zoo. There will also be representatives from the zoo. After transforming the white snake, Song Bing continued to the next lake area. But this time, Song Bing was not in a hurry to reform, but directly raised his hand and sucked all the water from the lake into the kidney ruins. Then go to the 3rd lake and do the same thing. Song Bing immediately sucked up the water in 4 lakes. At the same time, physical deepening and expansion were also carried out. There are 6 lakes in the entire forest garden. 1 is for snakes. The other 5 sides are filled with fish tanks made of fiberglass. There are 4 tanks of saltwater fish and 1 tank of freshwater fish. What Song Bing sucked up and expanded was the lake where the 4 tanks of seawater fish were placed. After absorbing the fresh water in it, Song Bing then released the water. This water was naturally the sea water he absorbed when he and the little beast were fishing for sea fish. Although it requires freshwater farming, but always let the sea water transition. After filling up the sea water again, Song Bing began to transform and release these absorbed sea fish. Same operation. Song Bing directly planted 4 lakes full of marine fish. The lowest level inside is all 4, and in each lake, there are 2 or 3 level 7. The last freshwater fish lake followed suit. In this way, all 6 lakes were filled with fish and snakes by Song Bing. Of course, the fish are not just fish, but also include many aquatic animals and plants, like octopuses, crabs, jellyfish, etc. There are all of them. This was how Song Bing was initially targeted, focusing on biological balance and biodiversity. After transforming the animals in the lake area, Song Bing came to a lush forest area. As if influenced by apocalyptic factors, these trees generally grow very luxuriantly, with tall and strong branches. It seems that the tree is hundreds of years old. It has completely adapted to today's apocalyptic environment. Obviously, the adaptability and vitality of plants are far beyond that of animals. In the forest area, the iron cages were all arranged in an orderly manner, and Song Bing came directly to the two largest iron cages. Inside were the 2 elephants and 3 rhinos that Song Bing brought back from the Feijo Prairie in the past. Song Bing transformed the 2 elephants and 3 rhinoceros. All have been upgraded to level 7. Moreover, on their original basis, not only diseases are perfected, it is also given attributes of other diseases. Let their combat effectiveness be directly improved to the next level based on the upgrade. Of course, in order to control the size, Song Bing specially gave the 2 elephants and 3 rhinoceros a combat attribute that only increases in size when they are in a violent state. The disease stems from wealth. This disease was not only given to the 2 elephants and 3 rhinoceros by Song Dynasty, but also basically to the white snake and those fishes in front. All other animals that follow will also be given. Otherwise, no matter how big this forest garden is, it will not be able to withstand so many behemoths. Just like the 2 transformed and upgraded elephants in front of you. Looking at it now, their normal size has reached more than 10 tons and a height of more than 4 meters. If it were a violent battle state, it would have to increase at least 6 to 7 times on the original basis. Can you believe it? It's comparable to a miniature titan. The size is too large and does not meet the endurance of the real world. Everyone imagines that Blue Star is also undergoing mutations, mentioned before, so it can withstand it. The 3 mutated rhinos looked up at the 2 huge elephants and immediately ran away. Obviously, without the interference of the zombie virus, they are much more awake. In this way, Song Bing then transformed into a real Song veterinarian and carried out a comprehensive transformation and stocking model for the animals divided into various parts of the forest garden. Except for the aquatic life that has already been stocked. The white lion in the Feijo Prairie and the group of spotted hyenas, ostriches, crocodiles, leopards, bison. The zombie tiger in the southeast, the baboons, the pack of wolves captured by the little beasts, various carnivorous birds, giant turtles. All the ferocious animals captured were transformed by Song Bing one by one. Even in order to solve the food problem of these animals, Song Bing specially captured many cattle, horses, wild deer, rabbits, and other animals. They are specially transformed into pheasants like AI Xiaoxiao to provide food for predators. At the same time, Gao Ling and Yen Hong were asked to take out many branches from various plants that had grown in Anjiao Manor and carry out cuttings and transplants. These plants have been transformed by Song Dynasty disease and have extremely strong vitality. Cuttings usually grow quickly. This provides more food for herbivorous plants. Only in this way can ecological balance be maintained. After 2 days and 1 night of busy work, Song Bing's movement finally formed a closed loop and arrived at the forest area at the original gate of the forest garden. In the forest area, there were only the last 2 cages left. Song Bing stepped forward a little weakly. In the 2 cages were clearly the 2 grizzly bears that Song Bing had rescued from the belly of the fruit tree. Song Bing directly named them Xiong de Xiong Air. It's just you, let's get started. Looking at the 2 cuties in the cage, Song Bing smiled and stretched out his hand to pull the 2 little guys out. Ouch, ouch, ouch. The 2 little guys screamed in fear. But Song Bing has already begun to transform them. It was detected that the physiques of the 2 bears could withstand level 7 diseases, and Song Bing immediately began to fuse and transform the level 7 diseases. A few minutes later, Song Bing put Xiong Da Xiong Air on the ground. The 2 originally petite and cute figures began to grow visibly to the naked eye, and soon grew to a burly height of 3 to 4 meters. There are even extremely conspicuous muscles on his body. At first glance, it looks like a pure strength-type mutation. Ho 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 ho. Soon, Xiong de Xiong Air finally mutated, stood up, and roared to the sky. The bulging muscles and powerful roar are heartbreaking. From now on, this is your territory. Take a look at the gate. Song Bing looked at the two big guys and said with a smile, "Ho ho ho." When Xiong Daxiong Air met Song Bing's eyes, he immediately showed fear and nodded in a humane manner. This is a memory from the soul. Song disease is an exclusive mental disease added to each animal. After transforming these terrible guys, Song Bing naturally had to ensure that he could control them. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a mess? And animals seem to be tamed better by mental illness than humans. Their brain power seems not to be as developed as that of humans. It's finally over. After Xiong Daxiong Air obediently retreated, Song Bing finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then we came to the manor in the center of the forest garden. This is a free-range breeding ground for mutant pheasants. It is also a restricted area for all animals. Standing on the highest fort, look around the forest garden. Not only are the plants more lush, but the occasional unusual movements among the lakes and forests also add a mysterious touch to the entire forest garden. During this upgrading and transformation process, all animals leveled up. There are 36 of them at level 7. The rest are almost all at level 5 or 6. Level 4 is not as much as level 6. You can imagine the gold content in this. I believe it won't be long. With the complete integration and adaptation of these animals, and growth coverage of cutting vegetation, the entire forest garden will definitely develop into Andu's home, a big killer weapon. Master Dean, according to your order, the plants growing in Anjia Manor have been planted all around the forest garden. Yin Hong and Gao Ling appeared behind Song Bing at this time. The two women were dressed in nurse uniforms, but their pretty snow-white faces and clothes were covered with sweat and soil. There is a bit of embarrassment and contrast. It seemed that he had just finished working in the fields. But it's true. From now on, this place will be called Shuangbing Zoo, and Anjia Manor will be called Shuangbing Botanical Garden. Song Bing turned to look at the two women and reminded them. Yes, Master. Yes, Dean. The two women nodded respectfully, naturally not daring to show any disobedience to Song Bing's words. You two will stay here from now on, act as keepers for the time being, and take care of these animals for me, especially this brood of pheasants. Song Bing said, looking at the pheasants happily grazing below, and emphasized. Yes. The two women bowed and ordered. Song Bing then turned around and left, but before leaving, he raised his hand and left a few more sets of nurse uniforms for the two of them to change. Song Bing did not leave the zoo immediately, but came to a forest area. The territory of this forest area belongs to the white lion from Feizhou, and that tiger in the rainforest. Logically speaking, there is no room for two tigers in one mountain, but Song Bing still grouped them together, because these two big guys are both female. Wang Wang Wang. At the same time, not far away, a dog barked. Song Bing looked up and smiled, because what comes is the wealth that has adapted to recovery. It was also Song Bing who specially summoned it here. It's not enough to just ask Gao Ling and Yin Hong to take care of it. In the animal world, animals still have to come. That's why Song Bing thought of making money. By the way, this guy is quite old. It's time to marry my old wife. Wang Wang Wang. Seeing Song Bing, Wang Kai immediately ran over excitedly, wagging his tail crazily. Not bad, the integration is very good. After taking a look at Wang Sai's current physical fitness, Song Bing showed a satisfied smile. Then he asked with a smile, Wang Kai, do you want a wife or not? Under Wang Sai's confused gaze, Song Bing looked behind him, clapped his hands and said, come out. Ho ho ho. The next second, two behemoths, one white and one flower, walked out from both sides of the jungle. The low roar is comparable to that of a 16-cylinder engine. It's heartbreaking. Roar. Upon hearing this sudden voice, Wang Sai's eyes that were originally trying to please Song Bing immediately became sharp. When its sharp pupils saw the two level 7 ligers walking out, there is no fear or blood suppression at all. Instead, he silently walked to Song Bing, ready for battle. At the same time, Wang Sai's figure instantly grew taller, and the muscles and hair on his body suddenly soared. In terms of momentum, it is not weaker than the two ligers. Seeing this scene, Song Bing was not surprised. Although Wang Kai is a dog, he has been transformed through many rounds of various genetic diseases. The genetic bloodline it has evolved now is no worse than that of a liger. Even if we just talk about combat power, The two ligers in front of us are definitely no match for them when they are in a state of violent wealth. Of course, this does not mean that the two level 7 ligers today are weak. On the contrary, they are strong. I just encountered stronger wealth. Wang Kai, don't be nervous. This is the wife I found for you all the way from Feizhou and the tropics. But seeing Wang Cai's straight-faced attitude, Song Bing couldn't help but knock him on the head. Wang Kai, who was about to launch an attack, was stunned and looked up at Song Bing with a puzzled look on his face. Ho ho ho. At the same time, the two ligers also lay down towards Song Bing, expressing their submission. There was absolutely no intention of attacking from beginning to end. It's just that Wang Kai is too straight, and he has misunderstood it. Wang Cai's big eyes turned spiritually, and at the same time he sniffed the two ligers not far away from the air. It seems to smell the scent of hormones. Its eyes suddenly lit up. The originally swollen figure quickly recovered. In an instant, I understood Song Bing's good intentions. Okay, from now on you will be the director of this zoo and take good care of these animals. As for the daughter-in-law, I have also found it for you. It is up to you whether you can take care of it. Song Bing touched Wang Cai's dog's head, directly explained the purpose, and finally acted like a scissor without forgetting the warning. I believe that with Wang Cai's current IQ, although he cannot speak human language, he can still understand this bit of human language, especially scissor hands. Wang Wang Wang. As expected, Wang Kai, who understood instantly, excitedly shouted in circles at Song Bing. It just feels like the dog body has reached its peak. It wasn't until Song Bing left the zoo that he stopped circling and curiously looked at everything around him. Song Bing left all this to it. This feeling is simply great. Wang Wang Wang. The excited Wang Kai barked a few more words, and then looked at the two ligers again. Wang Wang. This time, Wang Kai no longer showed his ferocity, but stuck out his tongue and smiled like a licking dog. However, the two ligers stood up proudly and left separately. Without the owner, they will not be able to make money at all. Wang Wang. Wang Kai was dumbfounded. Happiness comes and goes quickly, but soon, it regained its confidence. He bit a wild flower on the ground with his mouth and chased after it excitedly. He glanced left and right in the direction in which the two ligers were leaving, then turned in a circle. Wang Kai went in the direction of the white lion first. When a man chases a woman, there is a mountain between them. A dog like him needs to be at least 2 levels away from chasing a liger. Here, after improving the zoo, Song Bing rested for a while and then returned to Anja Manor. Today's entire manor has changed drastically. Not only has it been expanded and repaired by a group of small cherry blossoms, but it has also been improved. The vegetation planted around it is also already lush. Many of them have even bloomed. It seems completely unaffected by the cold weather, especially the fruit tree in the center of the manor. Now it has become a veritable towering tree. At a glance, the main trunk is 30 to 40 meters in diameter and about 200 to 300 meters high. The dense growth of leaves and branches almost enveloped the entire Anja Manor, like a giant towering mushroom, even more lush and huge than before. Under its shelter, the entire Anja Botanical Garden seems safer. Dean, you are looking for us. Not long after, Xia, Zhang Taizhu, and the Luo family's mother and daughter all arrived. Several people were covered in dust, and they had obviously just come off the construction site. But everyone's face was full of enthusiasm, looking at the fantastic and rapid development of Anda homes today. Who doesn't look forward to it? I took a look and found that the plants in Anja Manor have begun to grow vigorously. I believe it won't be long before we can eat fresh food. In addition, I have built a zoo area in the forest park a few kilometers away from the manor. Wang Kai is there to take care of you, and you can call Wang Kai if anything happens. Even if you want to eat fresh meat, you can go hunting there after a while. Song Bing told several people about the situation in the zoo area in detail. A few people sounded a little dreamy, but the vegetation and the growth of the fruit trees that now make their home left them without any doubt. From now on, Anjiao Manor, also known as the Shuangxi Botanical Garden, and the Shuangshi Zoo Zone will take care of each other. The forest gardens, parks, and forests surrounding the two major parks continue to be expanded to facilitate future development. A subway passage can be built underground to connect the two parks. Convenient to travel. Song Bing continued to leave some construction precautions. Okay, I'll have someone prepare it right away. Xia and Luo Yin listened carefully and kept Song Bing's requests in mind. Well, in addition, tonight and tomorrow, don't be busy. Put down everything you are doing. Come to me under the fruit tree one after another, and I will give you some special training. Taiju, you come first. Xia comes in the evening, and Luo Yin and Xian you will be together tomorrow morning. Song Bing said and directly arranged time slots for several people. It can be said to be quite compact. After he trained the 4 people, it was time to set off to search for the merits of each city. Yes, Dean. After hearing this, several people nodded happily. Being able to get personal guidance from Song Bing was something they could only dream of. So, in the following time, while Song Bing regained his mental strength, he started training Zhang Taiju and the 4 of them one after another under the fruit tree. Song Bing mainly used his understanding of the diseases of the 4 people, guide the development of 4 people with the ability to truly adapt to mastering this disease. How to release. What is the best position to release? What are the weaknesses? What are the strengths? What is the essence? Song Bing knew all of these very well, and he needs to let Zhang Taiju and the other 4 know. Brother, I understand everything. After 4 hours of detailed guidance, Zhang Tieju's eyes shone brightly with blue light. I finally have a complete understanding of my current blue electric golden skin. Under Song Bing's guidance, he seemed to have seen the reference answer to his own power. It's simply not too amazing, and these answers will take him a few months to adapt to. Now, I understand it all in 4 hours. Under the night sky, beneath the 100-fruit tree, after Zhang Taiju left with his great enlightenment, Xia, who had been waiting outside the courtyard, walked in. Sister Xia, relax. Use your current dream enchantress nightmare on me and let me see. Song Bing looked at Xia with a smile. Xia was stunned. Her ability, at its core, was to use mental power to confuse enemies and create all kinds of alluring, enchanting illusions, drawing enemies into illusions where they would sink and drown. Simply put, it was a high-level honey trap. If it were against an enemy, she might not mind. But to use Enchantress on Song Bing, wouldn't that be equivalent to seducing Song Bing in the spiritual world? Was that appropriate? Sister Xia, it's fine, come at me freely. Your ability is mental type, so I can only guide you in the spiritual world. Song Bing smiled reassuringly. He didn't think anything of it. This was just a simple teaching session. He never got hung up on trivial details. Just like performing surgery. Xia bit her red lips lightly, a trace of blush flashing across her pretty face. But facing Song Bing's frankness, a purple gleam flashed in her beautiful eyes, and she still used Enchantress on Song Bing. In an instant, an invisible wind lifted Xia's freshly washed, flowing black hair. Xia's elegant temperament suddenly gained an alluring enchantment. This seductive feeling was countless times more intense than before. Those eyes emanating, Enchantress, seemed able to draw out a person's very soul. Of course, this was only what could be seen in the real world. In the illusory spiritual world, Xia's Enchantress had already unfolded, like a delicate rose dripping with dew, blooming with moisture. In an instant it enveloped this heaven and earth, transforming into a purple dreamlike world of indulgence. The illusory Xia stepped barefoot out from a purple, Enchantress mist. Her temperament and voice had changed, becoming even more seductive. Her smooth black hair cascaded like a waterfall, her fair delicate body covered only by a thin purple gauze, half hidden and half revealed. The terms exquisite jade body and ice-like jade skin were most fitting to describe her. She walked toward Song Bing step by step, twisting her slender, alluring waist. That enchanting, peerless face, those soul-stealing beautiful eyes, were even more wanton than before. Every frown and smile was captivating. Seeing this scene, even Song Bing's heart couldn't help but tremble. He had still underestimated the power of the upgraded Enchantress. What man could withstand this? Just as Song Bing was briefly dazed, Enchantress Xia had somehow appeared behind Song Bing. A pair of slender jade hands, white as jade, gently glided across Song Bing's shoulders. Under the shroud of Enchantress, every inch of skin felt incredibly real. Song Bing, do you want to taste my body? Xia's sexy cherry lips also moved to Song Bing's ear, the soul-stealing Enchantress voice sounding, accompanied by a fragrance that made one willing to sink into depravity. Song Bing's soul trembled. Wait, wasn't this a bit too intense? But in order to teach Sia in detail, Song Bing still actively entered Sia's enchantress world. He began teaching and imparting knowledge. He discovered that although Sia had now brought enchantress to its extreme, there were still some details not done properly. Most importantly, she hadn't demonstrated one upgrade method. Song Bing could only use himself as a guinea pig to guide her. In the outside world, the two still stood facing each other, without the slightest movement. Sia remained noble and elegant, completely unlike the wanton soul-stealing appearance in Enchantress. But from her expression and eyes that changed from time to time, showing sudden enlightenment. Clearly, in the Enchantress world, she was benefiting immensely. The two communicated in the spiritual world, and their exchange lasted until dawn. After Song Bing experienced it firsthand, within Sia's world he explained in detail all the strengths and weaknesses of Dream Enchantress Nightmare, as well as various hidden bugs. And under Song Bing's guided development, the Enchantress world Sia released became increasingly terrifying and perfected, not only achieving ultimate temptation and seduction. She even developed another opposite, nightmare method. Using both together was the true means to make those trapped in Enchantress die in a gentle embrace. This was the true Dream Enchantress Nightmare. After an unknown amount of time, both opened their eyes almost simultaneously. Song Bing was as always, as if nothing had happened. Sia was already drenched in fragrant sweat, her chest heaving violently. Clearly her mental power was excessively depleted. But after just a moment's recovery, she looked at Song Bing again and smiled with immense gratitude. Thank you for your teaching, Dean. Sia has understood. Sister Sia, using Nightmare and Enchantress simultaneously will consume a lot of mental power. Go back and rest well, try to find the rhythm. Song Bing nodded. Yes. Sia nodded, keeping every word of Song Bing's firmly in her heart. Tonight's teaching had opened her mind completely, something she would never forget. Not long after Sia left the 100-fruit tree courtyard, Luo Yin and Luo Xinyu came in together. Dean, the mother and daughter called out respectfully. Attack me. Song Bing didn't waste words. After this night of teaching Zhang Taizhu and Sia, Song Bing understood one principle. Practice is always the best method to test truth. Luo Yin and Luo Xinyu were slightly stunned, but still looked at each other and nodded. They simultaneously launched cold condensed water at Song Bing. Hiss, hiss, hiss. In an instant, the temperature of the water vapor in the air around Song Bing plummeted. As it condensed, it began to freeze into ice needles. The next second, they shot toward Song Bing. But these ice needles, arriving within several meters of Song Bing, were instantly restrained by Song Bing's mental power. Luo Yin and Luo Xinyu's beautiful eyes moved slightly as they simultaneously increased their power. Clang. However, the next second, Song Bing simply raised his hand, and these ice needles were instantly controlled by Song Bing's mental power and redirected to shoot toward the two of them. Luo Yin and Luo Xinyu's faces changed drastically. Fortunately, the ice needles stopped a few centimeters from their pretty faces. Crack. And as Song Bing clenched his fist, they completely shattered into ice fragments and fell to the ground. This is your current fatal weakness. Being able to condense water vapor out of thin air into weapons seems terrifying. But once you encounter an enemy with powerful mental strength, these terrifying weapons could become the very tools that kill you. Song Bing's voice rang out. Luo Yin and Luo Xinyu's eyes fluctuated violently. If Song Bing hadn't personally demonstrated, they would never have imagined such a terrifying scene could occur. Cold condensed water is added on the foundation of condensed water. The cold aspect has both advantages and disadvantages. The key is how you use it. When you use it, whether you can switch between them freely at will. Song Bing continued to enlighten them. At the same time, he had Luo Yin and Luo Xinyu continue sparring with him. After several rounds of practical combat, Luo Yin and Luo Xinyu gradually grasped the profound mysteries within. Not only could they make the condensed water undergo freezing and melting in an extremely short time, the mother and daughter also coordinated seamlessly. Their abilities seemed to merge together, actually condensing an even broader, frozen condensed water domain. The two gradually became proficient in its use, and the frozen, condensed water they wielded became increasingly terrifying. But they were both surprised to discover that no matter how hard they tried, they simply could not condense or freeze the liquid inside Songbing's body. One must know, their ability was to control all the water vapor around them. All water molecules could not escape their control. Yet their frozen, condensed water simply could not break through Songbing's skin, much less penetrate deeper. Is this the Dean? Truly powerful. After several attempts, the mother and daughter finally gave up, both involuntarily developing a sense of reverence in their hearts. They only felt that Songbing was too mysterious. So mysterious, he was like a deity. They continued practical training until evening. Seeing that the mother and daughter had become extremely proficient and could perfectly avoid the weaknesses of freezing, Songbing finally stopped. Good, you've done very well. Go back and rest properly. Dean, you've worked hard. After continuous combat, the mother and daughter were already drenched in fragrant sweat, their energy overdrawn. Seeing it finally end, both were nearly exhausted to the point of collapse. Yet from beginning to end, Songbing hadn't shed a single drop of sweat. This level of exertion was less than 1% of his absorption capacity. Tell Sia and the others that I'm going out for a while, but I'll be traveling within and country. If anything happens, I'll return immediately, so don't worry. The remaining construction work is entrusted to you all. Songbing looked at the weakened mother and daughter and continued. Yes, Dean, we'll handle things here. Luo Yan's eyes only flashed with slight surprise before she quickly nodded. Songbing had already helped them arrange the construction of Incurable to this extent. If they still couldn't complete what remained, that would truly be inexcusable. Songbing nodded. His tetanus wings unfurled, and he disappeared into the darkness. With everything settled, naturally it was time for him to properly scavenge merit points for upgrades. Luo Xinyu watched Songbing disappear and sighed. Mom, the Dean is really so strong. Otherwise, how could he have created this safe haven we have today? Luo Yan sighed as well. Under the pitch-black night, it was time to work again. A crowd of little cherry blossoms and puppet soldiers were quickly driven back to the construction site. This time, there were even more. And in the darkness-shrouded night sky, Songbing transformed into a fleeting shadow, flying away from Incurable, heading south. But what Songbing and the people of the Plague Hospital would never imagine was that at this moment, the Apocalypse Force's armies from several countries had already, in mighty waves, successively and easily crossed in countries' borders in various locations. Almost in an encircling formation, they were heading toward Incurable. A greater crisis seemed to be brewing. At Incurable's northwestern border, the cold wind howled bleakly, a desolate wasteland. But between those several checkpoints, one could faintly see quite a few Incurable soldiers in military uniforms, gripping firearms. However, at this moment, their eyes had long been vacant. They had all turned into zombies. Yet seemingly due to their consciousness from life, they still tightly gripped the guns in their arms, wandering this desolate and harsh border. Rat-tat-tat. Suddenly, countless dense black gold bullets burst forth, shattering this deathly silence. The countless wandering, patrolling zombie soldiers of Incurable were instantly torn apart alive under these dense black gold bullets. Immediately after, several figures in combat gear swept in from outside the border like a gale. They thoroughly eliminated the remaining conscious zombie soldiers of Incurable, disposing of them all like garbage, tossing them aside. And they opened several barriers at the border, clearing a road leading into Incurable's territory. Then these powerful figures continued deeper, clearing the way. Rumble. At the same time, outside the northwestern border, 7 flags flew high, held aloft by the White Gull 7 Nations allied forces, as they crossed Incurable's northwestern border in mighty waves. At a glance, this was an allied force numbering in the hundreds of thousands. Countless high-tech black gold war vehicles and weapon equipment, like 7 unstoppable prehistoric beasts. Among the shattered and piled Incurable zombie soldiers in the corner, there were still surviving Incurable zombie soldiers. Even with only half a body remaining, they still tried to crawl toward and intercept those crossing the border. But his body was immediately shot to pieces by an allied officer on a war vehicle. Just like that, The White Gull Seven Nations allied force of hundreds of thousands easily crossed in country's border. At a glance, the Seven Nations allied forces were all well-equipped, with almost all deployed forces being elite of level 4 or above. Therefore, whether in formation equipment or numerical momentum, they were far beyond what the Herkua family and the trained 130,000 puppet soldiers could compare to. Finally arrived. After so many years, who would have thought we'd set foot on this land again in this manner? Indeed, I still remember when our ancestors first entered this land. It was over 100 years ago. Over 100 years ago, our ancestors had it easy. This time, we seem to have it even easier, huh? From White Gull Continent, it seems to be precisely our several countries. This is to have us retrace the path our forebears walked. Marvelous, truly marvelous. At the very front of the White Gull Seven Nations allied forces were 7 luxurious black gold war vehicles with purple patterns, connected together, driving side by side. Like 7 connected super-large tanks, they crushed their way forward with unstoppable force, easily grinding the corpses of in-country zombie soldiers scattered everywhere. Inside the 7 connected purple gold war vehicles was an extremely luxurious interior space. Within, the Seven Nations generals sat at a table, elegantly sipping wine while listening to a band playing beside them. While gazing through the large screen glass ahead, they chatted about in-country's land. The will of the Seven Nations generals was now completely unified, not only for Songbing's which they might even be able to emulate their ancestors' invasion of in-country from days past, and incidentally, once again properly plunder more slave resources from this land. Perhaps even expand territory and establish colonies? Report, in the villages ahead, several shelters where in-country survivors have gathered together have been successively discovered. At this moment, soldiers from the Seven Nations responsible for clearing zombies and scouting ahead came forward to report one after another. There are quite a few in-country survivors. We found them right after entering the border. Truly worthy of being a populous nation. The Seven Nations generals' eyes immediately lit up. They exchanged glances and smiled, then unanimously ordered, "Continue forward." Additionally, in-country Songbing has hidden a witch. His crime is heinous. Therefore, in-country is also a land of sin. So, dispatch additional personnel to expand the plundering range. Wherever similar shelters and survivors are found, destroy them all without exception. All in-country ability users of level 2 or above are to be captured and conscripted to capture the witch and atone for their sins. All food and supplies are also to be incorporated into logistics, considered as in-country people's unpaid support to our White Gull allied forces, helping in-country eliminate the witch's rations for atonement. Yes, the reporting soldiers from the Seven Nations were slightly stunned, but still accepted the order and withdrew, immediately beginning to carry out the operation. Soon, as the Seven Nations' great army continued to advance rapidly, soldiers from the Seven Nations continuously broke away, expanding the plundering range. Wherever they discovered shelters where in-country survivors had gathered, they showed no mercy, beginning to plunder and destroy like bandits. Northwestern border of Angwa. In a remote village, there is a shelter for several hundred people. They are not a base for any of the Angwa Tianchi forces. Instead, it was formed by the survivors of Angwa who gathered and fled. The village relied on the wheat, sweet potatoes, and other agricultural products that the villagers had previously grown and stored. Throughout the year, the entire shelter had no shortage of food. They even started growing agricultural products directly in the fields, relying on the planting techniques of many surviving villagers. It is expected to achieve self-sufficiency. Moreover, and more importantly, the 3 highest-ranking level 5 superhumans in the entire village's shelter. There are villagers from the original village. There were also people who fled here. One of them was the village chief, who was originally a respected figure in the village. Therefore, the atmosphere of the entire shelter was not as dark as that of the apocalyptic forces, although it is inevitable that they will be managed by superhumans with high-level superpowers. But the administrators were originally from the village. Moreover, there is no shortage of food, and they can continue to grow crops. Therefore, whether they were the original surviving villagers of the village or the survivors who fled from the town, they were all full of hope for life. There would then be no reason to start a riot. Inside the village shelter, all the survivors were busy doing the same thing. The men were responsible for heavy work such as plowing and guarding the fields. The women were responsible for light tasks such as weaving and cooking. The pairing of men and women evokes a sense of returning to the agricultural era. It has a rather warm feel to it. Although this place lacks the comfortable lifestyle of ordering takeout and using your phone during peacetime. But after experiencing the horrors of those few months following the apocalypse outbreak, everyone's face showed satisfaction. They were all aware of how terrible it was outside, with zombies and monsters everywhere. They can devour you completely, leaving not a single bone behind, at any time. Therefore, the village shelters they now live in are no different from the peach blossom spring described by Tao Yuanming. If they could, they would rather grow old and die here. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. However, this wishful thinking was shattered by several smoke bombs falling from the sky. These smoke bombs are all made of black gold casings, and the smoke they release contains a poisonous gas that can temporarily weaken even superhumans. The villagers on guard narrowed their eyes, and at the same time, they saw several extremely fast figures rushing towards the shelter from outside the wall. These figures were all dressed in combat uniforms and equipped with sophisticated black and gold weapons and gear. The levels are even more directly split between level 4 and level 5, with a few level 6 members accompanying them to prevent any accidents. They were all agile and swift, working in perfect coordination, forming an encirclement as they simultaneously stormed the village's refuge. Enemy attack. The villagers on guard finally realized what was happening and quickly shouted out. At the same time, several level 5 soldiers from the Seven Nations Alliance descended upon them. At the same time, he pulled out a black and gold stun baton that looked like an electric baton from his waist and smashed it heavily on their heads. Several villagers who were guarding the area were knocked down with a single blow, their heads bleeding profusely. As the guard team of the village's refuge, their level is almost all level 3, and there are even a few level 4 leaders. However, they were ambushed by soldiers from the Seven Nations who were well-trained, well-equipped, and had a significant level advantage. They didn't even have a chance to unleash their superpowers in retaliation. It was as if cold weapons had met the era of firearms. They're not even in the same league. The rapidly spreading smoke startled the villagers who were busy at work. Many high-level superhumans rushed to get their weapons. The Seven-Nation allied forces that occupied the city walls completely disregarded the villagers' resistance. With a wave of his hand, more soldiers immediately charged in from 4 directions. A major cleanup has begun. What they need to ensure is that the superhuman doesn't escape. With the smoke obstructing their view, the villagers were no match for them. Soldiers from the 7 kingdoms emerged from the smoke like ghosts, instantly felling countless villagers. 3 level 5 shelter managers rushed out upon hearing the commotion. What I saw was a scene of utter devastation. All the level 3 and 4 superhumans with combat capabilities have fallen to the ground. The remaining elderly, weak, sick, and disabled were also brought under control. The 3 of them narrowed their eyes as they stared at the unfamiliar foreigners. He gritted his teeth and decided to fight with his level 5 superpower. However, just as the 3 were about to rush out, the black and gold knife in the hand of the leading soldier was already pointed at several women and children who were only level 1 or 2. The 3 people's expressions changed slightly, and they immediately stopped in their tracks. Because their relatives are among them. Kneel down. The squad leader spoke dismissively in a language. At the same time, he pointed the knife at a woman's neck. The 3 men's expressions changed slightly. Led by the village chief, they gritted their teeth and knelt down. What country are you from? In this apocalyptic world, humanity is in grave danger. You have such powerful abilities and equipment, yet you don't fight the zombies and protect our planet. But they come to target us, the weak? Even though he knelt down, the village chief still gritted his teeth and asked in bewilderment. I don't understand at all why these foreigners are here. They should attack them. We came to Ongwa to protect our planet and save humanity. The squad leader said with a smile. Ha ha ha, this is your salvation. Upon hearing this, the village chief smiled and said no more, instead taking out a key and saying, Take whatever you want. The food is in the warehouse behind me. Just let us live. The squad leader stepped forward, took the key, and handed it to the soldier beside him to carry the food, but still smiled and said, "Besides food, we also want all the level 2 or above superhumans here to join us in attacking Song Bing and saving Blue Star. I don't understand what you're talking about, but we're all human, so don't go too far in anything. You destroyed our sanctuary, stole our food, and now you want to take all the strongmen away. What will happen to the remaining elderly, weak, sick, and disabled? Are we just going to leave them here to fend for themselves?" The village chief glared at the squad leader and said angrily, "This is none of our business. Blame Song Bing for his heinous crimes, harboring a witch in your Anghua and attempting to destroy human civilization. We, the allied forces, have come from afar for justice, to besiege the witch and atone for the sins of Anghua. As people of Anghua, shouldn't you contribute some food and manpower?" The squad leader gave a sneer. "You?" The village chief's expression changed slightly. He had been hiding there and couldn't understand what the other person was saying at all. The only two words that could be heard were song, illness. The renowned physician Song, who once resounded throughout Anghua during peacetime and benefited countless Anghua people, seems to have been named Song Bing, song disease. Is this the same song disease? Bang! Before the village chief could say anything more, the squad leader hit him on the head with a stick. He was immediately covered in blood and fainted. "You?" The two level 5 fighters widened their eyes upon seeing this, and were about to unleash their power when two black and gold iron rods also came crashing down. They were immediately taken into custody. Faced with the elite forces of the Seven Nation Alliance, the entire village refuge was utterly powerless to resist. "All edible food, and all these second level and above awakened. Take them all. Burn everything we can't take." After easily controlling all the survivors in the shelter, the squad captain immediately ordered coldly. Yes. Instantly, all coalition soldiers rushed into the bungalows, looting and destroying like bandits. The grain stored for winter was ruthlessly carried out. "No, please, don't do this. This is our hope for survival." Many controlled survivors pleaded in anguish, but not a single coalition soldier stopped. Watching their homes and hope being ruthlessly trampled, their hearts gradually died. Second level and above survivors were soon dragged away as well. Like cargo. Soon, the entire shelter was looted and trampled clean. The originally tidy buildings were ruthlessly destroyed. Not a trace of food or hope was left behind. Before leaving, the squad captain's gaze fell upon the remaining dozens of survivors who were below second level. More precisely, on several young women and young children among them. He immediately ordered, "Take these young women and children as well." Yes. The entire Seven Nation Coalition squad soon left the shelter with a full haul, completely taking all the supplies inside, along with the women, children, and second level and above awakened. Finally, they threw in an incendiary bomb. Raging flames soon devoured the entire shelter that had once been full of hope, also completely covering up the crimes committed by the coalition squad. And such situations were playing out all along the Seven Nation Army's route toward Andu. All along the way, countless coalition squads, like a plague of locusts, under the banner of eliminating the witch and protecting Blue Star, treating a nation as a land of evil, frantically looting and robbing survivor shelters within a 100-mile radius, not only stealing supplies, but also people, burning everything they couldn't take, then grandly placing all the blame on Song Bing and the witch, while they were the righteous army. At the same time, at a nation's western border, was the Fan Nation army. After the arrogant Shelly Gate took sole control of Fan Nation, it became Fan Nation's representative, with 13 division-level bases. It even disdained forming alliances with other nations' apocalypse forces, single-handedly deploying 100,000 Shelly Gate elite soldiers. Riding countless black gold motorcycles, they surged into a nation's western border. In terms of equipment and overall soldier level, Fan Nation's army might not match the White Gull Seven Nation coalition, but in momentum and confidence, they were completely superior. One black gold motorcycle carrying a squad of over 10 elite soldiers. They surged into a nation's territory, similarly adopting the same methods as the White Gull Seven Nations, looting survivor bases along a nation's border, and looting even more thoroughly. Not to mention survivors, even surviving dogs weren't spared. Prince Bagali, We have successfully entered a nation's territory. The nation bases around us that tried to stop us have all been easily crushed by our brave, elite army. Today's nation is nothing special. I believe within 3 days, we can easily reach Andu. Inside a gold-plated black gold war chariot, Marshal Alisher excitedly reported to Bag Ali, who sat with closed eyes on a golden seat. Bag Ali opened his eyes, his gaze also revealing sharpness. Once they attacked Andu, he would be the first person in Fan Nation's history to reach Andu. What dazzling glory that would be. Continue sending out more Modi squads to clear the way and loot. Let more Nation people submit under our Fan Nation people's feet, raising our Fan Nation's prestige. At the same time, accelerate the army's advance. Our Fan Nation must be the first to reach Andu, capture the witch and Song Bing, and save the world. Thus, Bag Ali no longer concealed the sharpness and greed in his eyes at this moment, decisively ordering, "Yes, Prince Bag Ali, our Fan Nation is definitely the strongest. With our 100,000-strong army, which nation in today's world can compete?" Marshal Alisher immediately withdrew with sharp eyes, beginning an even more massive looting advance. Also at the same time as the White Gull 7-Nation Coalition and Fan Nation Army entered the territory, various borders of a nation also successively saw the appearance of large armies and coalitions from various nations' apocalypse forces. A nation's southwestern border was a coalition of over 10 small nations represented by Yulang Nation, Mian Nation, Shidu Nation, and others. These small nations, in peacetime, a nation wouldn't even consider. Several nations even wanted to join a nation but were rejected. Now they had formed a coalition and invaded a nation. Eastern border was a coalition formation of several groups from Li Nation. These groups were mainly led by the 3 major groups Hangling Xianfeng, Fu Dao, and Bailat. Don't underestimate these groups just because they're private enterprises. In peacetime, they practically controlled the global economic lifeline, with stakes in every industry. Although the private armies they deployed numbered only 20 to 30,000, almost all were 5th-level existences. The excellent equipment they were outfitted with far exceeded the White Gull 7-Nation Coalition. Most conspicuous was that each person was equipped with purple-pattern cold weapons, and they all arrived piloting purple-gold war machines. In terms of level, they were 2 full levels above the minimum level of soldiers from Fan Nation's Shelly Gate and the dozen or so small nations in the southeast. This gap was self-evident. Besides these, there were quite a few large and small nations' apocalypse force representatives who had all entered the territory. Almost in an encircling formation, they swept toward a nation. Though their formations weren't as luxurious as the White Gull 7 Nations, Fan Nation's Shelly Gate, or Li Nations groups, the methods they employed were remarkably similar to the White Gull 7 Nations, all under the righteous banner of eliminating the witch and Song Bing, protecting Blue Star. Grandly stepping into a nation's territory. While advancing toward Andu, they began various looting and robbery along the way. Their methods were even more brutal. Each nation's apocalypse forces brought almost all their accumulated elites and foundations, all coming for the witch. In an instant, a nation seemed to become the target of all, surrounded by representatives of various nations' apocalypse forces, ruthlessly looting as they headed toward Andu. Every nation's forces wanted to obtain the witch. They also wanted to take the opportunity to occupy the big prize that was a nation. And this commotion soon caused the nation's survivors to panic. Facing this bandit-like encirclement, many survivors, to avoid being captured, could only fearfully abandon their original bases, taking what supplies they could carry, all the way being driven to flee toward a nation's interior. Small roads and mountain paths were all occupied. No one dared pass through the zombie-filled towns. Therefore, invisibly, the fleeing and nation survivors were all forced to flee in the direction of Andu, a nation's southwest. What do we do? In this apocalypse, why would these southeast small nations inexplicably form a coalition to invade our nation? Damn it, a bunch of rats. If this were peacetime, how would they dare? I escaped from their encirclement. I heard them say they came to capture some witch, and also saying something about Song Bing being an evil person harboring the witch. Ridiculous. If Song Bing is harboring the witch, they should go find Song Bing. What's the point of capturing us? On a small escape route in the southwest, over 10 fleeing and nation survivors, each one utterly despairing. None had expected that instead of being breached by zombies, they were driven homeless by their own kind. Song Bing, Divine Dr. Song. That's right, Divine Dr. Song. I remember now. I've met Divine Dr. Song in person. Just as everyone was in despair, an excited voice suddenly rang out. Everyone looked toward him. Southern Ligua. In a spacious and beautiful mountain town. It is a base with many fortresses. A black flag was flying directly above the base. The flag has not many patterns. There is only one character. She. 11. That's right. This is the new base that Shili found for Shiman. She had already found this base when she went to Angwa Guardian Hospital. It was found by a local gangster. When I first arrived, the town was teeming with roaming zombies. The only safe castle estate is controlled by the mafia. There are also nearly 100 survivors in the town. If they still want to stay in the manor, they have no choice but to submit to these gangs. Shili led the Shiman members through this area and found the environment and terrain to be quite nice. So they decided to develop their business here. Then, after friendly negotiations with the gang, Siri finally managed to talk the 5th-level gang leader to death. They successfully took over his territory and his men. Shiman settled down there, and it expanded to more than 400 people. Now, after several months of development, all the zombies within 100 miles of the town have been completely cleared out by Shili. The entire town has been transformed into an extremely secure base. This attracted countless wandering people to seek refuge here. There were white people, black people, and of course, Asian people. In response, Shili was trained and then completely absorbed by Shili using his unique gangster methods. These people managed to escape from the zombies. That alone is enough to show that they are not weak. This is the best screening procedure. As for discipline, Siri, a former gangster queen, is an expert in this area. As a result, the number of people in Shiman jumped to nearly 10,000 in just a few months. With the help of the Campbell family's black gold equipment and supplies, the Westgate base has rapidly developed into a base that is no less powerful than those apocalypse forces in a very short period of time. Meanwhile, in the basement of the manor castle in the center of the Westgate base, in a dark and cold training room, Shili returned after half a month. He was wearing a close-fitting tracksuit, holding a white straight knife, and training hard, sweating profusely. She wore her hair in a high ponytail. Her beautiful eyes were as cold as ice, and beneath her graceful and arrogant figure lay a series of incredibly sharp and deadly moves. Sweat had already soaked her clothes, leaving wet footprints on the ground. I don't know how many days and nights they trained. Clang. At a certain moment, Siri's cold and beautiful eyes finally narrowed, and a terrifying energy fluctuation made the entire training room solemn. Immediately, the white straight knife in her hand spun, drawing a perfect arc. He actually tore his own clothes with his own hands. Click. The moment his undergarments fell off, Siri instantly became invisible. Only the white straight knife remained, stuck in the pitch-black training room. It trembled continuously in sync with the surrounding energy fluctuations. Well, soon, Siri's painful voice came from the darkness. Buzz. Immediately afterwards, accompanied by a surge of energy, Siri appeared out of thin air in a dark corner. Buzz. Not long after, a second Siri appeared in another corner. Buzzing. Then came the third, the fourth, the fifth, the sixth, and the seventh. The 7 Siri clones appeared out of thin air in the 7 corners of the dark training room. Her beautiful hair was loose and flowing. It is as stunning as a lotus emerging from the water. Buzz. As the last piece of clothing floated up out of thin air, the real Shili, with her high ponytail, finally appeared. Looking at the 7 clones before her, a slight smile finally appeared in her cold and beautiful eyes. She succeeded. No need for Songbing's help. I completed the upgrade myself. A 7th clone was born. In other words, she has now reached level 7. This is the result of her hard work over several days. I witnessed the existence of the Apocalypse organization while following Songbing, and those constantly emerging high-level superhumans. Even though she only had a CET-6 certificate, she always remained vigilant and prepared for potential dangers. She knew very well that to stand at the highest point in this apocalyptic world, level 6 is far from enough. Even the level 7 that we've finally reached isn't enough. Only by continuously growing and progressing can one avoid being suppressed. Now, she has finally reached level 7 and taken the first step. Siri breathed a sigh of relief. They are even more hopeful for the upcoming upgrades. Gradually calming herself down, she lowered her head and drew the white straight sword. To be precise, it is a crystal-clear white straight knife. It is as clear as jade. It was incredibly sharp. It can even easily cut through those sharp black and gold weapons. With a thought, the white straight sword split in two, transforming into two sharp and light daggers. Siri skillfully inserted it into the leg ring between her two long legs. It fits perfectly. It's as if the fabric was made just for her. This rare white straight knife was not looted from the Campbell family's base. It wasn't something she obtained by chance. Instead, it was found under the cart of clothes that Songbing sent. In addition, it can transform into its most proficient dagger form. Even if Shili were stupid, he could guess that this must have been a gift from Songbing. Moreover, it was hard for her not to be tempted by this gift. After merging back into his 7 clones, Shili took a quick shower. Wearing a red bathrobe, he arrived at the highest point of the castle, overlooking the developing Westgate members in the distance. A cold wind brushed against her stunningly beautiful face, accompanied by a few pink snowflakes, yet Shili felt a strange sense of loneliness rise in her heart. But the next second, upon catching the color of the snowflakes, Siri's previously melancholy eyes suddenly sharpened, and she abruptly turned her head. At the same time, the bathrobe fluttered without wind, revealing a pair of long, fair legs, and 2 gleaming, sharp daggers appeared in Shili's hands. At the same time, not far behind Siri, a gust of wind swept by, bringing with it an even larger pink snowflake. These snowflakes are like cherry blossoms falling in March and April. Immediately afterward, beneath the swirling, fluttering cherry blossoms, a stunning figure in a pink dress emerged. The snowflakes then stopped falling. Siri's cold and beautiful eyes narrowed. The other party managed to bypass the heavy guards at the west gate and appear here silently. This is enough to illustrate one point. They are definitely high-level superhumans. Moreover, their rank is probably no lower than mine. If Song were here, he would definitely recognize it. This stunning figure emerging from the pink snowflakes is none other than. It was none other than Qingchuan Nair, who had stood up to protect Candy during the Antarctic battle and was wounded and disappeared. No, it would be more appropriate to call it the first-generation second experimental subject. Very good, you've reached level 7. Songbing has a sharp eye. Harukawa Nair merely glanced at Shili before revealing a calm smile. Who exactly are you? These words struck Siri's heart directly, making him feel even colder. The other party could see through her level at a glance. But she couldn't see through the other person at all. Who I am is not important. What's important is whether you want to save Songbing's life. Harukawa Nair spoke again. This made Siri's heart skip a beat again. It is difficult to remain calm. What do you mean? Shili's beautiful eyes turned ice cold, the dagger in her hand humming softly, ready to strike at any moment. You've been by Songbing's side for so long. The existence of the Apocalypse Organization shouldn't need any further explanation from me, should it? Qingchuan Nair's lips curved slightly upward, completely unfazed by Shili's 7th-level oppressive aura. She casually strolled over to a rocking chair and sat down, leaning back lazily. Shili's eyes flickered slightly, but she said nothing. Only then did Qingchuan Nair continue. The reason Blue Star has become what it is today is all because of the Apocalypse Organization. No, to be precise, it's also because of those conglomerate forces seeking immortality. But do you know that the one truly manipulating everything behind the scenes is just one person? As Qingchuan Nair said this, she looked directly into Shili's eyes again. Though she wore a smile, her expression was unmistakably grave. Hearing this, Shili's heart stirred uncontrollably. Even though it was just a simple description from the other party, these 2 words, Emperor, were deeply carved into her heart. To be able to orchestrate all this, control wealthy conglomerates across the globe, and forcibly change the development of human civilization on the entire Blue Star. To enter a brand new era of civilization. What kind of terrifying existence must this be? And for him to call himself Emperor, while creating this era, his purpose was obvious. He surely wanted to become the emperor of this age. Being by Song Bing's side, you must know about the witch's existence, right? While Shili was still in a daze, Qingchuan Nair spoke another title that left a deep impression on her. The Witch, though Song Bing had never mentioned this title to her. Back during the Campbell family incident, and later when guarding the hospital, fighting against those apocalypse forces, she had heard it countless times. Moreover, whether it was the Campbell family, those apocalypse forces from Incountry, or even Sakura country, they all seemed to be coming for this so-called witch. Back then, she had wondered whether this so-called witch was somehow connected to Song Bing. But since Song Bing hadn't said anything, she hadn't asked. I don't understand what you're talking about. There's no witch around Song Bing. Out of caution, Shili quickly returned to her cold demeanor. She had no reason to expose everything to a strange woman. To this, Qingchuan Nair simply smiled, as if she had already seen through everything, and said with a laugh, "You're very clever, but there's no need to hide things for Song Bing. Because right now, the Apocalypse Organization and all the Apocalypse forces know that the witch is with Song Bing. As for who the witch is, I don't have time to explain too much to you. You just need to know that the witch possesses an ability that makes all the zombies in this world fear and submit to her. Those clothes Song Bing gave you are stained with the witch's ability aura. That's why they have the miraculous effect of making zombies fear them. This is also why the Apocalypse Organization and those Apocalypse forces would stop at nothing to besiege Song Bing. Because controlling the witch is equivalent to controlling this world. And right now, the witch is in Song Bing's hands." Qingchuan Nair's words were like a revelation, making Shili's pupils contract slightly. No wonder those Apocalypse forces would stop at nothing to besiege the hospital. No wonder the clothes Song Bing gave her were clearly made of ordinary materials, yet possessed the effect of deterring zombies. Connecting all of this together, everything suddenly made sense.